It's an event designed to make you equal, because you are number one. It's known as the ultimate test of a driver's skill, an event where entry must be earned and cannot be bought. To qualify, you must be a champion. And this year, 394 champions representing 59 nations have qualified. Welcome to the biggest party in world karting. Welcome to the Rotax Grand Finals. Yesterday was the busiest day of the week. Today is the most stressful, because today is pre-finals day. And today, the number of drivers is reduced from 394 to 250. The dreams of 144 champions end here after these next series of races. But before then, it is our pleasure here on Alpha Live to bring you the world famous Drivers Parade. I'm going to be conducting things out on the circuit, so I will leave you in the very capable hands of the First Lady of Rotax Karting, Jen Wade, but up in the commentary box, Kyle Lawrence.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That was Henry Baudet bringing us in on the opening for this, the Drivers Parade. This is where we get to showcase to you the stars of our show here at the 2025 Rotax Grand Finals. 59 nations competing, 394 drivers qualified. You heard Henry say that in the opening. By qualified, we mean they had to compete to win a ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals, the only event around the world of karting where you have to qualify to get in here. You cannot purchase a ticket and you cannot just enter. You have to have received a ticket from any of the multitude of events that you can compete in around the world in Rotax karting to get here and compete for glory for your nation. We're having a look now at the marching band that will lead out our drivers through the Drivers Parade, getting ready to start walking and bring out every single nation that is here to compete. All 59 of them will join the marching band on the main straight here in Bahrain, and we'll be able to go through each and every single one of those countries to show you. There we go. We've got the Rotax organization getting the Rotax flag out onto the circuit. Absolutely amazing to see that helmet there, helmet marker there. Sorry, helmet Vergelson, our group leader for kart sales for Rotax. Just saw him there in the shot on the back of the flag. Caritas as well, joining the Rotax organization. Caritas heading up all the stewarding and the officialing for this event. A massive task and a massive undertaking for anybody involved in any of these events. They've got to look after 394 drivers on track, but as always, doing a fantastic job. Yesterday was a little bit flat out for all of these organizers. We had to get through 26 heat races throughout the course of the day, every single one of them starting on time. A difficult task for anybody. As we wait now for our marching band to get going. There we go. Getting a bit of a warm-up on the snare drum. There is the Rotax Racing flag that will join the front of the parade. In the front of the Corridas organization, some of our stewards there in front of that flag. As I said before, a busy, busy day for them. But this going forward into today will be our pre-finals day. But before we get on with the parade and get the drivers walking out on circuit, Jen Wade is with one or two of them to see how they are feeling going into possibly the most stressful day of racing we have here at the Grand Finals. Jen Wade.
Well, welcome to the most colourful part of the proceedings, I think, here. Guy Sheffield is with me from Elaine Raceway. Guy, United Arab Emirates, the team is there, but they're a little bit of a way back, so I stole you. Now, of course, you've been part of this story, the Grand Final story, for a long time, because we also had 2 Grand Finals that you hosted in the Emirates at Elaine Raceway. I thought I'd just catch up with you while we're waiting.
Yeah, great to be here. Thanks, Jen. Yeah, and where it's come to, incredible. When we hosted the last time was 2011, so we had about 250 drivers back then, and it's nearly 400 now. Still see a lot of the same faces each year, which is fantastic. But what an event this is now, and the job that they put on here at Bahrain International Karting Circuit, incredible. Really, really great to be a part of.
When you think about the fact that you didn't even have a circuit, built the circuit, it was ready, I think record time. It was ready, and then you stepped it up 2007 and 11. 2011 was even better. But transporting carts and organising staff, Yas Marina were on board. I remember we had all the clothing and everything, their support. Of course, Abu Dhabi Sports Council and Khaled and everyone back there. In Elaine, I know they're watching. But yeah, it has grown. But you've been part of this, Tony also, Kakadi and the whole team, to make this a possibility. In order for that growth and development, we were talking with Sheikh Salman yesterday, and he said it's so important for the community, not only for, you know, karting and motorsport, but also for sport, for people to get involved. But now when you think about it, I mean, even your RMC has grown so much. Where are we going? What do you think? I mean, it's really developing.
Yeah, we're really lucky where we are over in the UAE. We've got quite a big population of people that are really into karting, and there's been a real resurgence over the last couple of years, particularly since the other side of COVID. I think that's been the case across the world, but we've seen real improvement with the infrastructure. The circuits have come on board. We've got professional teams now, and that's really lifted the competition and the attractiveness of sport in the region, and we're now attracting international competitors to our national championships, and I know Bahrain are as well.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And of course, there is a lot of focus, I think, now. There goes a banana or a chili. I never know what to expect with this part of the program. But I was thinking about this too. Not only development, but you know, you guys have the Formula One race this weekend in Abu Dhabi. They have the Formula One testing here in the new year, and also the race. So it's really starting to become something that's like I guess a growing trend in a way, but also, as you say, a lot of interest, and a lot of international drivers come here and to the Emirates in the off season as well. I've been to the MENA event, that was in Oman, and of course we've got lots to look forward to next year.
Yes, lots of things happening, obviously at a higher level. Qatar and Saudi Arabia are also on the Formula One bandwagon. But yeah, facilities coming up, lots of exciting new ventures going on in and around the GCC region. And yeah, we've got plenty of exciting stuff coming up in 2026 as well with regard to our zone. Some exciting things. So
the Rotax Club, which is something new for the international finals. I'll just give that a little bit of a plug before we run off, as well in Genk. But you're part of that with your series, Arrive and Drive. So heaps happening. We're going to have to keep watching.
Yeah, Rotax Racing Club is coming in for the new year, and we'll be there'll be drivers from our region part of the finals in May in Genk, which is great, and some extra stuff, yeah, for MENA, so keep your eyes peeled, guys.
We will. We're going to run off with the drivers before... Great to talk to you too, Guy. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to try and catch up with some of these guys and girls before they're going out onto the track. There's a couple of ladies. Teresa, hello.
Hello,
What's your name?
Rosalia Rabasova.
Oh, Rosalia, I saw you on the track because I remember your beautiful helmet.
Yes.
Tell me, what's it like being here at the Grand Finals?
Good.
Yeah. Having fun?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to let you go. Get a great photo. Good luck. Thank you. Hey. let's come over here so we don't get run over. What are you doing out here on the grid, you guys?
We smuggled him in. He's our biggest supporter, so of course you have to go on track.
I think this has got to be a first to see one of the fans. Were you hiding behind that flag?
Yes.
I think so.
Everybody was circling around him, so we could get him in.
Fantastic. And how's everything going?
Good.
It's very good.
Yeah, good, yeah.
You having fun?
Yeah, busy fun.
Lots of fun.
Yeah.
Lots of fun. And of course, you got a fast driver. We're going to let you go with the bananas.
Yes.
And we see you soon.
See you
Say hi
soon.
to the fans.
Hello Denmark, hello, hi the gods.
Team Denmark, thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, that was Jen Wade. She had a quick chat with a couple of drivers, as well as Guy Sheffield, the L.A. Raceway, involved with the L.A. Raceway. You mentioned 07 and 2011. Just to give you a brief bit of history, Nations Cup winners, another trophy, a prestigious trophy given out to every single one of these nations as Brazil goes past, for the top scoring nation at any grand finals. 2007 in L.A. won by Canada. 2011 won by Australia, who we saw come through the shot earlier. Captain Kangaroo was leading that up. Harrison Hoy, known as Captain Kangaroo. What a shot is this. The pride that these teams take in their clothing, in their suits. You know, we all talk about the personality in terms of a helmet. Jen Wade touching on that with one of the drivers in that queue. But what they put a lot of effort into, a lot of these teams, or in fact every single one of these teams, is their team suit. So these are all designed over the course of the year and brought through to the Rotax Grand Finals. It is the fastest way for us to identify these superstars out in their kart. There is one of our nation of one drivers from Costa Rica. I think that's young Sam. I'll find his in the Micromax class, doing a great job out there as our nation one. We've got a couple of those nations out here. We like to try and give them a bit of a push. We try and make this Rotax Grand Finals more of a family endeavor. We want everybody here to enjoy their experience of the Rotax Grand Finals. They've worked so hard to get here. They've competed all around the world against a multitude of drivers in their home countries. There's Team Germany, nice, simple design. To me, though, the Estonian suit, absolutely gorgeous. It's so visible off the side of the track. Team Finland coming past there as well. Antti Olakainen. As I'll just give a bit of a break so we can have a listen to the marching band from Bahrain here at the Bahrain International Circuit. Quick correction there. Costa Rican driver, nation of one, Samuel Chaveri. I actually spoke to him in an interview, so how that name slipped from the brain, I don't know, but Samuel Chaveri, one of our nation of one, a couple of others out there as well, as the drivers start filtering out onto the main straight. There is Chile. They have the oldest driver in the field here, an E20 Masters. We managed to catch up with him on the infamous, well, what's now becoming the infamous Rotax couch earlier on this weekend, just to chat to him about why at the ripe old age of 70 is he still competing in karts. And honestly, I don't see why more and more aren't. Absolute fantastic sport. You can always stay. This is what we call the grassroots of motorsport. This is how you get into motorsport. But a lot of drivers coming back to karting after they've done all sorts of main circuit experience as well. So karting never really leaves you. And every driver, I think it was Ayrton Senna that said it's the most pure form of motorsport that you can get involved with. And that is what Rotax's aim is. parity is what we look for. The Netherlands, unfortunately, missing their lion this year. They normally come here with a lion mascot. I haven't seen him here this weekend. Dresses up in a full lion suit normally, but unfortunately he couldn't make it through this year for the 2025 Grand Finals. I'm sure we'll see him back at the next year's event on 2026. But going through the nations now, as we see them walk past, I did mention to you that we have a nations champion. There is our home country though, before I finish that thought, Bahrain, our host country. A lot of drivers doing very, very well out there from Bahrain. Have a look at our conductor there, making sure that the music runs in tune and on time. Drivers all filing into the main straight. We want to get all of them on the circuit for that wonderful shot of all these teams together. Team India there. Only a few drivers entered this year for Team India. 3 drivers this year on circuit from Team India. But to finish my previous thought, Nations Trophy. At the moment, the most wins, Rubens Barrichello, former F1 driver, also on the grid this year in DD2 Masters. He actually traveled from an event that finished the weekend prior to this. He missed the first day of practice, but doing very, very well out there in DD2 Masters. The UK, the most winning nation in the Rotax Grand Final, 7 Nations Cups they have taken home, and they have won it since 2022, 2023 and 2024. So on a streak, 3 wins in a row, but I'm sure a lot of nations will have a lot to say about that. We saw Brazil come through the shot. They have at the moment one of those Nation Cup under their belt. I'm sure they're going to be hoping to take the crown away from the United Kingdom. There we see the Brazil just behind Bahrain. Canada, also a previous winner for the Nations Cup, 2007, 2016. So 2 wins under their belt. Chinese Taipei, they have really come on in leaps and bounds as a nation here in the Rotax MAX Challenge and the Grand Finals. A podium last year in 2024 in the Micro Max class. Second, their highest finish in the Grand Finals that was achieved in 2024 for Chinese Taipei. Just in the back of Lithuania, the simplest suit out there. Just some block colors, very 90-esque, I think, in my opinion. Greece, finally back here at the Rotax Grand Finals, having some great showings, some top 10 finishes throughout the heat races. But the heat races simply just give you, you got to score the points for the heat races to try and make it into that top 36. A lot of these classes have over 70 or have 72 entries throughout the weekend. That needs to be whittled down to 36. Micro, the class with already only 36 drivers in, so they all make the final. Team Australia there. We have, there's Captain Kangaroo, Harrison Hoy. He's been going very, very well in the DD2. First couple of heats, he was inside the top 5. Unfortunately, a problem in the final heat, dropping him down. So he's going to have to work hard to make that cut, as I was saying. That DD2, one of those classes with 72 entries that needs to be cut down to 36 for the final. Quick shot there of Team UK. 7 wins in the Grand Finals Nations Cup. The biggest team here, I think 26 drivers. I'll confirm that for you now. We look at the United Kingdom, 32 entries from Team GBR. Now, that's not all tickets won in the UK. There are other events or once-off events around the world, Euro Series being one of them. 32 seats, 32 tickets being given to the United Kingdom. Team Austria there as well. They have 4 entries this year in the Rotax Grand Finals. No nations wins under their belt just yet, but every single one of these nations hoping to change that. There's another one of our nation of one. In fact, 2 of them standing together. Mozambique and Namibia, Christian Boucher and Kian Fussell. Another pair of our nation of one competitors. They've the only ones here from the nation. It takes time to build karting in a country. Chris Boucher, one of the people pushing hard in Mozambique to grow karting in that country, using the Rotax series as its main aim to grow karting, just because of ease of access. We chatted to him in 2024 in Sano. He gave us a brief overview, with Mozambique being that far away from a distributor or that far away to having to get everything imported into them. They use South Africa very much as a base to help them grow that. So as I say, there is South Africa, Team South Africa walking there. They were the leaders in the most amount of wins up until last year. We were then overtaken by Team GBR. A total of 18 wins for Team GB, 14 wins for RSA, but not far behind them is Team France. Now, you would think with a sport like this, it would very much be the individual results. There's young Jude Andrews, one of our local Bahrainian drivers. He just won the Bahrain RMC a month ago. But you would think this is very much an individual sport. But here at the Rotax Grand Finals, all these drivers are stars of the show, all competing for their nations, taking pride in their nations, wearing that nation's suit. I still have mine from 2023. I think it's hung up in my bar area. I've used it only for this Grand Finals. Haven't used it again. Great shot there from Alpha Live through the sunglasses, looking at Team Latvia. Team Mexico there. Normally, majority of them in the black suit, but we asked one there from the 2023 Grand Final suit. Team Netherlands, always making sure that they have that light blue graphic along that suit somewhere. Missing their lion this year. We don't see the lion out there on track with them. They normally bring their mascot. I think they actually, in fact, started that entire thing. We see the Malaysian flag there. That is also another one of our Nation of One entries, or only one entry from Malaysia, and that is Mika Slabbit. So Mika Slabbit, the only entry there from Malaysia. Australia leading up at the front in terms of the team. There's our 32 entries from Team GBR. Massive, massive entry. And one of the nations to beat in the Rotax Grand Finals, historically, the total of 7 Nation Cup wins. They've won the last 3, in fact. And then just behind them, Team USA. Hodgson's previous winner at a Grand Final 2013. There is Team South Africa. Brody Cooper-Dowland and Jason Kutsia having a quick chat there, probably trying to get some notes and ideas. Charles Michael Visser and Jonathan Peterson on the left-hand side of your screen, with Mohammed Wali just behind them. A decent showing from South Africa this year. They've had a couple of top 10 finishes throughout the heats. And unfortunately, a bit of misfortune as well. But that does come with an event like this. There is Slovenia. Zen Daru, one of their drivers. DD2 winner in 2024 in Sano. His first win after many, many attempts. He's made the step up to DD2 Masters this year, though. So DD2 Masters has 2 current Grand Final champions in their entry list. It's Nicola Pico, who was the DD2 Masters driver who won it in Sano, and then Zendaru, who won it in DD2. And at the moment, they're sitting on 1 and 2 in the points, so that should be an interesting race to watch later on this afternoon when we get into the pre-finals. Just to explain to the audiences what they're doing right now, Henry calling the drivers up, and we will be each nation cheering as he calls them out. They'll then move up onto the grandstand, where Henry will continue those cheers to see who is the loudest nation here at the Rotax Grand Finals. Sweden coming into shot. Bit of work done on that suit from previous years, making sure it is visible out there on track. It is how we identify where these drivers are from. Great for them to put their names on the back. Argentina, a very, very strong nation in the E20 class. 13 drivers in total from there. Team Chile. There is our oldest driver in the field, just at the back there. Thailand, simple white, red and blue suit, easily identifiable when they're on track. Able to figure out who's who in the zoo. There's 36 cars on track at a time, and this circuit, Bahrain, lends itself to very, very close racing. You can't seem to get away. Yeah, we've had 1 or 2 breakaways yesterday in the heat races, but that more caused by fights happening behind. Team Turkey there, also one of our Nation of One competitors, or Nation of One entries. Only 1 entry from Turkey at the moment. We hope, I'm sure that will grow throughout the years. That is driver number 103 is their driver, Shem Karagumur. He is our Turkish entry. in the Rotax Grand Finals. Team GBR, they're going to have to take up an entire straight on their own in terms of width with 32 drivers. Couple of wins last year for GBR in terms of individual wins. Josh Cook, the Cookie Monster, Micromax winner last year from Great Britain. And we also have Jacob Ashcroft. He is here as well this year, competing in Junior Max. He was 2024 Junior Max World Rotax #1. And like I say, they've won the Nations Cup for the previous 3 years. France won the two before them, 2019 and 2021, obviously 2020 being the COVID year. So our most recent winners, 2018 Brazil, France 2019, 2021, and the UK from 2022 to 24. There is the Brazilian team. Rubens Barrichello passing on as much of his knowledge as possible. Years and years of experience coming from him there. Rubens Barrichello will be competing in DD2 Masters aboard his Rubens Barrichello chassis. It's just called the Barrichello chassis. It's produced by one of our chassis partners here, Burl Art. You will see in the front of the Drivers Parade, along with the Rotax organization and Corridas, you will see our chassis partners, IPK. But before I carry on, the national anthems will be played. Fantastic. That was the Bahrainian national anthem. All the spectators, the moms, the dads, the supporters, the people that ensured these drivers could get here, they wouldn't be able to get here without any of those. As we break quick to hear more from our band. Right, just across the screen there was Emerson McAndrew Uren as the marching band leads our drivers off the circuit. They'll be moving across into the grandstand opposite turn 1. But Emerson there, the only driver I think yesterday to take 3 out of 3 of his heat wins. So standing a great chance going into the final day tomorrow. But today is possibly the most stressful day for these drivers. Classes with 72 entries, more than 36 entries, they have to be whittled down to 36 for that final race. They are scoring points throughout the heat races yesterday and the day previous. Those points go towards to getting you inside the top 36. Pre-final A and B also providing points towards that, but just slightly more than that of the heat races. The classes that do require this qualification or require you to make it into the top 36 is the Mini Max, Junior Max, Senior Max, and DD2 classes. Should you not score enough points to make it into the top 36, unfortunately your weekend ends today with only the 36 drivers making the final tomorrow as our drivers filter off track and into the grandstand. We saw a quick look there at Team UAE. We chatted earlier to Guy Sheffield from that team. One of their drivers there just in the background was that of Oliver Spencer, Mini-Max competitor, former member of Team GBR, recently moved to the UAE and racing under the UAE colors. A 8th place finish in the first heat with 2 second place finishes thereafter, standing a good chance to make it through. There is our Team USA. Hodgson's one of the drivers in there, imparting some knowledge to his fellow American drivers. He was our winner in 2013, the same year that USA took their first Nation Cup victory. I say their first and only Nations Cup victory, but they're hoping to change that this year. Hodgson has been well up the field throughout this weekend in terms of finishing positions. A couple other American drivers doing very, very well as well. Always a strong showing from them. We managed to chat to one of their competitors in the E20 class. E20 senior, that is. That was Elias Spezia. Elias Spezia, we had a chat to him on the Rotax couch, just chatting about what he's the new Can-Am, talking about him being the new Can-Am ambassador and the amount of work he's done towards that. Dev Pritham holding the Indian flag there well above his head. He's also had a great showing here in his second visit of the Rotax Grand Finals. His first visit cut a bit short. Didn't make the final day. He was feeling rather unwell coming into the pre-final and final day. Chinese Taipei with their Freem overalls there, as Henry calls them through up onto the grandstand. You can hear him. Daryl there, just a bit of a pat on the back for one of our competitors. Daryl is heads up a lot of our technical initiatives with Rotax Grand Finals. You'll see him in front of your camera often when you're scrolling through the social media and Rotax as the countries hand over their boards. There's Peru. Peruvian driver on shoulders there, waving his flag, making sure we can definitely see them. Another suit that is as flashy as possible. HRX, one of our stalls or one of our merchants here at the Rotax Grand Finals, sorting out those suits for Peru. Just outside the driver's tent here in Bahrain, we have a couple of merchants, OMP, HRX, A1 Simulators is there as well as the photographers for the event. They actually create they'll create you a calendar, a booklet of photos, and even a website. Mine's still actually up from 2023. We look at Team USA there. Smith on the back of the suit. I love how they put the names on the back of the suit, making it a lot easier for us up in the commentary box to identify each of these drivers as they come through. Team Portugal coming past the shot there. 9 drivers entered this year for Team Portugal, a country that has hosted the grand finals before, but unfortunately not able to take that prestigious Nations Cup. Saudi Arabia out there as well. 2 drivers entered from Saudi Arabia, walking past our screen there, waving their flag. Big smiles from everybody. This is where we showcase the stars, being the drivers. Team Spain with their red and yellow. Lovely little print on the just above the left or right hip there of the drivers. Team Spain, 7 drivers entered for this year's Rotax Grand Finals. 1 Nation Cup win in 2010 for them, so it's been a while since they've been on the top step of the Nation Cup trophy. So they'll definitely be putting in a lot of effort with 9 drivers to score as many points as possible. There is Team UAE. We've got a lot of drivers from there up in the front. Maurits Knoppiers, he's been in the front of the E20 all day yesterday and is the current Rotax Grand Final world #1 in the E20 Masters category. Ollie Spencer there as well. Krajcevic just in front, just missed him as he went past. He's done very, very well as well in the front of the Micro Max class swapping victories. We have Anthony Hodge there as well, one of the more seasoned campaigners here at the Rotax Grand Finals. He said last year was going to be his last Grand Finals, but clearly he was mistaken because he's back here again to compete in the Rotax DD2 Masters. Uruguay coming past us. And now, as they hand back their flags and their boards and start filtering their way up onto the grandstand, trust me, when you see all these countries in their suits up there, sitting shoulder to shoulder, you can, and seeing the color differences and how much work and effort has gone into each of these nations' suits. They are very, very proud to be here representing their nation for Uruguayan drivers. There's Hodgson, I was just talking about him earlier. He's in the senior MAX class, previous winner of the Rotax Grand Finals in 2013. So their senior driver most certainly. I'm sure he'll be imparting some knowledge to his other countrymen to ensure they can move themselves up the order in the Nations Cup. Just want to do a quick look here to see if I can find. There is a DD2 driver from the UAE making waves yesterday, but unfortunately unable to finish it off throughout the heats. A couple of crashes. It does happen in a class as competitive as DD2. I say as competitive as DD2. Every single one of these classes incredibly close and competitive this year. 0.3 of a second, I think, was separating the top 10 drivers in Minimax during qualifying. So absolutely amazing to see how close these times are and how good the racing has been. We were treated to some amazing race action, 26 to be exact, heats of racing action. Our 2 bananas in the background there on the grandstand as they sit below the RMC Grand Finals and Rotax Racing logos. As this grandstand fills up, it is it's honestly a spectacle to see all these nations together, showing off the colors that they've put on their nation's suit. A very, very proud moment when you win that grand final ticket and receive your nation's suit with your name plastered across the back of it and the country you are representing. There is Team Netherlands making their way up into the grandstands. A lot of drivers from there doing very, very... Sam Knoppiers is one of them, inside the top 5. Kesh Moyes, unfortunately, you saw him sit down there. He had a bit of a torrid time in the race that was null and voided for the Mini-Maxes. He was involved in that incident. He was also, unfortunately, hit with a couple of track limit violations for qualifying. So he's been moving from the back of the grid and trying to get himself up into the front. Driver very, very handy around Bahrain. They set a couple of fastest laps yesterday as well. They are the people that without them there would be no racing. They have to stand out in the beating sun all day to ensure our safety as drivers around the circuit, and without them there would be no racing. So a massive shout out to our marshals. Every single one of them volunteers here at the Bahrain International Circuit, getting a quick briefing and a quick photograph. Very, very proud to be here, each and every single one of them. And you can see there actually some of those marshals that deal with the refueling, and a couple of those fire marshals have to wear 3-layered fireproof overalls for the entirety of the day in 29-degree heat in the sun. And a very, very thankless job on occasion, but we do really appreciate our marshals. And like I said, without them, we would not be able to go racing. Team Latvia getting up there. That was their DD2 Masters entry. Front runners since 2023 at the World Finals. He tried to chase down Nicolo Pico last year in Sano for the win. Unfortunately, couldn't get close to him. And he has been up in the front the entire weekend this year. I'm just having a look to see if I can find any interesting results for him. Tankavicius, Martinez Tankavicius, the DD2 Masters driver from Lithuania. The Saudi Arabians making their way up. That helmet with the palm trees on the side of it. White with chrome green palm trees. Very, very easily recognizable out on circuit. Unfortunately, the time that I did recognize it, he was coming off the recovery vehicle here at Bahrain International Circuit after a not so wonderful heat race. There is, as I say, Bahrain International Karting Circuit. There are the staff here from Team Bahrain. They've been incredibly helpful to the Rotax team that have come here and basically taken over the circuit to run this event. They've been more than helpful getting involved in the organization of that. Here are all our officials from Corridas and of course our marshals from the Bahrain International Circuit getting a photo of the team commemorating this, the 2025 Rotax Grand Finals, an event that moves from circuit to circuit every year. Another way to ensure parity and another way to share the love around the world of Rotax. Competing all over the world is Rotax in all sorts of different regional, national, and international events. But this is the big one. This is the Grand Finals. Team South Africa looking to find their way into their spot. Caleb Woodendal, their junior max competitor, they're just behind him, Luan De Vet. A lot easier for me to shout the names out of here. These are drivers I get to see compete throughout the year back home in South Africa with their bright green and yellow suits. Jonathan Peterson there in the background. He's the DD2 Masters competitor. A class where we've had quite a bit of success over the years with Cristiano Morgado. He was supposed to be here this year, but unfortunately had other commitments in Mozambique, actually. He is actually away doing a driver training program aboard Rotax equipment, so he's busy coaching the new young stars of Mozambique. We have one entered this year, but I'm sure with Cristiano Morgado's assistance that will grow massively. Sweden on the screen there, 5 entries from their team. Let's see if we can go through here and find anything of note from the last couple of days of racing. But a country that's been very, very well involved in the E20 category. And I think 2024 we saw them on the podium in E20. Last of our organizers, Team Corridas, getting some photos done as well. They are our officials today. Up in the box, our stewards and our COCs, scale marshals, race secretaries. They are our grid boys. They were out there, the grid kids, sorry. They were out there with the nation's banners. Round of applause from all our teams up there. Team India just taking their spot. Henry's booming voice guiding the proceedings here. Macy Williams from the USA there. Unfortunately, hasn't had it all her own way in the DD2 category. A couple of incidents out there, not boding well for her chances into the final into tomorrow's final. But every single one of these drivers champions in their own right, as the marching band plays just for them. Right, as the drivers leave, you will see small little bell boxes on the table. That is the gift for the drivers that are entered into the 2025 Rotax Grand Finals. We do not give medals. We give a miniature bell helmet with a unique design on it. It's given out every year. There's the big version of the Rotax racing helmet. It's not colored like that though. It is unique to each event. It started in Bahrain in 2023, I think, and then Sano also had its own unique design. Only 500 of those helmets are made. You cannot purchase them, you cannot order them, and you cannot get them unless you are either part of the organization of the 2025 Rotax Grand Finals or one of our 394 competitors here this weekend. They are not available for sale or purchase anywhere. So that is a gift given specifically to those involved in the Rotax Grand Finals. More importantly, the stars of the Rotax Grand Finals, the drivers, and it cannot be purchased anywhere in the world. However, you can purchase them from the merchant store just outside the driver's tent, but not that particular helmet. You can purchase some of your F1 favorites replica helmets. This is the shot I was talking about. The pride of the nation is showing off all their uniquely designed suits up there on the grandstand for a photo. Germany's banana, it looks like Estonia has actually copied them as well with a blue banana. So a couple of mascots put up on that grandstand. Big smiles from both of those bananas at us, the audience. Team UAE starting to make their way down. There is young Nathan, junior MAX competitor. He was competing a month ago here in Bahrain as part of their RMC event, also getting some practice in for the Rotax Grand Finals. He's had a lot of pace, but unfortunately from the UAE, not a lot of competitors on the track at the time. It's still a growing karting nation, so not used to driving in packs of 36. And Junior MAX probably one of the most hotly contested classes in terms of racing. So he's still finding his feet there. There is Dexter. I did mention him earlier, the DD2 driver from the UAE. Also trying to come to terms with racing in big packs. So a lot of these drivers will start spending more time in other countries and other nations, cutting their teeth and learning how to race in big categories. But the amount of learning they do at an event like the Rotax Grand Finals is second to none. And they take that home and obviously transition that experience racing against drivers in their home country. And so the learning continues. And obviously as that happens, more people getting involved, more entries, and a little bit easier to race in. There's Higgins, young Matt Higgins, previous winner. He has had to come from the back of the grid in every single heat this weekend, moving his way up into 18th or 17th place quite often. Sam Civelli, just sitting next to him there. He is our competitor from Costa Rica. We have a couple of entries actually as individual entries. Bulgaria with one driver. Also one of our nation of one, as Henry likes to call him, Nikola Rangelov. Then Costa Rica, Sam Civelli. Egypt, Hassan Skavakis. And then we have obviously Malaysia, Mika Slavitt. Mozambique, Chris Boucher. Namibia, Kian Fussel. And we've got Turkey and Ukraine, as I previously mentioned. Turkey and Ukraine also both in the mini max class. So Mikita Zakharenchenko from Ukraine, one of our individual entries. Here we see Henry do our cheers. So let me stop rambling and let's see what Henry's doing here in terms of getting each of these nations to show how proud and happy they are to be here at the Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain.
7 nations are here who have only one driver. Now, when I call out a nation of one, that driver stands up, but I want the whole Rotax family to show their appreciation. Can you imagine how hard it is to be the only person from your country here amongst all of this? So we're going to make sure...
Henry just bringing up again 7 drivers, a nation of one, showing off the 7 drivers who are here individually amongst these massive, massive teams.
Multiple drivers here, okay? Understood. Are we ready then? Yay. Are we ready then? Right, let's start off. Officials, I need your assistance with the loudest nation. Into a straw poll, and then get one race on top of it. No, they just get an award to be the loudest nation. Right, here we go.
So here we find out who is the loudest nation.
Nation number 2, Australia. Thank you.
I give that a solid 5 out of 10. So Henry will run through each and every single one of the countries, trying to get to see who is the loudest nation at the Rotax Grand. Henry showing off the family-based vibe of the Rotax Grand Finals. Every country getting in and helping our nation of one to cheer for their individual nations. Hector Ramirez, our oldest competitor there from Chile, leading out their chant. I think France putting on a great showing there. Previous Nations Cup winners in 19 and 21, but it was taken away from them in 22, 23 and 24 by the UK. So maybe just showing how eager they are to reclaim that trophy from Great Britain. The one nation we haven't mentioned, or the name we haven't mentioned, is Jack Bugelia. He is a senior Max driver from Malta. So good to see everybody get involved and assist our nation of one. So yeah, Henry now trying to decide who was the loudest nation up there on the grandstand. The Netherlands seem to think it was them. A couple of shouts from South Africa, but my vote going with either Brazil, any of the South American, that South American corner there looked very, very, sounded very, very loud. Oh, there's Bahrain. So we're double checking. Bahrain quite loud. Oh, Canada sounded like it in for a shot of the win here. No bias, but definitely South Africa. No bias from my side whatsoever, but I think it is definitely South Africa for the loudest voice on the grandstand. Nope. We're having it under discussion. It is under review currently. And it looks as though our loudest nation on the grandstands has been picked as Canada. All our nations now on the grandstand standing up for a photo. Someday, somewhere, somehow, you'll be sitting in your living room showing your grandparents the time you are in the Rotax Grand Finals with one or another of these great drivers who have moved on to illustrious careers in the world of motorsport. This photo, so important for a memory. So many drivers in here with the opportunity and the chance of turning a motorsport career out of their visit into the Rotax Grand Finals. But if not, a memory nonetheless to be part of this great Rotax Grand Finals family, how we all come together to assist, help each other stay on circuit. So many stories throughout this weekend of all these countries getting involved to help each other. It was, I think, Cheveri that had an issue with the entrance license and needed help from another country. Henry was running around trying to ask. Everybody he asked was willing to help, but by the time he got back, it was already resolved. Henry doing his usual comical end of the Rotax Grand Finals photo. He does this every year. Last time we were here, it was please show a heart. There it is. Please show a heart. Something about Baby Shark. Oh no. I think I know what he might be doing here. It may come after 5 and before 8. So many of my young drivers do this over and over again, and I think I know what it might be. This is his iconic driver photo. Often we have to do little, often he makes the drivers do little hand signals for the photo. Last time we were here, it was a heart shape. What are we doing? That is the 6-7. So Henry Baudet making 394 drivers standing on a grandstand give out the 6-7 for the team photo at the Grand Finals. Once these drivers leave this grandstand, though, they will be gifted their one-of-a-kind, unique Bell helmet. Absolutely brilliant from our Master of Ceremonies and lead commentator, the voice of Rotax, Henry Baudet, leading all 394 drivers onto the stand to do their cheers. And then at the end of it, for the team photo, 6-7. I think Matthew Higgins there just had to give a little bit of explanation of what 6-7 is. If Matt Higgins does watch this back, could you please come and explain it to me as well? I've yet to figure out what that is. So ladies and gents, if you are watching the live stream, please help me out with this and put in the chat, please, if you don't mind, what is 6-7? Because I'm still unsure. Clearly Henry knows because he's now put that up there, so maybe I'll ask him in our next class that we commentate on. In about an hour's time, racing will start. More photos to be taken. Henry organizing it all. It'll be the Rotax organization. 2 of the top brass there from Rotax in the front. Peter Olzegen and Mario Gerschuber, General Manager of BRP Rotax and representative of the management board, as well as the General Manager of Karting up there in the front, getting their photo taken with all the drivers behind them. It is so important that these photos and memories are held onto. We do this every single grand final, and for the reason being, Most drivers only ever get one visit to this grand final because it is so difficult around the world to receive a ticket. You have to win in either your home nation or at one of the once-off events from around the world to get yourself here to the Rotax Grand Finals. And as we've seen by how close these classes are yesterday during the heat races, and how close they are if you watch any of the Rotax racing from around the world, it is incredibly difficult to get yourself an entry and a ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals. Team Corridas getting themselves into that team photo as well. They are our officials, as well as the rest of the Rotax organizational group that puts together this event. Everybody in this photo involved in making sure the grand finals happen. It's not the 200, 300, 400, 500 people you'd expect to put on an event of this size. It is a handful of a number of people that work throughout the year to make this happen. The event moves around the world every single year, and I'm sure you can imagine the amount of organizational, logistical nightmares that come out over those 12 months to make this event happen. Some of these individuals have been here for almost 2 weeks, setting up and ensuring that this runs without a hitch. Obviously, every event does have its headaches. Our first day here was testament to that, but the way that it was rallied and put back together, 26 events took place, 26 races took place yesterday. Every single one of them running on time, and every single one of them providing us with some fantastic racing action. Master classes in racecraft shown off, and footage that could be used for many, many years to come as coaching material. All of these drivers, champions in their own right, 394 winners. But today, though, is the start of the pre-finals. At the end of today, 144 drivers, 144 champions will have to pack up, hand back their equipment to our various chassis partners, IPK, Burl Art, and Sodi, and call it a weekend. This is where their weekend may come to an end today. But for some of them, they'll get the prestigious opportunity of being one of the 36 drivers in the final day of the 2025 Rotax Grand Finals here at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit. The final photo being taken. There is the team of people in front of the drivers that put the event together, and behind them, the stars of our show. The drivers, the 394 champions from around the world that make up the Rotax Grand Finals. Well, it isn't actually everybody there. I'm sitting up in the box, so. But there comes our chassis partners. There's Burl Art. They provide the Charles Leclerc micro chassis, the Burl Art DD2, and the Barrichello by Burl Art DD2 Masters Sodi kart behind them. They provide the Senior Max equipment, the Senior Max chassis that all the drivers in Senior Max are aboard. And then off to the right-hand side of our shot there, it is the IPK team. They bring the Formula K and the Prague Junior Max. So they're providing the chassis for the Mini Max and the Junior Max classes. All of these karts are received assembled. The only thing you need to do is fit your seat and your tires. Engines already fitted, everything else already on board the kart. But come the end of the weekend, after your final heat, be it at the end of today, if you don't make the final, or after the final tomorrow, the karts will then be stripped down by each competitor. They have to be cleaned and handed back in the condition that they were received. The only rule is whatever you bend, you mend. A lot of these, and then these karts obviously, well, not obviously, a lot of these karts go up for sale after this event. And often before the end of the event, a lot of the distributors have purchased up all 394 karts that are here for the event as one event chassis, and are then used to compete around the world. Final round of applause for everybody involved. The organizers will filter away from the grandstands. The drivers then down the stairs. And I think it's just behind the stairs. They will receive their gift, a Bell helmet. Another team involved in making sure that all of you around the world get to see this event is Alpha Live, bringing you every minute of coverage on the live stream. I'm sure someone will be at the back of these stairs showing off what the drivers will be getting from Bell Racing. Their Bell Racing helmets, one to 2 scale helmets from Bell with a very, very unique design on them. Will be given to each of these drivers. Only a very small amount of helmets made. It cannot be purchased from anyone else. It cannot be bought from any of the Bell suppliers. It is simply for this event, the Rotax Grand Final. All right, beautiful weather here in Bahrain. We had a bit of cloud cover yesterday. Kind of a lot of the team managers and mechanics I was chatting to, it wreaked a bit of havoc for them as the temperature changed up and down. They weren't quite sure what they were doing tire pressure wise to get those carts to switch on when they needed them to. It is a lot of audience members, I'm sure, watching this. It is difficult to explain the amount of work that goes into making a go-kart go around the circuit. A lot of discussion between driver and mechanic, but we saw the chassis partners up in front of this grandstand, always eager to help. The Rotax team and Rotax workshop as well, making sure that these carts run at their peak optimum performance. And after qualifying, you'll often see a bit of a queue outside the Rotax workshop here in the corner of the pit paddock. There are the helmets, a little tap on top, and the unique Bahrain design. So Secure Bahrain, 25 years. There's the 25 symbol, 2025. And a beautiful RMC Grand Finals visor sticker across the incredibly detailed miniature helmet from Bell Racing. So the Bell helmet, this will be given to each and every single one of the competitors that are here this weekend. Every one of the drivers will receive one of these helmets. You actually see their driver tag being scanned on the way down there. Each of those driver tags have got a barcode in them, so they can be read and registered to each of those drivers. And that is the only time that you will be able to receive that uniquely designed helmet. It's unique even from the 2023 version. So Rotax ensuring they don't just reuse them. A completely new design given out to each of these drivers every year. So you can commemorate this amazing experience. The magnitude of this event is second to none. Only drivers who win in their respective nations or from international once-off events can compete here at the Rotax Grand Finals and receive their gift from Rotax and Bell of a miniature custom-designed helmet, down to details such as the Hans clips on the back of the helmet, anodized aluminium clips. The visor opens. The interior of the helmet is also quite good. We couldn't quite see it with the visor closed there, but if you open the visor on that helmet, even the interior is generally a red, as I've just heard a box hit the ground, but it is a Bell helmet. They're well built. I don't think any damage will come to that helmet from hitting the ground. There's Rubens Barrichello receiving his Bell helmet from Helmut. Helmut Vergelsen, the group leader of kart sales and the founder of this event, the Rotax Grand Finals. It was his brainchild to put this together, and how it has grown over the years. We heard from Guy Sheffield saying the first event, there were just over 200 competitors. We are now sitting at 394. The first Rotax Grand Finals took place, as I get my notes just to confirm, the first Rotax Grand Finals taking place in 2001, and only providing the MAX class, no other classes. And as it grew, more classes were added. 2003 was the first time we had a junior max class compete in the Rotax Grand Finals. 2004, the RM1 and Masters were added. The RM1 being the predecessor to the DD2. It was a one-make chassis. Interesting type of bodywork put on it, but the concept stayed the same, and they allowed more chassis manufacturers into the fray with the new arrival of the DD2, each karting manufacturer producing a DD2 frame. The reason the RM1 was the first of its kind because it used a very unique way to drive the axle. There is no chain drive on an RM1, or now called DD2. The axle drives straight, the shaft runs straight through the gearbox of a DD2 motor with a coupling system providing power to the rear axle. In fact, the E20 run exactly the same way, so no change on those karts. It is what they call a direct drive with a 2-speed gearbox, hence the name DD2. So in 2004, RM1 was added with a Masters class RM1, then becoming the DD2. In 2012 was the first ever Mini-Max entry into the Rotax Grand Finals. That was in Sano and won by Jaden Als. So that young South African, the first ever Mini-Max Rotax Grand Final winner. Thereafter, the micro was added as well, so we're now up to 8 categories here at the DD2 Grand Finals. It is Micro Max, Mini Max, Junior Max, Senior Max, DD2, DD2 Masters, E20 Senior, and E20 Master, with the addition of one more class next year in 2026, the E10. That is the mini version of the electric powered vehicles, so not combustion powered, only electric powered. And they were here this weekend as a demonstration. We had 2 E10s out on circuit, driven by Costco and Millwood. They were out on circuit with a non-qualifying practice and running inside the top 10 of the lap times throughout official practice this year in Bahrain, competing with the Mini Maxes. As we watch more of our drivers come down the stairs, there is a Portuguese driver, Nicole, coming to grab her unique and one-of-a-kind Bell helmet. The master of ceremonies, has joined me here in the commentary box. How long did it take you to get up here? About 6-7 seconds.
Can I just apologize to viewers worldwide? I was hoping to get through the entire Grand Finals without doing 6-7, but it's the only global symbol that every nation understands, you know? So there we go. Yeah.
I can think of one other hand signal, but we can't show it on live TV.
1, 2, 1, 2, because you're number 1 and you keep telling me I'm number 2. So there we are.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Let's have a look at that. You know, the chanting was great. The Team USA race suits. There's Oliver Hodgson coming down, former champion. There's Enzo Di Janeiro. And Big Money Paulie Massimino, Cooper O'Clair, he's going to struggle to make the finals later on. And here comes some of Team UK drivers, Harry Freeman and Albie Lapper.
One of the 32 entries.
One of the
from
32.
Team GBR.
Yes, you've seen that. What were you? I don't know how well you could hear on the live stream the chanting competition.
Very well. In fact, we actually paused. I've paused my conversation so we could hear and see. I think you chose wrong.
Uh-oh.
I do think you chose
Well, you're
wrong.
South African.
Yeah, so who do you think I chose?
Canada.
No, definitely South Africa.
Oh, right, okay, I get it. There's Macy Williams going through. Now,
another driver that's going to struggle to make
the final it is.
Tomorrow.
We've got the point standings here. Yes, I did leave them out. We've got obviously 4 classes of drivers. There's one of our Nation of One drivers, Mika Slabat, going through from Malaysia. Christos Oikonomou from Greece, he's done well. We'll give you an idea. So obviously in Micro Masters, E20 Senior, E20 Masters, everybody makes the main event. The other classes, not so. Now, the points are extra in this next race.
Can I pause you before you start that point? Because I am unsure.
I'm also unsure how many points are available in the next race.
Right.
We should probably find out before we get going.
That would be a good idea.
Yes.
But if anybody in the chat actually knows,
that's a danger. Asking the public is always
a bad idea?
It's always dangerous.
Because I did ask the public what 6-7 means, so I think I might have
Nobody knows.
I must have owed it a can of worms there.
We've got an answer about what 6-7 means, or what the point situation in the finals.
I think it was an answer of what 6-7 is.
Okay, please, Kyle, enlighten us.
It's in the chat. I can't quite, it's too small for me to read. Apparently it was a kid in America talking about a point score in a basketball game, and it was 6-7.
I see.
But we were talking about the points. As far as I understand it, you score a certain amount of points for your heats.
Yes.
But your pre-final is worth 1.5 times that.
Okay.
As far as I understand.
No problem. So a heat win is worth 50 points.
Correct.
So therefore, a pre-final win would be worth 75 points.
Yes. You're better at math than I am.
Excellent.
And that makes sense.
There we are. There is an official timetable. Please don't keep asking on the live chat what's the timetable, because it is available on the Rotax Global app, which you can download. Hello to Robin Raikkonen watching. The racing is due to start. I will tell you when the first race is. The first race begins at 3 minutes past 5 in exactly 1 hour's time. Now, in that hour, don't go away, we have a series of films that have been made. We have a series of interviews that we have done over the last few days. To give you a full flavour of this event, we'll be live pre-race. There's Helmut Vergelsam. Obviously, every single driver here has been given a replica Bell crash helmet. There they are, being given out. If we had Genway down the ground somewhere, we could probably...
We did show it off. In fact, we did show it off. So I was talking about it, and Alpha Live did bring it up with the custom design on the Bahrain International Circuit helmet. Sano, the Bahrain 2023 was the first time those helmets were handed out. So we're on to our third iteration of the Bell helmet. It is unique only to this event, and you cannot get it anywhere else.
Getting lots of questions. When is Jacob Ashcroft racing? Well, he'll be racing in Junior Rotax. Tell you what, I'll repeat that again. Download the Global Rotax app. The timetable is on there. I will say no more. That also has the grids and the points as things stand. We will explain to you.
Well, let's have a look.
Watching there. Robin Raikkonen's been watching every day. You know Robin Raikkonen, he qualified with this event last year. His dad used to race in Formula 1.
Did he?
Yeah, Heikki Kovalainen.
I think it might have been Kimi.
Sorry, Kimi. Sorry. Don't punch me when you see me.
I must tell you, though, when he was here, and it's something that I have said to a lot of people back when I do talk about this, is that you would expect that a driver of that caliber with that much experience
would have a mechanic.
Have a mechanic, have a full team of people, have all the assistants, all the data, all the laptops.
Absolutely not.
It was simply Kimi and Robin.
It's father and son time.
Father and son racing.
It's the same concept that when Rubens Barrichello and his sons Eduardo and Fernando race at the Rotax Winter Trophy in Orlando. They're just there, father and son time. That's the joy of karting.
In what sport can you travel the world and spend so much time
with your family?
With your family.
Yeah, no. That,
and it really is a family sport.
With them.
We spoke to moms. We spoke to moms.
Yes.
They're integral parts of that team, looking after it and making sure that all the traveling arrangements are taken care of and the kids feel like they're ready to go out and race, to the dads, to the brothers, to the sisters. It really is a family affair.
It's a family sport. And you would have seen the family atmosphere in the grandstand. You know, the nations cheering. Who do you think? Who in the live chat? Who thought they had the loudest chant in the live chat? Anyone? I mean, Canada won. Bahrain had a lot of help from the marshals. But Canada, I think, South Africa were very good. France, think they were robbed, standard procedure. Colombia also were a little bit miffed. They weren't in my top 3. But again, I'm standing down there, and it's just a case of, making everyone feel welcome. But the family aspect was the nations of one.
I love that.
How many cheers did all the drivers who from the nation of one get for the rest of the drivers? And that's the most important. That's the key thing about this event. It's the thing about this event that is different from any other global final. Now, yes, you have the FIA World Championships for the OK and OK Junior classes. You have the KZ World Championship with the FIA. You have the Iami Warriors final. You have the Rock Cup finals in Italy. Rotax, they call it mono-brand racing, single make engines. Of those, the Rotax Grand Finals has a special atmosphere because, of course, you won't see a single team logo. You won't see a Dan Holland Racing, a Strawberry Racing. You won't see a Jan Darms racing outfit or a Ryan Perry Motorsport or a Rollerson Performance Group or any of the other teams. You will not see Factory Tony, you will not see Factory Sodi Kart, Factory this. You will simply see countries, national flags, national emblems, badges over the drivers' hearts. It creates a different atmosphere that if you've never been to the Grand Finals, you won't comprehend. And you have to come to a Grand Finals to really understand the ethos behind this event.
It's a case of, and what I do love about the Rotax Grand Finals, one of the biggest things that draws me towards that is the arrive and drive concept. As you arrive, you...
Come this way.
Come this way.
That's better. James.
Okay.
You want to...
Bye. Come back. But the one thing I do love is the arrive and drive concept of arrive at the circuit.
Yep.
Pick a number.
Yep.
Fetch a cart.
Yep.
And you get it predominantly assembled. It's missing
Yes.
tires and a seat. And we did discuss how important that seat is throughout the commentary this weekend. But
Yeah.
you get it, seat, tires, go racing.
Absolutely. You've seen a lot of the paddock area of the circuit this morning, this afternoon. Hello to wherever you're watching in the world. Then you must now see the actual circuit. What are the drivers faced with when they go out? Let's show you. So this is Bahrain International Karting Circuit. It's known as one of the best in the world. The drivers love it. Why? Let's find out. Giving you a guided tour of this 16-corner track. Across the start-finish line, turn 1 is fast, flat, and very, very spectacular. But that's about the only flat part of this circuit as we head into the first of 3 timing sectors. Sector number 1 is an absolute roller coaster of a ride. You've got to maintain rhythm. You've got to maintain the apexes, because if you don't, then you're offline for the first big overtaking opportunity up at turn number 5. Out of turn number 5 into the middle sector. Short, sharp, spectacular, and with turn number 8, the key overtaking point of the entire circuit. You can't run out too wide for track limits, and if you're too slow out of it, then you're slow on the run up to the top end of the circuit, sector number 3. The incredible corkscrew corner at the top end of the track. A good exit out of there means you're in prime position for the final set of 90-degree corners that may decide who wins this year's Rotax Grand Finals. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is why the drivers love this circuit, and that is why the Rotax Grand Finals has come back to Bahrain for a 3rd time. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It is one of the best. It's not without a little bit of controversy. Track limits.
It's been a touchy subject. We've got into the limits of it.
Yeah,
But we have witnessed, I mean, we've even said it in the racing, a lot of drivers using a little bit more than what they should have. But they've been given an amount to you, but how much is too much and how much is too little? It's a very difficult conversation
it's a very,
to
very
have.
difficult conversation. The Rotax Grand Finals is the culmination of a year of effort. There are 394 tickets. Now, next year's Grand Finals, well, we'll reveal the venue for that tomorrow during the podium celebrations. But where does the Rotax Grand Finals road begin? Well, for the last year and in 2026, the first tickets that are available to be handed out is at the Rotax MAX Challenge International Trophy Asia. Now, Rotax has many international trophies, one for each continent. It has the International Trophy Europe, which is held every July in Le Mans, France. It has the Rotax MAX Challenge International Trophy South America, which is held at the end of September and early October. Next year, that will be held in Uruguay. In Asia, the International Trophy in 2025 was held in Thailand. In 2026, for the first time in Rotax's history, there will be a Rotax race in Macau. And here is how you can get one of the first 5 tickets to next year's Grand Finals. So there you go, Rotax competitors. You have until the 15th of December. Chang from Rotax, Thailand and Malaysia. Chang from Rotax, Thailand and Malaysia. You're the promoter of the Rotax MAX Challenge International Trophy Asia. And it's you that hand out the first tickets every year to the Grand Final.
Yep.
Now, in January this next year, I think from January from the 20th to the 26th, we are going to Macau for the very first time. How proud are you to be the guardian of the very first 5 tickets to be handed out for next year's Grand Finals?
Yeah, we are very proud and very honored that Rotax giving us the opportunity to host such an event, and especially for the first time, Rotax is gonna be racing in Macau for the very first time ever. So I'm really looking forward to it, and there's a lot of work going on behind the scene that through the preparation and everything. So we're really pushing very hard.
Now, I was present for the first International Trophy Asia this year in 2025 in the Bahrain circuit in Thailand, but we're moving to Macau, which is known as the Monaco of the East. Now, anyone who knows anything about motorsport will be very familiar with the Portuguese enclave of Macau. It's a beautiful setting, but yes, Rotax will compete in Macau for the very first time next January. Who have you got to thank for helping to make this happen?
First of all, we would like to thank you, Rotax, for giving us the opportunity, and also Mr. Philip So, who has been helping us through the process, and of course AMC, Macau, ASN, and yeah, that was, yeah.
Now, we had 130 drivers in Thailand in January this year. Not just from Thailand, but from all over Asia and Europe. I think some of the European drivers turned up thinking, oh, this might be an easy ticket, but not one of them got a ticket, because Rotax racing in Asia is growing in popularity and strength, isn't it? And it's helped, I suppose, by young, forward-thinking distributors like yourself.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be a tough competition, but I'm looking forward to welcome all the drivers from Europe and all over the world because this is an international event. So any nation could win the tickets on this event.
And that's key. So 5 tickets, mini, junior, senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters. And there are lots of arrive and race packages available. If we have a driver from Europe or North America, for example, that wants to come over to the Asia Trophy, the Asia International Trophy, where would you advise them to go to look for entry information, but also about teams that could potentially host them on an arrive and race basis?
They can contact me directly, and then I would connect them to the local teams around there, and I'm sure the teams over there in Asia would be a pleasure to welcome all the drivers, and they can contact with the team directly with all the details and what they needed.
Okay, so what's your website and email address?
Our website is www.rotax underscore, is it?
Yes.
Underscore Asia /RMC IT Asia.
Okay, www.rotax underscore
underscore Asia.com /RMC IT Asia. Yeah.
The significance of going to Macau is tremendous, isn't it? How, it's been the first time that Rotax will have ever been there. What could drivers from Europe expect from the culture that they'll experience? Because the racing culture is very different. What can they expect from a trip to Macau?
As far as I know, I've been there myself to meet up with the ASN over there. They have a great support. All the tourism is great. The traveling is convenient over there. It's not a problem. And lots of activities that they could do there as well, apart from the racing.
Well, Chang, thank you very much. So there you have it, a new organising body for the International Trophy Asia. This will be the second year that Rotax Thailand and Malaysia have organised the biggest Rotax event in Asia. 5 tickets, the very first 5 tickets to the 2026 Grand Finals available, January the 20th to the 26th. The road to the Rotax Grand Finals 2026 starts in Macau. Can't wait to go to Macau, and we will be bringing you more information about some of the other major international Rotax events at the start of the year where you can get your tickets, because of course every nation has their own national Rotax Max Challenge, which is open to license holders from that country. For example, in the South American Rotax Max, the South African Rotax Max Challenge, drivers from South Africa get their tickets to represent South Africa in that, don't they?
Yeah, but over and above that, we also have what we call the African Open, so
Exactly.
which is one sort of event inviting all drivers from around Africa, not just Africa though. All international drivers are welcome to come join us, and we compete for a ticket at that African Open.
And that is how the drivers from Mozambique and Namibia got their tickets via the African Open.
Christian Boucher, an entry from Mozambique, was via the African Open, but Kian Fussel was competing in Namibia for his ticket. So that was a national champion winner from Namibia.
Excellent.
Racing in Windhoek. Quite an interesting circuit. It's actually at the Tony Rust main circuit.
Excellent, excellent. Well, what do you do? What do you do when you want to expand your racing career and maybe double up with some Rotax racing and some car racing? Well, that's just as well that Rotax have got a great partnership with Porsche Motorsport. Let's see how you can go racing in a Porsche.
With 35 one-make cups, Porsche Motorsport is the leading manufacturer of monobrand racing series in automobile racing. The central maxims are safety, equal opportunities, and affordable motorsport at the highest professional level. Coupled with the highest level of technical customer support, including worldwide and fast spare parts supply, as well as top marketing, Porsche Motorsport offers its customers, from motorsport beginners to professionals, a wide range of excellent racing platforms worldwide. At Porsche Motorsport, we feel that BRP Rotax is sharing the same values, following the same principles as we do in our championships, and seeing already a lot of karting drivers progressing into our championships is a great basis for our common cooperation.
At BRP Rotax, we feel that the One Make series that we run with the Rotax Racing, the karting itself, is very much in line with the Porsche Racing, and therefore it's an easy transition for our drivers from one to the other. We've produced a lot of champions coming from Rotax Racing into the Porsche series, which is spectacular for our future.
Well, there you go. Fancy going to Porsche as an ex-driver?
Absolutely a series I'd love to go in. A single make class in any form of motorsport is the best way, in my opinion, to go racing.
Yeah, and of course, with the relationship between Porsche and Rotax, that is a nice little segue as well, because Porsche are here. What is the Porsche that is in the paddock?
I think that's a GT3 Cup.
It's
no, GT3R.
Well, I mean, you've been salivating over it.
Yes, I have. I didn't even look at the badge, though.
And I like the advert that it's not parked, it's just waiting.
But it does look like it's moving standing still. If you have a look at a car like that. You stand at a particular angle, it actually looks like it's racing while standing still.
Rotax have made one egregious error. They have put an instruction around the Porsche saying, please do not touch the Porsche.
It should have been a barbed wire fence.
Yeah, because every time you walk past it, there are drivers and families hand on the roof having a photo next to the Porsche.
You can't pass up that opportunity, though.
No. We've seen, as part of the welcoming ceremony, the drivers' parade, that each Rotax driver has been given a gift from Rotax and their partners. That gift is a replica Bell crash helmet. And you'll notice that on the circuit, there is the biggest crash helmet that I have ever seen, courtesy of Bell. Let's hear a little bit about Bell crash helmets.
They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. I'm the new leader, it's time for a change.
Well, it says visit your stand there, Henry.
Yes.
There is one at the driver's tent.
Yes,
just in front of the
there
driver's
is.
tent is the Bell stand. You can go and purchase yourself a miniature of any of your top drivers.
Yeah. So if, for example, I wanted to go and get a miniature Kyle Lawrence crash helmet after my racing hero, Nigel Mansell, because you've got a Nigel Mansell style crash helmet.
Yeah,
haven't you?
there's a reason I've got a Nigel Mansell crash helmet.
Is your middle name's Nigel?
No, it's because when Nigel was really, really on, he was super fast. But when he wasn't, he was shocking. And that's pretty much my motorsport career.
Fair enough. That's fair enough indeed. In the chat, you just saw the Bell crash helmets there. What the colours? There was a lime green one, there was a blue one, there was a red one. What's the favourite colour out of all those Bell crash helmets? Let us know in the chat what livery Bell crash helmet that you guys, girls, prefer of the ones that you just saw in that commercial. I quite like the lime green one myself.
My favourite version of those KMC7 helmets is they actually do F1 drivers as well. So all the F1 drivers that use a Bell helmet, they have a version that is very similar to your favorite F1 driver. So Charles Leclerc, you can get one, and we've seen a couple of them kicking around. Christian Boucher uses it.
Yes.
You can also get a Lewis Hamilton. So which one of your favorite drivers uses a Bell helmet? You can then purchase an actual Bell helmet to use with that design already on it.
Yeah, here. Now, amongst all the social media that goes out around this event, for the past 11 years, in fact, they started the first year that I was part of the Grand Finals in 2014. There are two gentlemen, Michael Hounschmidt and Basti Funk. They create some of the best films about karting that I have ever seen, and I'm always so grateful to be part of those films. So if you see the roundup films and my voice at the end of it, that is the films made by, we call them Michi and Basti. They are invaluable members of the Rotax family here at the Grand Finals. This week, they have been showing you how the world-famous kart lineup is put together, and also about the parity and fairness of this event. Let's check them out.
So, matey, we're walking out here for the umpteenth time, many, many years of pushing go-karts onto the track. I think we started this, I don't know, 20 years ago?
Yeah, probably something like this, yeah.
Someone put a couple of karts out there and said, that looks really cool. And then we thought, okay, put a couple more out and just built and built and built. It takes a good year of setting up what we have now, from the people behind the scenes back at Rotax, and also the Shadi partners working together as one for this event.
Nice thing over here is we work all together.
Yeah, everyone helping one another and pushing each other. You will not believe what they have to do to line the karts up, and now they're using lasers to get everything perfect in place. So it's a huge effort, a monumental effort.
Something we will be proud of.
I mean, it's in the heart, isn't it? Yeah. Absolute pleasure always.
Pleasure for us because you are here.
I mean, from your perspective, this is still impressive, isn't it, every time you see it?
Funny thing for me is, you know, that how many people are commenting, this must be fake.
Yeah.
That's for me the best, you know.
Yeah.
The people who are here, they see that it's real.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Those pictures are going around the globe. I think
immediately.
Everyone is excited, you know.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep them off the
track.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's one of the most iconic pictures you're going to get. To see one of these go-karts that is on the grid at a 400, and then you get the raffle and you pull it out, that's your number of the kart. You walk down and select your go-kart. It's just such a spectacular situation. For the people coming here for the first time and seeing this is just out of this world.
So parity is very, very good with the Rotax engine, and I would say the Rotax engine specifically, you pull them out of the box and they are all pretty much dead even.
Usually as an Australian, when you travel overseas, you're not going to get the same equipment as the Europeans just because they're a bit more known. Whereas Rotax, I don't feel that way. So you know when you arrive, it's just down to the driver and getting the kart set up right. You don't have to worry about if you've got a really good engine or not.
We want to have this competition as fair as possible to all the drivers. We checked top 3 and some random drivers. So everything that it's possible that they change or try to modify it, we will check.
The biggest payoff putting all the efforts to the topic parity is the closest racing you can ever see.
You've got to be pinpoint perfect everywhere. I think that's what's really cool about the event. You've got to be perfect and you've really got to nail it to be good up the front. To me, everyone's wearing the same helmet out there. There's no difference at all.
It really feels like it's just all on the driver for this race, and that's what's so special about it.
They all know that they are at the same level and they all have the same opportunity to win the grand finals.
From the start to the end, the closest grid, and it's not decided within the first 1/3 of a race. It will be decided in the last. And this makes us happy as Rotax that we have done our job in terms of parity.
Quite simply, cinematic in style and quality in the live chat. Bravo, bravo. If you want to see more films from previous years and from this year's Grand Final, simply go to the Rotax Karting YouTube channel and look at all the Grand Finals clips from previous years. You will need to sit down and spend a good 20 minutes for each year. My personal favourite, the roundup video at the end of each Grand Finals. They're on there, 2022 in Portimao, 2023 from this circuit in Bahrain, 2024 I was honoured enough to be able to write and voice a script with my commentary mentor and the original voice of Rotax Karting, Ken Walker. They are truly inspirational pieces of filmmaking. Now, you may have noticed things have changed slightly. Kyle Lawrence hasn't just sat down. This is Luke Millward. Luke sat on the Micromax pole at the 2024 Grand Finals in Sarno. This year, he has been one of 2 drivers invited by Rotax to drive the E10 kart in the practice sessions. They've gone out with the Minimax drivers for the 2 unofficial practice days. We'll talk to Luke about what the E10 kart is all about after we see a lap of this circuit behind the wheel of an E10. So, it was quite a full lap, but that was Luke driving in practice a couple of days ago. Luke, explain a little bit about what we saw. First of all, what was the boost and the charge button across the bottom? Because these electric karts, they do have a boost button, like a push to pass, don't they?
Yeah, just what you do is when you come out of a corner, you click it, and it gets you from your low speed to your top speed way quicker, and also it tends to be about every 45 seconds.
So every 45 seconds it recharges and you get like it's a 5-second boost of power, is that right?
Yes.
Now, you were out testing with the Minimax drivers. You race Minimax in the UK. What are the differences and what are the similarities? Well, first of all, we'll start off. What are the same similarities between a normal Rotax-powered internal combustion engine Minimax kart and the new E10 kart? What's similar about them?
Well, the similarities are the middle speed's the same, and also like the handling's pretty similar.
And the differences?
The differences are in the E10 you get more off the corner but slower top speed, and also in the E10 you have to brake harder because of the extra weight.
How much extra weight is there? Is it very much heavier or is it just a little bit?
About 10 kilos.
About 10 kilos. But we were watching the lap times. Yourself and Francesco Cosco from Canada, who was the other E10 driver out there, one of you went out with each Minimax practice group. Where did you finish in practice compared to the normal Minimax drivers?
About 12, somewhere around there, but it's just because our tyre gets too hot and it overheats quicker than everyone else's with the extra weight.
So, apart from the tyre being used up a little bit quicker, as over the course of a lap, generally, you're about as fast as the Minimax drivers, yes?
Correct.
Now, you've been here as an ambassador for Rotax this year. You've raced in the British Minimax Championship, just missed out on a ticket. Next year, I know you'll be fighting hard to come back. How has it been being invited out here for Rotax, going on stage in front of all the distributors and promoting a new product? How has that made you feel?
It made me feel good, but it also made me feel that next year has to be the year.
Has to be the year for you to come back. You've just mentioned, now, in the UK, what number do you run?
138.
Who has got number 138 in Minimax?
Hugo Fuentes.
Hugo Fuentes from Spain. Have you spoken to Hugo and told him that that's a very fast number?
No.
No, well, he knows now, ladies and gentlemen. He knows now. In the UK, E10s will become available to race. Why would somebody who's new to karting go out and buy an E10 chassis?
Because it's fun to use the boost button and also you're saving the planet.
You are saving the planet. Very, very good indeed. We're going to see you back at the 2026 Grand Finals in a Minimax.
Yes, and probably in an E10 as well.
Because next year, the E10 class will be its own stand-alone Grand Finals category for the very first time. Now, in the chat, there's some of your friends, isn't there? Robin Raikkonen is in the chat. He's the son of former Formula One world champion Kimi Raikkonen, and we're still working on getting Kimi in a Rotax kart. But there are one or two other Formula One drivers out there who still race Rotax. Why? Because they love it. Let Rubens Barrichello, DD2 Masters champion, explain.
Rubens Barrichello, welcome back to the Grand Finals and, of course, winning your ticket to qualify there in Orlando at the Winter Trophy.
Yeah, it was a great way to conquer the ticket, and I'm so proud to be here once again. This place called my attention like 2 years ago with all the racing, and it's great to be back.
Of course, you and your sons both keep turning up, racing karts. Why is that?
We love doing it, and this time it was only me that qualified, so Eduardo didn't get the chance to be here, although he was quite close. And we just love. After here, we have more racing. We still have the 500 miles back in Brazil where the whole family is going to race together. So it's a racy family.
Yeah, racing family. I know they're probably watching, but we'll be watching that race when you're all together for sure. And I have to ask you, what's it like to have a go-kart with your own name on and you're racing that here at the Grand Finals?
Oh, this is a great story because it's I've always been doing karting, and then when I spoke to Ronnie at Biro Art, for me it's a joint venture. I'm so proud to be part of the Biro Art family, and then you have a Barrichello kart by Biro Art. So it's the same as the Biro Art, same competitiveness and everything. And to see, with all the group that I'm racing, to see my name on the go-kart, it makes me really proud.
Of course, unless you're in front, you're going to see a lot of those karts around you, also on the grid. You've got really the field with the depth of experience. It's incredible. So when you add up all that experience and you're going to see how your kart performs, you're probably going to get some tips on setup from other people. Tell me a little bit about your family foundation. Now, a few people have asked me about how do they find out about this, but supporting children, of course, in Brazil.
Well, not just that. We're going from hungriness zero, so we are trying to feed, but you need to go to the bottom of the problem, and we have been to the whole story of the world where the Indians came, to discover Brazil, and how with no money they had so much food. and that's how, you know, learning every day with that, and how we're gonna help in the future. So basically, it's on the terrain, on the earth, that you need to produce all the products and all the basically fruits and everything that comes out of earth, and we're going to keep on helping.
No, it's really great, and I wanted to mention that because anyone can check out, of course, your social media and learn more about it. Yeah. But you know what I was thinking? A funny thing. You're here. I think we should put a call out to some of the guys who are former Formula One drivers whose children also race karts, like Kimi and all different guys out there, you know, Kartika and Chandok, Mika, Hakkinen, and say, why don't they try and qualify? Do we want them to turn up at the Winter Trophy in Florida or not?
I would love to see them racing again, but I think some of them have nothing else to do with the racing. I still love it too much.
It's because it's your passion. It's our passion. We want to say thank you so much. We're going to let you go because you're on the grid practicing. Yeah. I know you're racing as well next weekend when you leave here. Racing every week. Thank you so much, Rubens Barrichello. It's an absolute pleasure, and we're going to see what happens. And we love the go-kart. Of course, I know that there's a donation happening next year just for everyone at home in Wings for Life in Austria. Watch for this go-kart at that auction, but this is the guy you need to be watching. Kart number?
527.
527. Thank you so much, Rubens. Thank you.
Great to hear from Rubens Barrichello. He first came to the Grand Finals in 2015. Yeah. Why does he do it? Because believe it or not, Rubens Barrichello has never been able to compete for Brazil in any of his racing career. This is his only opportunity to actually compete for the country he was born in, that he lives in, that he feels so passionate about. And that is what keeps bringing him back.
I did get the opportunity to drive with him in 2023.
Did you get the opportunity to try and overtake him?
Try? I think I did it, didn't I? I've still got a clip of your voice saying so.
Here we go.
Well,
right.
Before we 16 minutes
to go.
Before
we're going
we
to
hit our
start
mini-max.
previewing the races. Jen Wade will be down on the pre-grid area, I believe. But we got one more interview to play you. Now, part of the Rotax Grand Finals, it's not just about what happens on the circuit. Rotax put on entertainment from start to finish for the drivers, their teams, and their families. One of those bits of entertainment occurred a few days ago when Red Bull athlete and one of the world's greatest drifting stars, Abdo El Faghali, took some of our drivers for a bit of a thrill ride and put on a drifting show that nobody will ever forget.
Abdo El Faghali, now we're here again in the paddock. I've met you here in the paddock for a few years now, but a little bit different reason. A dad, Christopher, of course, was one of our champions in 2022. But I want to know your story. We never actually talked about how you got into motorsport.
Jan, honestly, we've been to the Grand Final since 2018 in Brazil, and it's always a nice memory. Definitely this year it's different. We're not competing here, so no pressure at all. Since we entered the track last night, I was telling Christopher and Sammy, guys, I don't feel the same pressure that we used to have before. So yeah, I come from a family directly related into racing and rallying. I remember in the early 80s, my father used to race with the old BMW 2002. He had a workshop just underneath the house. So imagine every day going to school, coming back. The first thing I see was that racing car. So definitely, it just, you know, it entered into the blood, and it became our passion. Luckily, in 1998, I started rallying in Lebanon. And since then, I've won, like, let's say, 6 rally championships, 11 hill climb and autocross championships. We set the Guinness World Record for the world's longest drift. Red Bull athlete since 2002. It's crazy. And lately, I've been, you know, competing a little bit because, you know, Christopher has been taking all my money. So especially now, he's joined Red Bull junior team in the F4. So hopefully we can get back to racing soon, as they say. I've been organizing the Red Bull Car Park Drift all over the world, and this is what we'll be showing later here today. In the track, we'll be doing some drifting stuff, getting, you know, some kids from the karting just to show them the drifting world so that they can have some fun.
And of course, in this region, it's really huge.
Definitely, definitely. Drifting, I mean, when we started the Red Bull Car Park Drift back in 2010, imagine, since then we've been organizing, let's say, around 20 events through every year. So it's really good because you know what, Jen, before we do the Red Bull Car Park Drift, people, unfortunately, they were drifting on public highways, especially in Saudi Arabia and some other places. Luckily, we managed to get these drivers into our safe area and to make champions out of them.
Yeah, it's really something different. I know we were in Oman for Mina some years ago, and it was crazy, absolutely crazy after the race in the afternoon. We're going to see it again. Of course, anyone that isn't here live to see it will actually be able to watch it later and see some of the highlights also on social media. But tell me one thing. You're a dad, 2 boys racing, Luca and Chris. Of course, they've done Rotax. So why the choice for Rotax?
To be honest with you, Jen, I believe it's the best field that you can have equal cars with everyone. You know, with other disciplines in karting, you have people, you know, working with the engine, paying a lot of money to get a better engine, and that's unfair, to be honest with you. We've tested some other disciplines, but for me, Rotax is the best. And we've seen lately, the last maybe 5 or 6 years, we have all the best karters coming from all the disciplines and competing in the Rotax. So it makes it a good field, I mean, just to see where you are against other people. So as you said, with Christopher, he became the Rotax World Champion in 2022. We started with Luca. He's still 9 years old. He's twice Lebanese Micromax champion. Lately, I've been, you know, dedicated more time to Christopher, you know, especially with the F4, but hopefully starting from next year, we're gonna start working with Luca again, and hopefully you're gonna see us back again with the Grand Final competing.
I hope we are. Of course, we're going to have a great show. The kids are competing on the sim against the 2 boys as well. Sure. But any advice to finish off for any other parents? You know, you're from a motorsport background, not everyone is, but any advice you give parents as to how to approach this? Because, you know, you really achieved a lot with Christopher and, of course, now with Luca.
Sure. The main thing that I always, tell to the parents that are attending the events, just take it easy. Sometimes they just get nervous with their kids. At the end of the day, these kids are doing their passion, so we shouldn't ruin it. Okay, if they need some time to adapt maybe or to work with the braking or aligning on a certain corner, just give it some time. Let them practice more and more, and then don't put the pressure. The Grand Final, already everyone who's here, they are all champions. That's why they were selected to represent their countries here. Just take it easy, and then it will come, I'm sure.
I'm sure it will. You're going to hang around for a little while. Sure. We're going to watch the boys on the sim. Cool. But for anyone watching this now in the live stream, make sure you check it out from this afternoon, Monday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, very good.
Mr. Alfagadi there, the drift champion from Red Bull. He did put on a crazy show. I mean, there was a SUV up on 2 wheels. He was drifting around with it. Our producer, James, was absolutely blown away by it.
Yeah, it was spectacular. It really, really was. So a big thank you to Abdo and to his son, Christopher, who was also here. An entire, you know, a very, very supportive family indeed. We're going to be going racing very shortly.
15 minutes, I think, before we get started.
About 15 minutes to go. Pre-finals, 1 race for every driver. Minimax will be up first, and Kyle will be joining me in the commentary box for that race. But I tell you what, let's give the viewers just another quick sample of the Bahrain International Kart Circuit. So this is Bahrain International Karting Circuit. It's known as one of the best in the world. The drivers love it. Why? Let's find out. Giving you a guided tour of this 16-corner track. Across the start-finish line, turn 1 is fast, flat, and very, very spectacular. But that's about the only flat part of this circuit as we head into the first of 3 timing sectors. Sector number 1 is an absolute roller coaster of a ride. You've got to maintain rhythm. You've got to maintain the apexes, because if you don't, then you're offline for the first big overtaking opportunity up at turn number 5. Out of turn number 5 into the middle sector. Short, sharp, spectacular, and with turn number 8, the key overtaking point of the entire circuit. You can't run out too wide for track limits, and if you're too slow out of it, then you're slow on the run up to the top end of the circuit, sector number 3. The incredible corkscrew corner at the top end of the track. A good exit out of there means you're in prime position for the final set of 90-degree corners that may decide who wins this year's Rotax Grand Finals. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is why the drivers love this circuit, and that is why the Rotax Grand Finals has come back to Bahrain for a 3rd time. That is what awaits our drivers today. The evening has set in. The floodlights are coming on as we speak. Behind us, the Formula One circuit. That is silent, empty and dark. Why? Because all the lights, all the noise, and all the excitement is surrounding the Bahrain International Kart Circuit pre-finals about to get underway. We'll throw it down to pit lane where Jen Wade is waiting.
Well, down on the grid here, first pre-final of the Mini-Max. I think I can feel the tension in the air. How you feeling? Huh? Alfie? How you feeling?
Good, obviously, yeah.
Are you ready to go racing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready. I wish I was driving.
Yeah.
Think they've got an extra cart?
Yeah, it's a really great place to drive.
It is a great circuit to drive. What about this race? What do you have to do? You're in a good position. What do you have to do in this race to make sure you've got a good position for tomorrow?
Well, we obviously want to stay inside the top 5.
Yep.
We're so far starting P7 for tomorrow. So hopefully we can just gain some places. Hopefully we're looking for a top 3 finisher.
Yeah. It's been good so far. Some really, really close racing. Incredible, hasn't it?
Yeah, the racing's been amazing, hard and fair.
Okay, good luck. A little bit noisy there, so thank you. There's Ryan getting organised. And of course, Emerson's dad, Wayne, getting him all in focus and ready. No pressure. It's been fantastic so far. Really good. Okay, I'm going to walk a little bit down the grid. Lucian, good luck. Okay, there's Tom. Tom Reed. Hey. Hey, Kato. It's a bit noisy, these guys.
Yeah.
How are you?
Quiet.
Yeah. You having fun? You had a good day yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, it was today morning, the warm-up session, we didn't have the car set up properly, so we were a bit struggling.
Yeah.
So now I think the car is perfect, so I think I can go on the top, beat these UK drivers.
I think you can go in the top as well. Are you enjoying the racing against all these good drivers here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Really, really great experience, isn't it? Okay, we're going to say good luck. Anyone to say hi to quick?
My mum?
Yeah. Hi, Mum. Good luck. Alrighty, let's move down. There's Tom. Hi, Tom. No, Hugo. Give us a wave. I'm not going to talk to Tom. I'm going to talk to him. Hola.
Hola.
Happy with that. Thank you. Good luck. Alrighty, a little bit of nerves here. Who have I got here? Enzo, how you doing? You're okay? Tell me, who's watching at home? Who's watching you at home?
Probably my mom.
Yeah, your mum?
My grandparents and my whole family.
Your whole family. So, should we give them a wave? You having fun? You enjoying it here in Bahrain?
Yes, it's very exciting.
I can't imagine that you get time off school to come karting all the way over here.
Yeah, it's a lot of time off school.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you better be doing some homework, okay? Have fun. Alrighty. There's Mark. Hi, Mark. How are you? You fine?
Happy, fine.
Happy?
Yeah.
What a good position you're in. I mean, you're just outside here, the top 10.
Yes.
So, yesterday?
It was a really good day. Yes, I did really well, and I hope I keep it up.
Hold on 1 second. There's some really noisy mechanics here. Okay, now, tell us about yesterday.
Yesterday, it was a really good day. I did well, and I hope I do in the final and now in the pre-final well as well.
We hope you do well. And of course, you've got Dracula, I think.
Yes.
Haven't you, as your team mascot? We saw him before. So he's riding on board.
Yes, with me.
Yeah, he's riding with you.
With me.
Fantastic. Good luck. We hope to see you in the final.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Little bit of noise here. Jeff, I know you. How are you doing?
Good. Yesterday has been a good day.
Yeah. Have you had fun? Have you been to the beach?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Been a lot of racing, but
Of course, we know that it's a lot of work. There's a lot of good drivers here, but you have a lot of experience. Where did you win your ticket?
in RMC Thailand.
So we were over there for the RMC Asia race, and I think you were one of the first ever drivers in the world to win your ticket.
Yeah, I was in January.
In January. So you've had your ticket a long time, and now you're here. Has it been a good week?
Yeah, I came from 42 or something to now 20 or something.
It's good.
So I gained a lot of positions, so that was great.
Okay, we're going to say good luck. Have fun. Alrighty, so we got 5 minutes. There's Isaac, South Korea. Ahmed, of course, one of our local drivers. He's got a lot of fans here, I think, in the grandstand watching, hasn't he? Lots of fans. One of our local Bahraini drivers. How are you?
Really good.
Pretty good. You got lots of fans here watching?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I heard them when you guys were in the stand. We're going to say good luck, and we'll hope to see you in the final.
Thank you, hopefully.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Alrighty. So, yes, there's Arthur. Not probably had all the luck. But Arthur, you tell me, where did you win your ticket?
I won my ticket in Indiana in America.
Okay, in America?
Yeah.
Wow. You went all that way from the UK?
Yeah, I had a bit of a tough year in the UK, so I thought I'll go try and win one in America.
You thought you'd go on holidays and maybe do a bit of karting over there and pick up a ticket, and it worked? Yeah? What about your brother? He's also here? He also won his ticket?
Yeah, he won a ticket in Italy in Sarno for the round before the Euro.
He's actually, okay, so you're one of the two brothers. There's a few brothers here. How's he going?
Yeah, he's going good. He had a bit of an unlucky qualifying few track limits like me. Yeah, he's going good. He's up there.
That must be fun to both go away on a little bit of a racing holiday, is it? Together with your family?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Very good. Okay, good luck. See you later. So one of our UK drivers, there's a few because they won the tickets at each round of the Euro Trophy, being a national event. And also he won his ticket in the US right at the end of the year. So, okay, one of our Thai drivers having a little sleep there. Nice and relaxed. Are you awake? You awake? Yeah, he's awake. Alrighty. Here we go. So further down the grid. We're on 3 minutes. The mechanics are about to leave. Finland, Team Finland. Okay, Mick Klinkers. Mick, you won your ticket at the Euro Trophy last round, didn't you?
Yep.
Now tell me, how many years have you been racing?
Not 2 years, 1.5 years.
1.5 years. And at the moment you are very fast. And I think you're going to be one of the future stars from Team Netherlands. What do you reckon?
I hope so. We were a bit unlucky this year. I had track limits while I topped most of the training sessions, so let's see what we can do.
We will see. And can you imagine that you're here at the grand finals when you first started like 18 months ago driving?
No, because the Grand Finals before, I didn't even know it existed.
That's right. And now you know what it's about. You want to come back?
Yeah, let's
for
hope
sure.
we can win next year.
Yeah, I hope you can win this year first. Let's see if we can get on the podium.
Everything is possible.
Yeah, everything's possible. Say hi to your friends watching.
Hello.
I know there's many. Hello from Team Netherlands. Good luck. See you. Alrighty, so I don't want to get run over. Make my way to the back. Give him a big wave. I'm going to move off the grid. But yeah, I think it's actually quite relaxed down here. I thought it was a little bit tense earlier when we had the driver photo. And if we take a quick look, just around the corner here, you'll see the next group lining up. So Group 1 about to go out, Pre-Final A and Pre-Final B, getting ready to go. I'm going to hand back to the boys in the commentary. See you soon.
Thank you, Jen. Ladies and gentlemen, after an elongated pre-show, which we hope you have enjoyed, it's time to go racing. First up, Mini-Max. Let's take you through the lineup very shortly. Quite simply, it is now one race, 1.5 times the points. The drivers in this race are 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, 11th, etc., in points. 72 drivers at the end of this race and the second pre-final will become 36. The drivers who are nervous: Samuel Cheveri from Costa Rica, 33rd in points. Alex Riley, 35th in points. At the moment, Riley is the last driver in this race who is in. Here's your starting lineup. Emerson McAndrew, Uren, and Lucian Smith on row number 1. Row 2, Ryan White and Alfie Ward. The first non-British driver is Kaito Lloyd from Japan. The farmer, Tom Reed, Vicente Capella and Hugo Fuentes. Then Enzo Di Janeiro and Mark Moya. Isaac Yoon and Jeff Verbeek from Belgium, that's row 6. Ahmed Al Khalifa and Arthur Farrow are next. Now, these are the drivers that need a good result. Safron, Zevitao and Taramat Djibouti. Samuel Cheveri and Alex Riley. Everyone else from here on back is currently not in the main event. We look Turkey, Argentina, Italy. Now we're down to the drivers that are rank outsiders. These are the drivers that need a miracle. We don't have live timing up here in the commentary box, unfortunately. We only have what you will see on the Alpha Live ticker. Let's go racing. This is the most critical race for some. It will be their last race for some this year. Lights are out, 10 laps. We are off and racing. McAndrew Uren leads the field through turn number 1 under the lights here in Bahrain. 36 karts safely through the opening corner. Now to turn number 5. Change for second place between two of the British drivers. I think that may have been Ryan White passing Lucian Smith.
Yeah, it looks correct to me as well. Henry, I've managed to pull up the timing here on my phone, but also just not getting it to reboot. But Emerson McAndrew Uren doing exactly what he's done throughout all the heat races. He's gotten a great start, he's gotten a great launch, and he's got his head down, hoping to break the slip and get away from this pack. But two drivers chasing him, Ryan White and Lucian Smith, will be working together on board with Kaito Lloyd from Japan. He's got two drivers riders outside there into the final sector. It's not only nerve-wracking for those who just outside the top 36, those that are close to the 36th on the overall standings, and fitting inside, just inside the top 10, are going to be hoping to keep their noses clean. They don't want anything happening. It looks like there might be a move for the lead here, or are we going to try and push forward like they have done in the previous heats? Emerson McAndrew-Ewan obviously hoping that the two drivers behind him would rather push away from the pack than fight with him for the victory. There is no real point in trying to win a pre-final if you're inside the top 3. This is just to get the grid right for the final if you are inside that top 5.
Yes, indeed. Big movers down the order. Mark Moyer dropping 6 places from 10-16.
Oh, 126.
126. That is Julian Gobeo from Ecuador. I know the Condor from Ecuador, Julian Rivera, who was a top 5 driver in the Micromax Grand Finals here a couple of years ago, is watching. Julian Gobeo, who was already a little bit far down the order, is now 47th. It's game over for the young driver from Ecuador. As you follow the action on track, Arthur Faro has dropped 4 places down to 18th. He's now going to be nervous. Big movers. Samuel Chaveri from Costa Rica has up to 12th. Will the only driver from Costa Rica, that would be plenty good enough to get him into the main event as things stand.
Oh, driver very wide there. Looked like a Portuguese suit. It might have been a Capella. Very, very wide on the exit turn head. As we look at this train, this gaggle of 7 or 8 carts trying to get themselves higher up into the top 10. There's the mess behind as they come down through the corkscrew and into the final sector. A lot of moving going on, but we were looking at a 3-cart battle in the front. It's turned into a 4-cart battle, and just behind that, Vicente Capella trying to push on to get onto the back. Drivers watching from the outside. That's Ollie Spencer.
Alfie Mayer.
Keeping an eye to see what they can learn from this pre-final race. It was 6 laps in the heats. We're now doing 10.
Yes,
so whether
indeed.
or not these 4 are going to try and fight for 10, because there's a group of 3 carts behind them looking to get back into the fray, but it's starting to race now. 108 down the inside of Emerson. Emerson opens the door and loses a position at the same time.
Yeah, Lucian Smith now in the lead. McAndrew-Uren didn't defend. Smart driving. He's dropped to 3rd position. Up into P2 is Ryan White, the Scotsman. Vicente Capella there in 6th position. He's got a brand new crash helmet design, gold chrome, and on that crash helmet there are the skyline of Bahrain and the Bahrain International Circuit. Thank you to Dan Wagstaff. Timing has been restored. Isaac Yoon runs
He's
in
losing
8th
a place
position.
now to...
And that is...
Capella's just gone past.
Capella up into P5 now. We'll keep looking on the bubble. Enrico Vieira Lima.
Emerson back to the front.
Sorry, Kyle. Enrico Vieira Lima started 19th up to 16th. Is that going to be enough? Mick Clinkers is on the move as well. Jocubus Vascalis is up to 16th from 21st on the grid, going the wrong way. Jeff Verbeek is down to 19th. He could be racing his way out. Problems for Samuel Chaveri. Chaveri drops back to 21st place. He was 33rd in points coming into this. That could be critical. Thanawat Vejabuti from Thailand has dropped from 16th down to 26th. That will probably mean his grand finals ends now unless he can remarkably come back. Michinaga Fujiwara having a great run up to 20th place. But action back at the front, Kyle.
Yeah, Emerson doing the same thing again. He sees the pass coming. He opens the door. He doesn't want to make it too difficult for these drivers to get past him. I know it sounds strange to say, but any mixing, moving and shaking happening in the front is just allowing the rest of the pack back onto him. That driver leading that chase, Vicente Capella, he's had some real pace throughout the heats. You mentioned Mick Clinkers, though, Henry, down in 43rd at the moment on overall standing. So moving up to 17th, making a big difference for him to get him into that final race for the minis. But it all depends on the other group as Emerson makes the move back to the front in the final sector as he did the previous lap. He's left the door open into the double right. He's going to become under massive pressure now as they go into turn 1. He goes defensive, he moves over, and he managed to hang on to that 2nd place. Through the roller coaster they go now.
because it's not quite as simple as if you win the pre-final, you're on the front row of the grid for the final. It's all an accumulation of points, which means it's going to get more tasty at the front than you thought. Here comes Capella. Hugo Fuentes in the red and yellow of Spain now moves into, well, Luke Millward, that's Luke Millward's number. He said it's a fast number. Hugo Fuentes is proving that it is. We have got a lead group of, count them, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Hugo Fuentes doing everything right. He's currently down in 15th overall. Now there are two groups. Reason there's being two groups, there's 72. We can only race 36 at a time. So Hugo Fuentes scoring as many possible points as he can in this pre-final to improve his starting position for the final. Emerson is not defending and not fighting because he has a good start in the final as it is. Fuentes, though, is going to be giving it his all, and so is Capella, to get themselves in a better position for the start of the final.
McAndrew Uren has got 150 points, 3 wins, 50 points apiece for a win. His nearest rival in this race is Lucian Smith on 123 points. So McAndrew Uren can afford to finish outside the top 3 and still sit on pole for the main event. At the back of the group, Enzo Di Janeiro from the USA now joins in. In this group, you've got Alfie Ward, who is your new leader, the driver that took the 394th and final ticket to this event. He only had it confirmed that he was going to race here 2 weeks before he was due to leave. And now he leads the pre-final. Fuentes, 3 wide into P4. At the back of the group, Isaac Yoon and Enzo Di Janeiro join in. The farmer, Tom Reed. Here we go, Kyle Lawrence.
We're about to start a penultimate lap. Emerson McAndrew down the inside. We were 3 wide into turn 1. Great switchback as well from that Lucian Smith car to get himself up into second place. The top 3 were starting to get away, but they've started fighting again. Hugo Fuentes is now up to 4th place. He leaves the door open. Contact, unfortunately, there. That looked like Isaac Yoon. He did so well to get himself into that mix for the fight for the front. But unfortunately, he's dropped well off it now with only 2 laps left to go.
I mean, he hasn't dropped the position. He's been about to be swallowed up, as are the rest of the league group. But, 164 and 154. That
Samuel
is
Chiveri.
Samuel Chiveri. Costa Rica have just had their hearts broken. And the other driver involved, I think, was Santino Mateo. Yes, from Argentina. It will not be a happy Saturday for Costa Rica or Argentina. Now, Mark Moyer, 9th, Arthur Farrow, 10th, Alex Riley, 11th. Ireland are going to have a driver in the final of Minimax. Alfie Ward has dropped to 14th. Did we miss something? It's the final lap. McAndrew Uren leads from Smith, from White, Reed, Fuentes, Capella, Di Janeiro. Yoon. Mark Moyer from Romania is having Romania's best ever run here. His mechanic Barros is very, very happy, and you can see Moyer in the Romanian livery race suits with the big teeth of Count Dracula on the back of them.
I'm sure his mechanic will be very, very happy if he can remain there. But on the last lap, Emerson McAndrew had 3 car lengths of space away from these 2 chasing behind him. But it looks like it's disappeared. It's the final lap of this pre-final A. Emerson McAndrew is going to come to the final corner unbothered and cross the start-finish line to take another win here in Bahrain. That's 4 from 4 with his customary little thumbs up.
Undefeated so far. You have no idea how difficult that is. We watch the rest of the finishers cross the line. 33 of them have. Let's have a look at the provisional results. It's safe to say we're going to see all these drivers in the main event tomorrow. Especially well done to Yoon, to Moyer and to Riley for getting this far. Now Arthur Farrow in, Kaito Lloyd in, Ahmed Al Khalifa from Bahrain in, Alfie Ward will be in. Now we are looking at the risky ones. 16th to Michinaga Fujiwara. It's still going to take a miracle, but that was one heck of a drive from the young Japanese pilot. Enrico Lima from Brazil. 19th to 17th, that's going to be close. Mick Klinkers, that is going to be close. Well, Enrico was 37th in points, Kyle. He's moved up a couple of positions. A lot of it will depend on nose cone penalties, track limit penalties, and what happens in the next race. Further down the order, well, Safron Zeviteu from Kyrgyzstan drops to 19th. Zeviteu was in points 29th. He's going to be a very nervous young Kyrg. Finn Albert Jorgensen, 30th to 20th. We're looking for nose cone penalties. I have a bet, just pride, with Tiffany Chittenden, that there will be. We had one race with only one nose cone penalty. Hang on. You might be in luck here. Tiffany Chittenden, my co-commentator for Masters, is even the driver.
No, that has to be one.
No, the NASA panel doesn't equal nose cone. Right. We will wait until the official results are announced.
What was the
pride?
Pride.
Pride. Professional and personal pride. Kevin Turbo, 22nd. Ilari Harmonen, 21st. It looks like we're going to be saying goodbye to some of these drivers. Matteo Pai from Canada. Thanawat Vejabuti. He dropped from 16th down to 24th. Vejabuti was 31st in points. That's probably not going to be enough. Jeff Verbeek. Now, this is the interesting one. Verbeek was 23rd. He finished that one 26th.
Should be enough.
That is going to be very close. Let's have a look back at the highlights, Kyle Lawrence.
Over the start we go. Emerson starting like he normally does. Quick look left, quick look right to see what he's got, and he opens the line up and runs the standard racing line. That's where we saw him grab a gap of 3 car lengths. The mess of karts comes through, all 36 making it through the first sector without any concerns. Into that infamous turn number 5 now, where all the passing happens, and this is where we lost kart number 126, unfortunately, and that was Julian Camilo. It looks like he had a bit of a chain issue. A little bit of a last minute move on defense there, but well avoided. And here we go, we see again into turn 5, 2 or 3 abreast. Here's Emerson trying to work his way back to the front after he fell behind that of Ryan White, but able to get himself back into the front of this group in the pre-final. A little bit of a tap of the helmet, maybe an individual mistake there. Yes, not happy, but Emerson back up the inside through the last sector. This is where we saw him take the lead back, but he does immediately lose it through the final right-hander. These 4 were swapping positions all the way through. Down the inside, bringing Capella with him was Emerson, but unfortunately Capella couldn't make the move stick and had to drop down to 8th place. Hugo Fuentes doing everything he needed to gain the points he needs to get a decent start for the final. This is where we saw it get a little bit untidy, a little bit rushed. 4 karts going for 1 apex is always going to be difficult to manage without any sort of contact. There's the switch back from Lucian Smith to get himself up in the 2nd place. Here we see contact 164. Unfortunately, that was Chaveri that had to end his pre-final prematurely. But over the line we go. There is Emerson's customary single thumbs up. Not one for big celebrations, but he makes it not yet anyway.
We haven't heard haven't heard the traditional McAndrew Uran victory celebration, which we will have to wait for just in case. Jen Wade is down in the pit lane with a very happy Emerson McAndrew Uran.
Fantastic race, but what a move in turn 1.
Yeah, really good move. Obviously got on the inside, then made the move stick and won from there.
Of course, we know how close it is out there, and you know how important it is for the final that you're in a good position. So now, heading into tomorrow, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, we've got a very good position for tomorrow, so hopefully just keep that position.
Yeah. You've done a really, really great job, and we're going to say congrats, pre-final 1, done. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, that was hearing from M himself after a 4 out. That it doesn't happen often at a grand finals that you are able to take.
Nope,
4
it does
out
not.
of 4.
It just shows you how good Emerson McAndrew-Uren is. Here we go then with pre-final B. Alfie Mayer and Oliver Spencer share the front row. On row number 2, Austin Oman and Riley Murrow. Julian Duemer and the Cookie Monster, Josh Cook are next. Giovanni Pistori and Patapol Guganjanasat. Brody Cooper Dowling and Alexander Kristoff round out your top 10, followed by Chen Yi Cho and Revan Dev Preetham. Leon Herberts and Bruno Gajewski are next, and now the drivers on the bubble. Ronald Kuhn, Tigo Holthausen. At the moment, these drivers are the last two in. Cristobal Olchese and Augusto Salamari. These are the drivers that are on the outside looking in. Lappins, Gugo, Andrews, Messi, Mankanen, Bring the Noise, Keish Moyes, Gill, Sanguinetti, Gerok, Grantins, Yarosevich, Lujan, Jeffrey. We're not going to have Mateus Drexler out there, so 35 drivers. Kyle Lawrence, the anticipation is growing. Let's see who makes it in the next race.
You can see the concentration through the eyes of these drivers with their clear visors on to race at night. Ollie Spencer looking to get a good run around the outside. It looks like Alfie Mayer looking deep into his eyes on the start there. He was only looking straight over at Ollie Spencer. He's managed to make it through turn 1 in the lead. Ollie looking for that sweeping line through the corkscrew. The reason he's doing that because he wants that line there. He wants the inside, and he's gotten it done before the breaking point of turn number 5. So great job from Ollie Spencer to get himself into the lead there. He complained of engine issues earlier on in the heats. They seem to have sorted it out. He had 2 second places. But here we see the racing is starting early. We didn't see this in the first pre-final. We had 3 or 4 drivers trying to push away, but not in this group. In this group, they're racing from lap 1. Still Ollie Spencer in the lead with Alfie Mayer looking to get that position back in front.
When Ollie Spencer is in the mood, he is virtually unbeatable. However, when he is in a mood, he can lose himself a race very easily.
Brody Cooper moving his way up there now. We saw in shot, showing the drivers behind him. Let's move forward. Let's not lose the front group.
Yeah.
The racing has started, but you don't want to lose this front group. You need to be in this group to move forward for the starting position of the final. The top 10 here pretty much already into the final.
Yep.
It's whether or not they're going to start high up or low down.
I finished the point on Ollie Spencer. His mechanic and coach, Lewis Hall, works very, very closely with Ollie, not just on the mechanicking side of things, but on the mental strategy side of things. A wheel-to-wheel touch there. At the end of the first practice session, I saw Ollie walking back, and this was on Sunday or Monday, and he was like, no, rubbish, 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 slow, rubbish, rubbish. You know, Lewis Hall looked at me and sort of shrugged and was like, it's not. You know, he calmed Ollie down and has got Ollie in the right frame of mind. It's so important for these drivers. Oh, no! Oh, my word. Oliver Spencer out of the race lead. That is, well, I mean, he wasn't going backwards. Was that an issue, or was that a mechanical failure? It broke.
The brake pedal broke.
It broke. Oh, Ollie had everything right. He had his mind right. He had the kart right. He had his attitude right. And then Lady Luck deserts him. He will still make the final. He will be a long way back. Watch. Well, there's one highlight reel incoming for the final tomorrow. Watch Oliver Spencer make his way through the field. He will make it in, but he will not be near the front. Let's focus now. Lap 3 out of 10. Murrow, Cook, Mayer, and Oman. A British 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 wide. Giovanni Pistori from Italy.
Where is he off to?
He was off to the VIP section. He wanted to watch the race at the Rotax Club behind Pistori. Chen Yi Cho from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan. Julian Duemer, Brody Cooper Dowling, India, Rivan Dev Pritham is 9th. 2 years ago, Rivan Dev Pritham came to the Grand Finals as one of the very few drivers from India and finished stone last. He's not going to finish stone last this time. He's going to make the final as long as he stays put where he is. Now, Alexander Christoph has dropped from 10th on the grid to 17th. He is going to start becoming very nervous. Also, Tigo Holthausen down to 21st. Augusto Salame from Chile was the last driver. He was 36th in points, and he's dropped 2 places in the race to 20th. Going the other way, Bring the Noise, Keish Moyes, Jude Andrews, Marcel Meze. Saw Jude Andrews' dad. He said, we got to come up with a little bit of magic, but we think we're going to do it. Well, Jude is talking about magic. Can Jude pull a rabbit out of the hat?
We go back to the front battle here. We had Riley Morrow trying to get away with Alfie Mayer. They were pushing each other on, but it doesn't seem to be helping because it looks like the pack behind have settled down and closed it up again. This circuit in Bahrain is so difficult to get away. Even 2 carts working together can't make it happen. But we've got a front group now of 8 carts involved. Brodie Cooper-Darling leading the back of this pack to try and get onto the front group. They've settled down as well to make this a race. But at the moment, it's Morrow and Mur in the front of the group. Cook, the Cookie Monster, Micro Max champion, looking for a way pass down into turn 1. Big defensive moves there.
Duema and Cook decides, well, they give each other racing room. It brings Pistori back into the picture, and it gives the top 2 a chance to pull away. But they're going to go side by side. The crossover, Morrow, the human highlight reel, back into P1.
That was a textbook crossover move, a textbook switchback, if I've ever seen one. Brodie Darling trying the same through turn number 5. He hasn't quite got the run. He's on the outside through the long sweeping turn number 10. He's going to have to filter back in. On the outside of turn 2 as well is Giovanni Pastore. He's been trying to move himself up the grid all weekend. Every single heat race, we see him off the front row, but he's had to fight in every heat.
Now, we have got, well, we got the 2 leaders, and then 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. 8th place, Brodie Cooper-Dowling. The next 2 carts in line, Rivan Dev Pritham for Team India and Patapol Gukhanjanasat for Thailand. Then it's Peru, Cristobal Ricci Olchese, followed by Bruno Gajewski, Jude Andrews. Well, Bahrain have already got 1 driver, Ahmed Al Khalifa, in the Mini-Max final. Can Jude Andrews make it 2? He's going the right way about it. Lappins, Mezzi, Christoph in trouble. Then it's Holthausen. Bring the Noise is bringing it up to 19th. I still don't think that's going to be enough for Keish Moyes. Salame is down to 20th. Then it's Luan, Gill, Grantin, Sanguinetti, Vladimir Gugo. He's dropped back. Leon Herberts from Belgium. Herberts was 26th in points. The 2 Belgians in the point standings have both had a shocker. Verbeek and Herbots, will either of them make it in? We don't know yet.
Back up now to the front, through the roller coaster we go. It's Morrow still leading from there. Behind them, Cook is bringing Pastore with the chase to the front. Oman ahead of Duema. Cooper-Darling moves himself up to 7th ahead of Chow. And just behind that, we've got Dev Pritham looking to get himself up into a better position. He's down the inside into that turn number 5. Turn number 8. He's made the move but ran wide and lost the place.
I mean, this is something, you know, for Olchese, Dev Pritham and Gukhanjanasat, just stay put. You have my permission in the live chat to flood it with images of your national flags. We're seeing lots of Latvians, lots of Filipinos, lots of Taiwanese, lots of Danes. Don't let the Philippines be the only people in the chat with the flags. Put your flags in. Who are you supporting?
We're talking about
My
our supporters
permission
in our
granted.
live chat. 2,000 odd individuals watching us live.
3,000.
3,000 individuals watching us live at the moment. Massive thank you to all of you. Make sure you like, share, and get this out all over your social media. The more, the merrier. We want to grow karting as a sport as a whole, and why not use this as a platform? Brody Cooper dialing up into 7th place, looking to defend. He kept that position from Chow, but up in the front, Morrow now getting nervous of his first place. He's had to go defensive, and it's become a 4-car battle for the lead. The other 2 groups behind aren't far behind, so any sort of movement now in the front in this final lap, we could see all these drivers fighting for the lead. For the lead, though, there goes Mayer, and here comes Cook for a way past, but nothing doing.
We'll start lap number 10. Alfie Mayer, a tribute crash helmet. The white feather, the initials of those no longer with us. Oh, that was Pistorius.
Hip and shoulder.
And that went a bit wrong. Oh, who was that? Was that Murrow? It looked like it was Murrow. 3 wide into turn number 5. Who's going to come out there trying to go 4 wide?
We're going to go 4 in.
Into turn number 5, it's the 140. Austin Omar Pistore over the grass. He's going to have to give a couple of places back there, is the Italian, I am sure. Austin Oman. Was that Oman running wide?
Mayer.
It was Mayer running wide. Mayer on the inside. Here we go. Hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. Down the hill. This is a bun fight if ever I saw one.
We're going to go down into the last sector. 3 abreast contact.
Oh, no. It went wrong.
That was Chow.
And there's a lot of defense. Ooh, that's Alfie Mayer. The stewards are going to be looking at the last lap of this one very, very closely, I feel. Let's take you through the results on the line. Alfie Mayer, Joshua Cook, Riley Murrow. Yes, the colour of that moon might reflect the mood of some of the drivers. It's a Rotax coloured moon, but it is red. Some of the drivers have just seen red. There is the provisional result on your screen. Let's take you through it. Mayer, Cook, Murrow, Pistore, Oman, the top 5. Brody Cooper Dowling, P6. Revan Dev Preetham, I can see plenty of Indian flags in the live chat. He is in the final. Duema, 6th, 8th. Patapog Yukunjanasat, welcome to the final Thailand. Welcome to the final Peru with Cristobal Ricci Olchese. Ronald Kuhn from South Africa, 2 South Africans in the main event. He was 30th in points, that will be enough. Martins Lapins from Latvia, 38th in points. He finishes 12th. Then Alexander Christoph, Chen Yi Cho, they should be okay. Bruno Gajewski, he should be okay. What about Bring the Noise, K. Schmoys? He was 48th, 16th position, I don't know. One driver who is going to be absolutely biting his fingernails, his toenails, and any other part of his body that he can get his teeth into is Augusto Salame. He started this race 36th in points, the last driver in. He finishes 17th. That will be very, very close indeed. Marcel Metze, Bahalan Gill, Mikhail Grantins, Ruben Lujan, all gaining positions, but it probably won't be enough. Going the other way, Leon Herbert's 22nd. That's going to be close. Then it's going to be Christian Sanguinetti, Nicholas LaRusso. It might be goodbye from the 2 Canadians, Elis Mankanen, Vladimir Gugo, Philip Gerok, Jihen Yu, Juan Diego Shima Aburko. Who haven't we mentioned? Tigo Holthausen on the last lap falls to 30th. And Jude Andrews on the very last lap went out and finishes 34th. we have one Bahrain driver, but not two. Let's have a look at the highlights, Kyle.
Into turn one, they go. Ollie Spencer had the right idea. He tried to go around the outside, but then what he does here is he opens up the line to get the run through the roller coaster. It works out perfectly for him. He does get back into the lead, but we lost him a lap later, running around the outside there, trying to avoid any sort of issues into turn number 5.
Now,
Yeah, we see them
yeah,
through.
let's have a look and see what we can see, because, oh, Spencer, he was still leading, but it's about to go wrong. Now, he's got one of the British drivers. He's got Alfie Mir behind him.
No brakes. Brakes failed.
Brakes failed. Oh.
You can actually see the pedal all the way down against the nose cone. You can see him pumping it to see if he can get it to work, but unfortunately, no brakes for Ollie Spencer caused him to fall out of the pre-final.
He will be in the final, where he will start. Well, it'll be mid-pack at best.
Yeah, here we see them tripping over each other into the final sector. There was a little bit of a rub. That's why Pistori was so wide and almost visited the VIP section. This is where we thought Murrow and Mir were going to get away, but unfortunately they decided to start racing a little bit too early, and that brought the pack back in. This pack is a pack I'm talking about. Pistori trying to hang on to his third place early on in the race. Cooper Darling having a look over his shoulder. Oh, a little bit of hip and shoulder from Pistori. It was his corner. Yep. As we head down into turn, there is Ahmed.
Oh, is that
that's not? That's Canada.
That's Nicholas LaRusso, I believe, in the 159.
There's Dev Preetha making his place up, losing a spot and gaining one at the same time. This is where we saw the lead start changing hands. It's into the final sector. It looked like Cook was having a look down the inside, but he thought better of it. Big defensive drive from Mir into turn one on the final lap.
What happened here? There's 166 Cook. Oh, Murrow up over the back of
just
Cook.
grabbed the back wheel.
Pistori, in my opinion, he needed to slow down there. That could have been dangerous. This, Pistori
that's
to
where
the
it was.
inside. Yeah, and that was I didn't see that was Pistori to
a
the
little
inside,
ambitious.
and then at the outside of the race, at the outside line there's. That result remains very provisional, ladies and gentlemen. It was great. Jen Wade is down with us in Parc Ferme. Take it away, Jen.
Alfie, that was definitely an exciting race. Maybe you tell us a little bit about it.
At the start, I got a good start. I managed to get over, and we got through the corner cleanly, but I got done by Ollie. One point in the race, we were just pushing, but then I saw we was getting caught, so I tried to go back in, but then he got to switch back, and then obviously I was behind him going into the last corner, and then he had the problem with the brakes and then went flying off, so then I had the lead from there. And then last lap, it was a challenge. I got done, I didn't get done, but there was like a bit of a crash between me and Riley, and then I got done and then I got rammed at the top hairpin. So then about 3 of them went through, but I managed to get them all by the end of the race.
I think it was a really, really good race, and if that's anything like the final's going to be, we're going to be sitting on the edge of our seat. But for now, you did a great race. Also, Joshua, and we're going to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully we can win it, but it's going to be a challenge.
But you're going to have fun, and it's going to be so close.
Yeah, it's going to be really close.
Okay, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys in the commentary.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Junior Rotax up next. Miguel Quinones joins me in the commentary box from Team Philippines. Junior Rotax situation. These are the drivers that are currently first, third, fifth, seventh, ninth, etc. in points. The drivers, as in the previous race, who are nervous are the drivers like Albi Lapper, P35, Lenny Robilolagash, P33. The drivers who are on the outside looking in, Davin Roberts, Alexandru Nechifor, Max Erlet, Nathan Kappen, Juan Bugayong with 69th in points at the moment. That is ahead of 3 drivers. Considering his experience, you must be pleased.
I am, actually. I mean, getting at least 1 or 2 drivers is very difficult in these kinds of situations.
Just to get the tickets, yeah. And to get ahead of 1 or 2 drivers is even harder. There is a look at Team UK's Luca Holmes-Ballock. He is currently 51st in points. But he is one of the youngest drivers in this class, along with your countryman, Yuan. So it's a learning year. Please keep your comments coming in the live chat. We're really glad Nikita Lyubimov getting plenty of support. There's Nathan Kappen, almost won the last heat yesterday. One mistake, Kappen went from a potential winning position. He is 43rd in points. He can make it in. He will need some luck, and he will need to stay calm. Right. Now, Philippines on hold. I've seen more Filipino flags in the live chat. There's David Alexandru Nechifor. Well, I tell you what, who have we got watching? If you are from any of the countries in this race, get your flags in the live chat. We have got UK, Estonia, Canada, Slovenia, Argentina. We have got Spain, Peru. We've got Denmark. In this race, we've got France, Hungary. We have got, looking further back, who else have we got in this race? We've got the United States. We've got the Philippines. Get those flags in. Here we go. Jacob Ashcroft, Nikita Lyubimov, row 1. Alexei Baerjon, Nick Brakelj, row 2. Valentino Manta, Rory Armstrong, Roivers, Adriansen, Saravale, Nielsen. Then Kai Clark, Owen Baroni. These are all pretty safe. These are the drivers who are a little bit nervous. And the last driver in at the moment, Albi Lappers, 35th in points. Davin Roberts is 37th. Nechifor, Erlich, Kappen, Abbas, Nakano, they've all got a shot. Here are the outsiders, the ones who need a karting miracle. Norway, Latvia, Lebanon, South Africa, Rafael Zanas, Demir Ali, Malaysia, and there is Yuan Bugayong. This is a really critical moment now for the drivers, isn't it, Miguel?
It really is, especially for those who are in the 36 to maybe even the 33s.
Yep. It could go wrong very, very quickly. Let's see. 11 laps. Ashcroft trying to defend. Lyubimov trying to make it 2 Grand Finals wins here in Bahrain in the space of 4 years. The lights are out, we're up and racing. Jacob Ashcroft has the lead in turn number 1. Lyubimov on the outside. Alexei Baerjon on the inside. Baerjon into P2. Oh, at the back, there's a couple of spinners. Photographers go scattering left, right, and centre. And the leaders, though, good, clean start. That is what everyone would have wanted. What do you see, Miguel? What have we made of the start?
From what I can tell, everyone is trying their best to... Ooh, someone just jumped the curb over there.
Yeah, jumped the curb. There's Davin Roberts, very tall driver. Roberts, he said, look, he's just a bit too tall. He's 13 and 6'2". There's Nathan Kappen. Roberts has been fighting from a very bad qualified position, keeping it clean. I don't think Roberts has had a pushback, but a penalty, as they call it in the States. Now, this is interesting. Alexei Baerjon. Oh, look at there's Kappen, 3 wide. Now, that is the battle pack. You can see Nechifor in there. These are the drivers that are fighting for their lives, aren't they?
They are, actually.
On board with Nikita Lyubimov, running in P4 up to turn number 5. Now, he's obviously defending, because that was a tight line, wasn't it?
It was. Maybe he was fighting for, I believe, P4?
Yep, and look at the queue of carts behind him.
That's a lot of drivers, aren't there?
Yeah, now, of course, you know, he wants to be as far. Let's have a look. There's a bit of an action replay coming up. What can we see from this? This is spin at the back, and that was Norway, Milan Arvid Sandvik, and I think Greece, George Anakostopoulos. But they were starting down at the back, and oh no, who was that at the back? I can't quite. Oh, that was Eli Haddad, Lebanon, going backwards. Eli Haddad was 57th in points. He wasn't going to make it realistically anyway. Ashcroft, Bayerjon, Braselch, Lubimov, Armstrong, Serravalle, and Jeremy Roivers. Let's see how much tyre Jeremy Roivers has got left. Is that right, Miguel?
Yep. But from what I can tell, I think he's doing quite well, to be honest.
Yeah, there's Nathan Capon picking up places. Nathan made a mistake yesterday. It almost cost him, but he knows he's still got a chance, doesn't he?
He does. Where is he starting?
He was starting 22nd. He's up to 16th already.
Not bad. After 3 laps of 10 places.
Yep, and he was 43rd in points. Oh, there's running very wide there was Kai Clark, Christian Sejersen from Belgium. That's a great shot. Just shows how quick the direction change is going to be. Now, the drivers who don't look like they're turning the steering wheel, they're the drivers whose karts are set up well. Change for P2. Nick Brakelch up into second place. Bayerjon is being patient. Ashcroft is, in the points, Ashcroft 144 points. He's pretty much guaranteed himself pole position. So, even if Bayerjon fights tooth and nail to get into the lead, he's still not going to start the final from pole position. I wonder if we're going to see, well, of course we're not going to see the top 3 car. Here's the move. A win is a win, though, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, it is. Prideful, that's all it counts. But from what I can tell, Ashcroft is just trying to buy this time. He knows that it's an early race, but okay, never mind. He went for an overtake.
Yep, and Bayerjon trying to go through as well. This is going to bring Lubimov into play. Look at the Estonian closing in. And Ashcroft defending on lap 5. Bayerjon right behind him. Brakelch back to P3. Then Lubimov now has caught them behind them. Roivers, Armstrong, Serravalle, Sejersen, Manta, Clark, Adriansen, Lappa. Now that's a dangerous position. The 224 kart of Rodrigo Caicas. And I couldn't quite get the other number. Well, it'll be the car. It was Paolo De Grandi. Paolo De Grandi from Italy. They were pretty much,
tangled up.
Yeah, and they were out of contention anyway. Now, I tell you what, I'll look at the point situation. If anything happens, you cut in, Miguel. At the moment, there goes Valentino Manta dropping down the order. He's down to 20th. He should be okay. William Sterrup Nielsen from 10th to 18th. He's going to be nervous about that. Tiago Palatini and Lenny Robin Olagash, they haven't made any movement. They're still 16th and 17th. Luca Holmes-Ballack is on a mission. He's up to 19th place. Who else is making a move? Oh, Davin Roberts has dropped to 22nd at the moment. That's not good for Roberts, as we've got a 5-kart battle for the race lead. And Thiago Palantini now drops to 20th. On board with Nikita Lubimov. Talk us through what Lubimov's going to be thinking now.
Probably trying to buy this time, finding a right decision, and also trying to close in into 244, which is our own friend, Nick Baralczyk.
Yeah,
trying to find the gap to actually close in. But I can tell that Jeremy Roivers is closing in also.
Yep, we've now got a lead number 5. Here comes Roivers. Oh, Lubimov squeeze wide. Gets back across through turn number 6. Will he make a move? Bayerjon knows he's there. Lubimov!
Going in the outside. A bit wide in my opinion, but
the door was half open. You've got to go.
Yep. Whatever shot you take it.
Exactly, and now joining the back is Leonardo Saravalle in kart number 258, 2 Canadians. But just that one move from Lubimov, look at the lead that Ashcroft has got. Roivers to the inside. Brakelch coming back, Bayerjon to the outside. Oh, Alexei Bayerjon, that was the mechanics the fans watch on intently. Look at the way this circuit ebbs and flows. It rises and falls like a sand-coated fairground ride. Up towards turn number 5, Rakelch on Saravale. Saravale gets sent into the shadow realm. Down, there's Kai Clark, clear visor, car 204. Albi Lapper, check where it, car 239 and car 246. Lapper and Kappen. They're the big moves. There they are, working together. At the moment, they started this race, Lapper on the bubble, Kappen out of it. Nathan Kappen is following the rock and roll star, Albi Lapper. That's a very wobbly looking for a bumper for Saravale. Brakelch is going to try and deal with that. Oh, Saravale, easy over. Brakelch sticks it up the inside. There's another place for Kai Clark. Behind Kai Clark, Peru with Amaru. Oh, Brakelch is getting, this could get a little bit nasty if we're not careful. Driver's got to calm down. Here comes Amaru Adriansen up the inside of Kai Clark. Good move, Miguel.
It was a good move. Every one of these drivers are doing exactly what they need to do to get up ahead, to get the points needed to get to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and look at Kappen, head down, pushing on. He's another tall driver. Hunched down behind the NASA panel. Kappen, 9th place, up 13 places. That could be enough. Kappen could be racing his way in for the black and gold Falcons of the United Arab Emirates. Albi Lapper, his grandmother, his grandfather, who I know has got a few issues at the moment. I hope that Grandad is watching and cheering, and I hope Nanny Bams hasn't spilt her gin all over the living room floor yet, because the rock and roll star, Albi Lapper, is on course to make the final. Then we have Vilicic, 2nd, Colmadieros, 13th, Armstrong, Robbie Lolagash, Baroni, Luca Holmes, Ballack. I'm not quite sure if 16th place is going to be enough. As we look further back, Roberts is still only 23rd. That's probably not going to be enough either. Up at the front, lap 10 out of 11. Can Lubimov catch Ashcroft, Miguel?
I mean, there's always a chance if the Ashcroft is not being a bit more consistent. But from what I can tell, with what Ashcroft has been doing this entire weekend, Ashcroft has been consistent.
Yes, he has. There's Lubimov. He'll get a slipstream. He's in the rhythm. Ashcroft checking over his shoulder. Ashcroft goes a little bit defensive. Now that is going to give Lubimov a run. Roivers is the man to watch. Roivers, watch for a crossover coming out of turn number 8. Look at Roivers. Outside. He's going to try the switchback. Not quite yet. This is the final lap. And maybe watch out for Bayerjon.
Maybe going up into corkscrew, he might go over Lubinov.
Oh, Lubimov hugging the inside line. Look at Bayerjon. Now, this is the last chance. Ashcroft's going to have to make this very wide. Good, sensible driving. Ashcroft is going to hold on. Final corner. Ashcroft, Lubimov, Roivers, Bayerjon, Brakelch and Saravale, 5th and 6th. Clark, Nathan Kappen. All you hope now is that Kappen doesn't get a nose cone penalty, because that was one heck of a drive, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah, considering he made such a mistake yesterday, to come back and shrug that off. As a driver, how do you do that? How easy is it to just, as we look at the results, how easy is it to just shake a mistake off and go back?
Well, there are different ways for other drivers, but in my case, honestly, just learn from the mistakes and just, I don't know, have a good dinner. It really depends.
Have a nice sleep.
Have a nice sleep, have a good dinner, maybe take a cold shower and then go sleep.
Yep, indeed. Now, we look at the results. It looks like it will be grand finals over for Kazuki Nakano, Milan Sandvik, Rodrigo Caicas, Paolo De Grande, Eli Haddad. Now, here's an interesting one. Tiago Palatini. it's game over for Argentina. Palatini from 31st in points. He finishes down in 31st. Yuan Bugayong, 30th place. I've never seen such support on the live chat for a driver whose best finish is 23rd. That is incredible, but it does show thank you to the Philippines for watching and supporting. You've got Maria Quinones going in senior. It really is, you know, incredible to see the support for a driver who, yeah, was here to learn and who, you know, was never going to feature in the final, but was just here to promote Filipino karting, and the Filipino passion has been incredible. Let's have a look at the highlights, Miguel.
So what we can see, a really clean start, Wolf and Ashcroft leading the charge, with Lubinov going into the outside. But I remember we saw a spin by two drivers over here.
Yep.
And there it is.
That was Norway and Lebanon.
Almost hit one of our camera folks over there.
Yep, well, it's the photographers, you know, they're quick on their feet and they had to be there. One driver hopping the curb, you spot at the back of the field.
And two over there, maybe three.
Yeah, that was, looks like that was Nakano and Davin Roberts. This was interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
But look at Kappen. Kappen is stuck in that group at the moment. You can see him in the black and gold race suit.
Yep.
How he negotiated his way out of there was very successful indeed. There is the 237 Len Abbas. Len, it's good night from Len Abbas. He won't make the final. Further back, the battle at the moment, you know, at one point Ashcroft had a big lead. Look how far back Jeremy Roivers was at this point. There is Bayerjon in the 2-7. That was the collision between De Grande and Kakers. Do you know what? Fair play. Paolo De Grande was looking over his shoulder and was trying to tell the Latvian, no, hang on, there's no karts coming. You know, they had just crashed into each other. Their grand finals is over. Fair play to them. Instead of, you know, doing what a couple of DD2 drivers did yesterday and start throwing fists at one another and got themselves kicked out of the entire meeting, they had the wherewithal saying, hang on, let's be safe first, you know.
Wait until everyone passed on, and then after that?
Yeah, you know, we can discuss things. But that was very, you know, heads up there for those two young men. There is Kai Clark. A smile from Kai Clark is mechanic Joe Bleakley, who has been with Kai for a good 2 or 3 years. A relationship between a driver and the mechanic is so important. One driver, the new mechanic this weekend, is Jacob Ashcroft, and he is with Jen Wade.
Jacob Ashcroft, now it's not so easy being at the front, even though it looks like you've just got it all under control.
I mean, I got a gap several times in that race, and all the times you can just see them just catch me up. It's really hard being in the front. I mean, the kart and everything, it feels fine, but you just, when you've got two or just one driver chasing you behind it, it's really hard to maintain the gap in the front. I think I still managed to keep the gap quite well and not have it come down drastically fast, but then it still caught me, and I managed to keep it under control at the front.
It's very nice racing, but you know the guys behind you are not just anybody. So many champions. Nikita's been here, he's been on the podium, he's been a champion in micro. Minimax twice, like you, on the podium. It's going to be great. So congratulations, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay.
Pre-final B, Junior Rotax, Rayan Gandor, Tigan the Tiger Sakano up on row number 1, Albie Friend, Martin Soltis on row number 2. Row number 3, Harry Freeman and Antoine Grissel. Then Kevin Pollock and Thomas Hart. New Zealand on row 4, Panustin Monkong, Vince van der Halen. Row 5, Max Sadursky, Daniel Voinov. Row 6, Ben McLaughlin, Machos Masinas, Denny Babicek and Branislav Renka. Now, last two drivers currently in, Mateo Padone and Isan Seng. These are the drivers outside the top 36. And one driver stopping on the outside, Campbell, Capusta, Ferreira, Vengsten, Sensia, Sekiguchi, And I'm trying to see who that is, if we get a number check. It's a Belgian driver. Belgium have had an absolute shocker so far today. Herbert Verbeek. Is that Vince van der Hallen?
It is.
It's the 268. Oh my word. What do you think he's trying to do there, Miguel? He's trying to connect a fuel pipe.
Could be the fuel pipe, to be honest. Maybe it wasn't strapped in a bit.
He's trying to get that kart restarted. He's trying to get that kart restarted. It doesn't look like it's going to go. Has the engine flooded now, maybe? Oh, dear. Oh, no. Vince van der Hallen. He's got it going. Whoa, he's got it going, but he's going to miss the start. Are they going to give it a start? Are they going to give the starts? Gandor and Sakano. Lights are green. We're off and racing. Into turn number 1. Gandor has the advantage. Vince van der Hallen was 20th in points.
This could really hurt him, to be honest.
It could, you know. Let's see where he crosses the line as we start the second 11-lap pre-final.
Oh, he pit in.
And it's over. Right, it's not over yet, but that looks very, very likely that van der Hallen will not make the main event. But as one door closes, another one opens. Now the drivers in this race, they may not be aware that van der Hallen's not out there, but your likes of, Babicek, Renka, Padone, Tseng, Campbell, Kapusta, Ferreira, Wenger Staten, Sincere, Sekiguchi, they'll all be thinking, right, I've got my opportunity as we head into lap number 2. Gandor leads from Albi Friend, Taigen Sakano. The Tiger is getting its claws out, isn't it?
Yeah, he is. Going after Friend over there.
Yep, a lot of action back in the back. Some drivers running wide. Quite a clean opening lap. Hamish Campbell, one of the drive. Well, Campbell was 37th in. Campbell was 38th in points, and he's dropped 2 places in this race. Here comes Albie Friend to the inside. New leader, Albert Friend, out of the corkscrew down the hill. Now. Oh, mechanical failure, Eduardo Salamonde. Salamonde from Brazil. Well, he was starting at the back, and yeah, his grand finals is over. Now, Friend defending early on, lap number 3. That's going to upset a lot of people behind him. Friend's got to do what Friend's got to do, hasn't he?
Yep, especially since he knows that Gandor is a quick driver, and I believe, maybe pride aside, he wants to try and win this.
Now, Kyle Lawrence has got some breaking news for us down in the pits. What have you got for us, mate?
Yeah, Henry, unfortunately, I've managed to catch up with Van der Hallen's car to see what had gone wrong. It looks as though the fuel pipe had fallen off on the filter just behind the tank. So he did try and get it plugged back in and carry on, but unfortunately, it all was null and void with the start of the race going ahead without him. So just a bit of heads up, the fuel pipe dislodged from the fuel filter, Henry.
Oh, you called it absolutely correctly there, Miguel, the fuel pipe. And we saw a bit of a disaster up at the corkscrew for Thomas Hart and Martin Soltis. Soltis in car 255 from Slovakia spun, and that driver there, Thomas Hart from New Zealand, ploughed into him, had nowhere to go. Hart's got a puncture. Where were they in the points? Well, Soltis was 8th. He'll still be okay. We will see him in the final,
but not in the front.
Not at the front. Thomas Hart, 16th in points. That should be okay. Oh no! The 216 and the 234 come together. The 216 is that would be Yimi Sarayervi, and the 234, that is Akito Yokoyama.
I believe I saw a bumper just out of there.
Really? Which? Sorry, was that Miguel?
There was a bumper out, but I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean,
there was a lot of chaos in this race.
You were right. I tell you what, one of our camera ops, as I said, Marcus Papp from Hungary in kart 267 is missing a bumper. And I mean, this is the battling at the back of the field. These are the drivers that are just, it's a coin in American football term, they're throwing Hail Marys. And sometimes, you know,
you gotta take the risk.
Those Hail Marys get intercepted and returned for an opposition touchdown. At the front, it's a little bit more calm. Hamish Campbell up to 12th position. There is a nose cone, so you were right. There it is. Campbell up to 12th. Let's have a look. Shun Sekiguchi from 24th to 14th. The International Trophy Asian champion now, Albie Friend, has just got to be a little bit careful. Defending is one thing. Over-defending is another. But that all seems to be okay. Into turn number 4. And I will say this, that Albie Friend, he's another driver with a new mechanic, young Matthew Herbert. Lee Taylor, he'll be watching this back home, Albie's old mechanic, and I'm sure Lee will be filled with pride because a lot of the reason we're seeing Albie Friend at the front is the work that he has done with Lee Taylor over the past 2 years. And it would be remiss of me not to mention that. I have to say that, yeah, Albie Friend has worked very hard. His dad, George, and his new mechanic, Matthew Herbert. But, you know, Lee Taylor, Albie Friend owes a lot to that man to helping him get to this point. The crowd look on intently. They cannot take their eyes off this battle. Why? Because we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 karts. Redka in 11th, Seng, Swiderski, Steve Moncon, Denny Babicek doing enough to get himself in. Now Albie Friend has got to defend. Is this something that he might have wanted to happen? Defend early to have a huge... That was Kevin Pollock going... probably trying to find the Formula 1 track somewhere. But yeah, is this what Albie Friend wanted? A huge pack that they'll all trip over each other?
I mean, a lot could happen. Maybe Albie Friend wanted to just defend for his life, or maybe this was a game plan that he set in mind when he overtakes Gander.
Yeah, he overtook Gander and then stood the brakes. Hamish Campbell is about to catch the lead group. Oh, Friend, you know, he's defending hard. He's looking over his shoulder a lot, you know. We're at lap 8. That tells me that he's not confident that hasn't got the kart to break away, or even the kart to thin the lead pack. Let's have a little look. And oh, there's another one off. That's Pollock again.
He's kind of abusing the track limits a bit. Maybe he was pushed off.
Well, I mean, there's avoiding an incident. There is Marcus Papp minus an important appendage. Down the hill. I mean, you know, sometimes a driver knows, look, the car isn't quite quick enough to lead, so he hasn't got a choice. You know, and Friend is thinking, if I just run my lines, then I'm going to end up 15th. You know, he's sitting there. This is the... But... he is a multiple champion, international trophy champion. He's been on the podium in the grand finals before. You know, he'll obviously know what his equipment is capable or not capable of. As we run lap number 11. Boaz Maximov had a big crash yesterday with our camera car. As we watch Friend, Maximov is up into 15th position from 29th. The grid at the back of the shot. Somebody spins. Kyle Lawrence, what have you got for us?
Henry, update on Marcus Papp. He's come into the pits to see if his nose cone can be reattached, but obviously the nose cone isn't here with us. It's still out on circuit.
Yeah,
so given the technical flag, he's had to retire the kart for this pre-final, and he won't be able to continue.
No, he can't. You know, his nose cone is outside the corkscrew.
Sorry
we saw
about that.
Panu Simonkhong spin. Yes, Miguel.
Albert Friend got a warning.
So Friend has been warned by the officials about over defending. Right, he now has to be very careful, and of course this is the last 2 laps when he needs to defend. Has Friend used up all his luck in the first 10 laps? Now he's driving his line. There's Hamish Campbell to the inside of the 271, Eason Seng Campbell, is going to be in the final. Maximov is making a huge bid. He's in this lead group. Further back, who is on their way up? Martin Soltis is coming back into play. He's going to be all right. Panustin Monkong, that spin could be very, very costly indeed. Now, friend, there we go. We start the final lap, friend. It was all a plan. It was all in the game plan for Albert Friend. Back them up. Let them trip over themselves. Officials say no more defending, please. Albie goes, yes, sir. Onwards and opens up a huge lead. And now Gandor is the one that has to defend. Perfect tactics, yes, Miguel?
I would say that as well, yeah. It was a good tactic that Friend did.
I know, yeah. I mean, Tygan Sakano, Rayan Gandor, second and third. Look at Albie Friend. Here we go. Battles on for second. Gandor, Sakano, Machus Masinas. There for Lithuania in fourth. Babicek, Sadursky, Sincere, Seng Campbell. Checkered flag. Albert Friend. Gandor second. Sakano, Masinas, Babicek, Sadursky, Sincere, Seng, Rentka, Campbell, Maximov, Voinov, Harry Freeman, Antoine Grisel, Esanth Venkastaten. Well, Venkastaten from 22nd to 15th. That's not a bad result, but I don't think that's good enough for the Indian driver. Martin Salt is 16th, he will make it in. Gabriel Canal, Leo Gonzalez, probably not enough. The real danger, oh, look at Ben McLaughlin, down from 13th to 20th. Kevin Pollock, down to 21st. Panustin Monkong, down to 22nd. Take us through the procedure now. As a driver, what do you do? Are you waiting for, you've got the provisional results, are you calculating back in the driver's tent of what's happening? Are you waiting for the results to be given? Are you trying to figure out if you're in or you're out?
Really depends on what the situation is. But personally, I would try to calculate the point systems, especially since where my provisional finishing would be.
Yes.
But I also had to keep in mind the penalties that other drivers, not just from pre-final B, but also from pre-final A, could have gotten.
It's a long process, isn't it?
Yeah, so like the waiting is either bearable or unbearable.
yeah. Depending on where you were in this. So unfortunately, Rashid Halal, Ludmila Ibarra Vasquez, Shun Sekaguchi, Juan Camilo Reyes, Yumi Sarajevi, Akito Yokoyama, Marcus Papp, Eduardo Salamonde. Now, Thomas Hart, Thomas Hart and Vince van der Hallen. They are the two hard luck drivers. Hart and van der Hallen. Let's have a look back, Miguel, and let's try and see about the Albert Friend defensive. Some would call it a masterclass, others would call it over-defending. However, it certainly was part of the plan, and it certainly worked, didn't it? Because Gandor got a good lead. Friend waited as well, but you can see he had the pace. That's Tiger Sakano in third position. Friend giving Tiger a little signal saying, no, let's go. Further back in the pack, it was game on. Typical, last chance saloon stuff. Sakano, Martin Soltis there. Soltis would have an issue. Let's try and see. So, Friend passes Gandor. Martin Soltis was up into second place. What happened to Soltis? Well, he'd spun there and gets clipped by Tommy Hart. Soltis actually finished Hart, the Kiwi, game over. There was a little bit of hip and shoulder. Like I said, there was more. Oh dear, that's a very unhappy Finn and a very disappointed Japanese driver. Back in the pack. Now, this is the point where Friend was, incurring the displeasure of the race director, wasn't it?
Well, he was, yeah. But, I mean, it kind of did work in his favor, but ooh.
Yeah, that was Panustin Monkong spinning out. That could be costly for Panu, although he did do well in the heat, so he may still have done just enough. Boaz Maximov was on a mission. Max Sadursky did very well. And by the time they give him the warning, can't believe Army Friend won by 1.6 seconds.
I believe he was just waiting for the race director to actually get the warning.
Yeah. And they said, right, okay, no, we have to go. Thank you very much, Miguel. That's it for juniors for today.
No worries.
Jen Wade has Albie Friend, and we'll see you tomorrow for the final, Miguel. Take it away, Jen.
Albie, really, really nice race, but yeah, I don't know. I saw that you got a warning flag.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit of because I had to defend the whole race because I had a whole pack behind me because of how tight it is here. So hard to get away at this track, so you just have to be patient, to be honest.
You think it's better to be in second?
No, it's always better to be in first.
It's going to happen. Everyone's so close, but really, really nice race, and I think you've got a lot of people cheering you on. Anyone you want to say hi to?
Just my family at home.
Yeah. Hi, and keep cheering you on. They got everything crossed. See you tomorrow. Congratulations. Really, really nice.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. Back to the commentary.
Thank you very much, Jen. And yeah, I'll be frank saying I had to defend the whole race. You know, it's really tough, but he just still prefers to be P1, of course. The races come thick and fast today. Rotax's ultimate class is about to take to the circuit, DD2. Again, 72 become 36 at the end of the next two races. And as I look through the classification, DD2, there are some big names, and I mean big names, currently on the outside looking in. There is a look at Mariu, that is Panayakon Aramarasamy from Thailand. DD2, Rotax's ultimate class, is about to begin. The carts are rolling. DD2, pre-final A on circuit. Theo Kakati joins me in the commentary box. Jakob Azel, Sam Knoppers, row 1. Mendeges, Sabo, Lawrence Herbert's row 2. Can Belgium finally get some luck? Matthews, then Taskinen, Massimino, Sanyala, followed by Pernod and Harrison Hoey. Maxime Shurko and Matthew Ferrer from France. Then it's Leonardo Baccaglini and Dimitri Mlakar. Followed by Vicente Marquez Carapint and Igor Jovard. Last two drivers currently in the main event. Sebastian Boyd, Rodrigo Eckel, the oldest driver in DD2. Now, Tunis Johannes Dominguez, Josh Batoon, they're on the outside looking in. So's Macy Williams, so's Thomas Brannick, so's Kurtzy, so's Hong, the Ticket 1 winner from this year. Ansaldo, Slovak, and the rest. Theo Kakati, team manager from Team UAE.
That's me.
Firstly, happy birthday to your dad, Antonio Kakati.
Thank you very much.
From the Al Ain race. What's his job title at the Al Ain race, apart from pain in the backside?
His job is
Chief
to
pain in the backside.
He's got to deal with all the drama. But that he probably wanted all the carts going around the corner now, and a little bit of.
Yeah, the back, one or two in the background. There's now Knyopes, though, he's been good coming through the pack, hasn't he?
Yeah, he proved that last year when he dropped down. I think he came down to 7th or 6th after the first lap. Seeing someone go down the inside there. I don't know if that was Macy Williams or not, but
well, yeah,
you know,
both American drivers are in this. Now that's not good. That's a rear bumper, and that's Edward Matthews from Team UK. I look in there, that rear bumper on kart number 437 looks low. Is it off the, oh dear, it's off the kart. Now, Rasmus Vendelbo had that same problem yesterday, and I cannot recall if he wasn't given the technical flag. He didn't receive the meatball flag, but I don't know if he was subsequently penalised or excluded at the end of the race. Macy Williams has had a terrible start. She entered this race 41st in points, and she's already dropped down 6 places on the grid. George Caffantaris moving up. Rodrigo Eccles dropping back. Matthew Ferrer moving backward. Jason Kurtzy is going in the other direction. He is moving up, as is Seb Boyd and Vigo Jovan. What are we watching there, Theo? Sanyala.
Sanyala, I think he went down the inside. I was looking at the rear bumper there. Also, the previous lap right here on this corner, exactly 1 lap ago, Sem dived right down the inside in third now, chasing the Hungarian in P2.
Yeah, Bendiger Sabo, considering that he had that spin at the start of heat number 3 and that issue with Antoine Barbarou, then, yeah, that's a good thing. Paulie Massimino. Paulie is up one spot. Right, let's take you through a replay of the start. Close start there from pole. Butzel leads everybody into turn number 1. Sabo to the inside. Now we'll try and see where the back of Team USA race through. There's somebody goes across. I think that may have been Macy Williams being forced wide and dropping back a little bit. No, yeah, that I think that was Macy. Massimino and Matthews wheel to wheel through turn 5. Matthews is going to be aware that maybe the scraping sound, he's going backwards. Oh, that car is not well. Now, to me, this looks like Ed Matthews is aware of the rear bumper. It's distracted him and it's put him off his rhythm. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm sure if the rear bumper is off, especially on the bottom right of the car, I'm sure he's going to feel some difference through corners as you got a piece of plastic scraping along the way.
Yeah, now tell us, as a driver, what effect does that have on the handling of a car if half the rear bumper, the bolts shear off or fall away?
I mean, fortunately for me, I've never really had that issue, maybe once in my whole career. But 100% what the first thing the driver is going to do is hear it. Down the inside, we see, is that Paulie Massimino?
Absolutely.
Great move, got the job done, and he's going to be chasing the next driver ahead of him.
Yeah, that was Paulie on Maxim Shirko for 5th position. Sanyala 4th. Sabo 3rd. Well, they haven't given Matthews a technical flag in the same way they didn't give Rasmus Vendelbo the technical flag. But we'll find out. I can't recall whether Vandelbo subsequently got a penalty or not. Let's look. Comers and goers. Baccaglini up into 10th position. Harrison Hoey down to 11th. Mustache Mountain. Matt Taskinen down to 12th. Boyd, Carpent and Kurtzy are the big movers upwards. And that was Baccaglini.
That's 461. What a move. Last second, down the inside. Yeah, Baccaglini got the job done. Clean move. One thing that has happened, Sam Canopias, we didn't see it on the screen, but he is in P2 and he's chasing P1.
4/10 of a second behind Jakub Butzel from the Czech Republic. And this, well, the 401, South Africa's Seb Boyd. He came into this race 33rd in points, and my word, he is guaranteed at the moment. He's guaranteeing himself a place in the main event. George Caffantaris up to 12th position. Harrison Hoey, good move.
I don't want to jinx it because, you know, I believe in the commentator's curse, but so far we've got just clean and racing moves. And it's great for the drivers out there.
Yes, well, I don't know the commentators because I've already done it once today. Maybe I've got it out of my system when I was explaining how well Oliver Spence was driving at the same moment that his brakes failed and eliminated him from the lead. So I might have just got it out of my system already. But yeah, good, clean race so far.
I mean, technically I'm team manager, so can't really get the commentator's curse, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no. Oh, Matthews' bumper though. Yeah,
it's got to be annoying.
Now he's wondering. Oh my goodness! Ed Matthews. He came into this 9th. He's still gonna make the final. Obviously, he has now dropped back to 19th place. Taskinen has dropped down to 15th. That's not great for Mustache Mountain, but, you know, again, he'll still be in the final. Driver Rodrigo Eckholt needs to pick up the Chilean, 40-year-old Chilean, who obviously he didn't qualify for the Masters ticket, but he did, you know, he did qualify for the DD2 class. Edward Matthews has retired, and well, that could be smart. Do I retire and just take my medicine, or do I try and finish and then get excluded for technical non-compliance?
Yeah, it's probably the best thing. Save the tires. He's definitely technical non-compliance. He's going to get that after the race.
Yeah,
and,
35th position. Sadly, no one else has retired from the race so far. Fastest
my
lap.
heart goes out for Jag.
Yeah, you know, the only DD2 or DD2 Master drivers in the UK is Edward Matthews. We'll still see him in the final. You know, maybe the white rose on all the Team UK race suits and clothing in memory of Gene Shiel will give Ed a little bit of good fortune tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Now, we look down at the back of the field. Iker Sebastian Lebastida from Mexico down in 34th. Juraj Slovak, 33rd. Kian Fussell, Namibia. Well, sadly, we're not going to make the final. Kian Fussell, Salvatore Ansaldo, Federico Rossi down at the back. Panayakon, Anna Marasamari, Marcel Schirmer, Baptiste Schneider. They'll all be bidding farewell. Bertelsen, Fabani, Shenya Hong, and Macy Williams, all probably going home at the end of this one. What about Rodrigo Eckholt, though, down to 21st? Here's the move! What a move! Knoppers. He committed there. Talk us through that one, Theo.
About to scream down the inside. I mean, he's gone for it, but just couldn't get the car stopped. And then once you get on that sand, you just can't really stop it from there. It's like you're on ice, and just went off the track. Rejoined safely, and now he's got 4 more laps to go to catch up to the leader again and try that again. But let's see if he can do that. You know, now he's...
Well, I mean, so Bazell knows that Knoppers is there. Bazell would have realised that, like, a few laps ago I had a big lead, and now I've got this Dutch lunatic sending it up the inside at about 1,000 miles an hour. So he's aware of the incoming issue, shall we say.
Yeah, definitely aware, and if he didn't already know that he was catching up before that, he definitely knows that there's that possibility again. So that move definitely got in his head a little bit, and it seems like he's catching up pretty quickly, but let's see what he can do. Hopefully keep it on the track next time. 11
out of 14 laps in. Knoppers, in the point standings, it was very, very close. Bazell 141, Masyakevic 132, Knoppers 132. So this could be for pole position in the final, which is why, there is Shenya Hong, 438. The winner of the first ticket of the 394 is out, and Chinese Taipei and Taiwan will not have a driver in the DD2 final. Here we go again. Knoppers is closing back in.
There was a look behind there. He's aware that he's there. I think that if he sees that, I don't know if he's gone for a move, because he was a lot closer a couple corners prior to this. So maybe he's gone for a move and something's happened, but definitely if he catches up again and Jacob looks behind, it's on, yeah.
It's on like Donkey Kong. Sanyala chasing Sabo, Massimino, Sherko. Then, well, Belgium. Hold your breath, Belgium. Lawrence Herberts. He is still there in 7th position. You know, I can only feel for Brenda and the team manager from Belgium. You know, I've seen Koen Lemons here from Genk, Genk circuit in Belgium.
Beautiful track.
Oh, yeah,
great
absolutely.
toasties.
Macy Williams has retired as well. The young lady, she was the only member of the USA team who got her ticket in Canada. She went up and got that ticket there, the Littleton, Colorado driver. The last time Macy Williams qualified for the Grand Finals was in 2021 here. On that occasion, She finished 38th in points and missed out on the final by 2. She's going to miss out again by fractions. That is karting for you, isn't it?
Yeah, very unfortunate. We saw her in the sand the other heat, and then again, you know, just getting unlucky. But definitely had the pace to be in the main final for this track.
We got 1 lap to go. Kyle Lawrence, what's Macy got to say?
Macy, we're on our final lap, but unfortunately you're in something to do with the brakes?
Yeah, been battling brake issues all week, unfortunately. We've gone and replaced pretty much everything that we can, and it still seems to be some issues, which is unfortunate, but you know, that's just the way it goes sometimes.
Whoa!
Macy unfortunately out, but back.
Sorry, Kyle. Sam Knoppers has just pulled off a worldie.
Wow.
Here we go, game on. Half a lap to go. Knoppers, Patel, Sabo, Sanyala, Massimino. It's a 5-car battle with 3 corners to go, Theo.
Down, he's going to defend there. He has to defend behind. Vasem Konopiev's coming from the last corner with an absolute dive bomb and takes the pre-final for a finishing first place. What a drive.
And Massimino passes Sanyala on the last corner for P4. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Kyle. Sorry to cut Macy Williams short. Her countryman gained a position, but...
wow, what a move, man. That was...
Well, Sem Knoppers, talk about kart control, that was special. That is going to be in the highlights, which we're going to show you very shortly.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there are the results. The top 10, all safely through. Sebastian Boyd, great drive. Guaranteed South Africa a place in the in the main event tomorrow. Let's have a look. Jason Kurtzy up to 30. Josh Batoon, Sebastian Boyd. Batoon, possibly. Kurtzy, maybe. Mlakar, stage 14th. Pernod, yes, still okay. Taskinen should still be all right. Vigo Jovard, he's on the bubble for sure in the number 408 kart.
Shout out to our biggest mover, 15 spots. Who's that from Greece?
George Kafantaris, yes. Right, Matthew Ferrer, Rodrigo Eckholt, they're going to be very, very close to not making it now. Our Eckholt finishing 20th. He was 35th in points. That's going to be very, very nervous. It does look as though we are going to be saying goodbye at the end of that race to Tunis Dominguez, to Thomas Brancic, Adrian Bertelsen, Santiago Fabani, Federico Rossi, Baptiste Schneider, Marcel Schirmer, Panayakon Aramarasmari, Salvatore Ansaldo, Kian Fussell, Macy Williams, Shenya Hong, and Labastida, and Edward Matthews. He's going to be in the main event, but at the back, let's see some of the highlights. This is known as the Sem Knoppers highlight reel now. But Sem, he, on the outside...
Yeah, didn't have the best start.
Didn't have the best start, but Sel, with the lead and controlled it. Oh, that is... Is that what happened to the number 415? That was Ansaldo. Ed Matthews losing a rear bumper, eventually retiring. Sanyala on a mission. And the South Africans and the Aussies moving ground. Batoon for New Zealand, Harrison Hoey. It is a full moon. And Massimino squeezing, and this was a bit of 3-wide action. Why not?
Yeah, this is when you realize the bumper was down as well.
Yeah. Massimino on Sherco for about 5th position. Now, there goes Kurtzy. We're looking to see over the curb, sparks flying. That was Tumingus from Ecuador. This is the first attempt.
Yeah.
Didn't happen. Bazell thinks, what on earth was that missile? There is a collision. Shenya Hong retiring, and then we waited through the evening air. Come the DD2s, and that was Matthew Ferrer and Vigor Jovard there. Here we go. And to the inside, get the kart slowed down, just about, kept it within track limits. Nothing Mazel could do. That was a send and a half, and Paulie Massimino grabbing fourth place on the end. I think that Axel Sanyala was struggling with brakes there. He was looking down, and I noticed during some of the highlights he kept looking. Harrison Hoey has been given a nose cone penalty. That will drop Captain Kangaroo down the order. But, you know, still. Jen Wade is about, well, let's see about those amazing moves from Sam Knopers, because he is with Jen Wade.
Sam, that was pretty close there at the end, but really good move.
Yeah, thank you. I think, I mean, I haven't actually seen it properly yet, but it was a calculated move. I knew what was coming, so read him like a book.
I think Jakob was a little bit surprised.
Yeah, I mean, he defended. Obviously, it's not the final, so I wasn't taking unnecessary risks or anything. But we all know what he's doing now. We've seen enough of races that he's done. You know, I don't have to tell the rest what to do, but I mean, not that I know better than anyone else, but he's always just going to wait for you, and then I dummied him, went to the right, snapped back to the left, and that was it, really.
And we're loving it. So we're going to say thanks for that. Exciting racing. Good luck for tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and I look forward to it as well.
Congratulations. Back to the guys.
I have been left alone in the commentary box, but as we take a nice look at Bahrain, take in this moment.
Yeah, let's take in that moment, the grandstand. I mean, there are iconic circuits, you know, around the world. A lot of the modern tracks, you know, the ones that have been built in the last 20 years or so, they, you know, have tendency to look a little bit similar. You cannot say that about Bahrain. You see that and you know exactly where you are. We are going to take a very quick commercial break, and we'll be back with the next pre-final for DD2. When the full moon is out, creatures of the night tend to start to stir, and as the mist rolls in, creating a rather eerie feeling. Who knows what creatures await the next race on circuit? It is the all-important pre-final B for DD2. And out of the mist, the Hound of the Baskervilles or the American Werewolf in London, who will come howling towards the front of the field and into the main event tomorrow. Theo Kakati, Max Dexter, the Team UAE, will likely not be one of them, will he?
Unfortunately not, but he's here. He's going to have a lot of fun this next one, and it's all about experience in these events, you know. A lot of drivers are also going home, but yeah. See.
He does, you know, let's have a little look at the point situation. He's 60th in points. Hey, It's a full moon.
You never know. Miracles happen.
Miracles
never know.
happen. Let's have a look. Welcome to the live chat to Dan Ashton, who is very well respected, a race director back in the UK. Does some other events around the world that I'm not quite sure what they're called, but they're very, not as good as this, but in the UK, Dan Ashton is one of the most well-respected officials. David Maciejewicz and Rasmus Vendelbo on row number 1. Even Parshin and Antoine Barbaroux on row 2. Gustav Usakovs, Mika van der Pavert on row number 3. Hannes Morin and Edgars Vilkans and Leo Gupsa and Gianluca Savalio round out your top 10. Lucas Zucchini, Zhikao, Luis Aguiar, Devin Sagardi, and then Frederick Zemis and Joker Vita. Len Nice and Mount Kirstens, the last 2 drivers currently qualified. Here are the drivers who now need to move forward. Henry Pozzo has not gone out. We've got Saudi Arabia, Mossad Al-Bassam, Denmark's William Christiansen, Ty Seeler from Slovenia, former champion Mats Johan Overhoff, looking to get into the final. So about Abdullah Sayad, Joseph McMahon, Lucas Nanji, Patrick Doricha, Christian Boucher, Vivian Cusack-Pico, Dexter Sofrakis from Egypt, and the rest. I was talking about your dad's birthday. It's normally you get a present on your birthday, but your dad actually gave your mum Chandra a present by disappearing halfway around the world and leaving her in peace for a week, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Hello, Chandra. Kakati, Theo's mum watching back home. Here we go, lights out. Maciejewicz has the lead through the nighttime mist here in Bahrain. Johnny Bravo has the field at his better course. Somebody skirting with the sand as they go through the roller coaster. They keep it on the tarmac, losing positions, but maybe not out of this one yet. Through turn number 5. David Maciejewicz defending. It's a good start for the leaders. There up the inside is Zhikao from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan. Well, they've lost Shen Ya Hong from the final. Could their most capped driver, Zhikao, 7th grand finals. First one in 2017. Zhikao aiming to make it in. He's got a best result in the grand final so far of 25th. He's on course at the moment to better that at the end of lap number 1 out of 14. Oh, yellow flags waving. Very briefly, that was through the roller coaster, trying to see who that was. I can't really tell who that was. They're in now, and Everett's continuing. Nobody losing a huge amount of positions on that first lap. So Max Dexter up 2 places.
Hannes Morin up 3, put himself in the P4. We saw him on the screen there defending. Great start by the leader. Top 3 have stayed the same, as you just said, but doesn't seem like the leader can pull away. So I think that we're about to see some fireworks spark up in a second here.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10 in the lead group. Maciejewicz, then Vendelbo, followed by Parshin, then Morin, P4.
Here we go.
5th is Barbaroux, defending already. Morin's going to get to the inside, coming through tournament, but then behind.
There's a look.
Oh, that was close. They kept it all together. That's going to cost Vendelbo. Round the outside goes Parshin. Morin up to 3rd. Vendelbo gets hung out to dry. And look at the Canada racing. Savalio on the outside trying to make a move as well. On board with Parshin.
All this is allowing the leader to get a lot more breathing space. We saw there Hannes Morin is trying to have a little look down the inside, but Ivan covered the door. And now they have an option here to fight for second, or they can work together to get up to first.
Smoke coming off the wheels of Hannes Morin's car. I couldn't quite see who he was having wheel-to-wheel contact with. Out of turn number 13, 14, 15, across the start-finish line. David Maciejewicz looks over his shoulder. Now Morin has to defend. Barbaroux to the inside. Not quite. This is getting tasty because Antoine Barbaroux, he is 8th in points. But there's defending going on. I mean, these are the DD2 drivers. You know, they should know. They know what they're doing. Len Nice, rather, up into P8. Now Barbaru makes him. Yeah. Barbaru, he wasn't waiting, was he? He has all the hallmarks of an impatient Frenchman, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, it wasn't the quite same move that Sam did, but similar aspects. Went to the outside, threw a dummy, and then back down the inside he went. And a great move, nice and smooth, kept on the track. And now he can have a chance to go up, catch up to Ivan, who's currently chasing the leader.
Yeah, Ivan Parshin, 5/10 of a second behind race leader. Hannes Morin, I think, is saying, okay, why fight it? You know, Barbaru, he's not going to let me lead, so I'm going to just follow and push, and maybe we'll both catch up. Vilkans in 8th, Van der Pavert 9th, Savalio 10th. Starting to drop away from this lead group now. Then it is Aguiar, Zucchini, Seiler, Vita, Ty Seiler from Slovenia up 8 places into P13. That could be potentially good news for him. And Morin now going backwards. He's having to defend. Vendelbo and Usakovs are right there.
Yeah, it was a move down the inside, trying to get past Hannes Morin. Didn't quite get the job done. And I think it's a battle for fourth actually. And it seems like the leader is inching away as the laps go on.
Yeah, Master Kajevic is pulling away from Ivan Parshin. At the back of the pack, Max Dexter, Vivian Cusack-Pico, both up 5 places, 24th and 25th. Joseph McMahon, 23rd. Mats Overhoff, still only 22nd. Going the other way, Leo Gubser from Switzerland, down from 9th to 19th. Wout Kirstjens started on the bubble. He's still on the bubble in 18th position. Zhikao, Devin Sagadi, both dropping back, but still in the top 18. Going the other way, William Christensen, Ty Seiler and Joaquin Vita. Uruguay making a bid for the DD2 final. Joaquin Vita, Nicolas Alagia and co. Very vocal supporters. And Uruguay could be on course to get into the top 36 at least.
Look down the inside here. Antoine had a lot more pace, gets around Ivan, and now has got a lot of work to do. I think it's about a second he's got to do if he wants to get the win in this pre-final here.
As you watch the battle at the front, disaster for Frederick Zebis. Frederick Zebis out of the race, out of the final. He came into this race 30th in points, and the Dane is retired, and he will not make the final. Hassan Soufrakis for Egypt runs 33rd. Christian Boucher for Mozambique is 32nd. Abdul Kader Kassam and Abdullah Shahjad for Bahrain, 30th and 31st. Yu Shu Fu from Chinese Taipei and Taiwan, 29th. Christopher Dimitriou is 28th. Lucas Nanji, 27th. Henry Pozzo is 26th. Vivian Cusack-Pico, 25th. Dexter, 24th. McMahon, 23rd. Overhoff, 22nd. Al-Bassam, 21st. Donitsa, 20th. It's probably game over for those drivers I just mentioned, although Donitska, Patrick Donica is moving forward. He's not done yet. 8 laps down out of 14. Masha Kamic continues to pull away the second place battle. Well, Parshin had it. Now it belongs to Barbaru.
Yeah, Barbaru, gap seems to be the same from P1 to P2, so I don't know if he'll be able to catch up unless his tires start to have more, unless he has more pace than what we see right now. Looking down the inside, I think that's Hannes Morin on Ivan. He gets the job done, a little bit on the curbing there. Can he hold it? Yes, he does. And
he does. Well, Parshin's dropped back a few places. He has now got Rasmus Vendelbo for company, although he's coming back at him. Well, I'm going to request our producer James Fitzhugh, who is bringing you all these pictures, the next time that we go through the roller coaster, I'd like to see it from on board Ivan Parshin to give you, the viewers back home, what it is like in Rotax's ultimate class to go through one of the most spectacular parts of any kart circuit in the world. And Theo, you know, if you want to sort of tell the viewers what is going through a driver's mind, or what is the kart like to handle through that section, that would be better. We'll wait till we get to the next lap. I mean, that's assuming, of course, that Parshin doesn't bin it now before he gets there, which is any Oh, commentator's curse. Right, here we go. Cross the line. Let's see. Can we see it on board? Parshin. Getting in trouble. Maybe not
Maybe the
this
next
lap.
lap. Maybe the next
Maybe
lap.
maybe, well, it's we'll have to wait and see. But I do want to see a great shot through that roller coaster to give you an idea of just how high and steep the hills and valleys of this part of the circuit is. Masakevich, his lead is shrinking. Barbaru, 8/10 down. He is a 10th quicker in every single timing sector.
Yep.
There are 3 sectors per lap, and there are 4 laps to go. And the gap is 8/10 of a second. Now, simple mathematics tells me that he's going to catch the race leader if he carries on at this rate.
I think that's what the whole... Oh, was that look down the inside there?
That was Usakov's having a nibble at Parshin. Len Nice is up into P5. Finally, Belgium. Finally,
we go, down
Belgium having some good luck.
Nice move down the inside. Now we get the onboard. We're right behind 419. Is he going to defend? These guys have been going at it for a couple of laps now. Nice. Yeah, it's normal racing line. This is the beauty of the track. Such a quick corner that one is. One of my favorite corners.
Yep, coming up towards the corkscrew. Oh, here comes Savalio to the inside. Oh, and also you've got Mika van der Pavert trying to get involved as well, the Dutchman. Aguiar and Zucchini. Ty Seiler still in 13th place. Who is that? That is Ty Seiler in the 443. Well, Slovenia, Ty Seiler had done the hard work, started 42nd in points, needed to gain the positions. He was up into about 12th place. That would have been enough. Now he's dropped all the way back to 28th. He is now out of the main event. Who does that benefit? It might benefit Denmark. William Christensen. It might benefit Saudi Arabia, Mossad Al-Bassam. Meanwhile, Kyle Lawrence has got news for us. What have you got, Kyle?
Henry, I was listening to the commentary through the headset. I recall you asking about Vendelbo's technical, if he received a technical penalty for that bumper coming off in the heat races. I can confirm he did not receive a technical penalty when that bumper came loose. So Vendelbo standing in a good position for a good start in the final.
Thank you, Kyle. Well, and somebody has just parked it in the outside barriers, and that is interesting. So, I wonder, and thank you, Kyle, because then it makes you wonder, did Ed Matthews know that? Because if he knew that Vendelbo didn't get a technical when he could have stayed on track, oh no! Joaquin Vita, and there's action aplenty. That is the 434. Oh, this thing's happening too fast here. William Christensen. That wasn't.
Oh, he's on him now.
Yeah, that wasn't hip and shovel. But Joaquin Vita, Uruguay's hearts, like Costa Rica's earlier, have just been broken. But here's the battle for the lead.
Battle for the lead. He's done it. He's finally caught up. Final lap now. He's gone defensive through that corner. This is the fast part of the track. Elevations up and down. Barbaro, he's gone defensive. Barbaro around the outside. Can he do something? Is he going for the switchback? Yes, he is. Is it enough? Down the inside, he's got it done. Using all the track that they can. Barbaro now taking a look behind. Is he going to defensive? Yes, he has. Can he hold it around the corner? He has it. Oh, now Hannes Morn has now gone into this straight. He's going to go around the outside. Can he get his full car around? We're going to see now. Through they go.
And Morin into P2. Barbaru leads. It's not over yet. Into the final couple of corners. Barbaru, Morin, dust and sand of the track. Masyakevic goes from first to third. Barbaru takes the win. Barbaru wins. Morin, Masyakevic, Vendelbo, Nice, Uzakovs, Parshin, Savalio. And here's the gaggle coming across the line. Well, good news for Vilkans, Van der Pavert, Zucchini, Aguiar, Zhikao, Will, make it in. Once again for Chinese Taipei, Leo Gupsa will make it in. Devin Sagadi for Estonia is in. Let's have a look back. William Christensen in. Patrick Donica. Ooh, that's close for Patrick Donica, up 10 places to 17th. I tell you what, Saudi Arabia may just have got a driver into the final. Musad Al-Bassam, Joseph McMahon. He is, well, that's going to be tough for Joseph. Max Dexter. Quick word about Max. Up 10 places to 20th. In karting, you're only as good as your last race. And if that was Max Dexter's last race of the Grand Finals this year, he'll be pleased with that.
Absolutely. He's going to be happy. Up 10 places. He'll be going home, happy that he came out here and gave it his best. Seeing all the drivers come in here. Some of them will be going home. Some of them are going to be going to the next one. But overall, hopefully everyone's going to be happy with what they've done. Thinking back at that race, great performance from the Frenchman. He was able to catch up to the leader, get the job done, and then fight that last lap. And Hannes Morin just got his way in, up 5 positions.
Yeah,
don't know whether that's going to secure him for the final, but I think that knowing Sam Canopias, knowing how aggressive these guys are out here, I think that who do you think is going to take the final tomorrow?
Well, I mean, as commentator, I don't have predictions. I mean, all I do know is that it's very, very close, and there are, I would say, a dozen drivers who have all made it through and shown superb pace in every race, haven't had problems, and are starting at the front. That's good. Let's have a look back at the highlights of this one. Mastiakiewicz, now, he leads. David's got to make sure the occasion doesn't get the better of him tomorrow. As you look at the early stages, Parshin, at this point, our camera cart was up with the P3. Morin was 4th. You know, the fortunes ebbed and flowed. There is Leo Gupsa, Shikao, and Aguiar. Now, good onboard stuff here. Through the roller coaster and hard on the anchors.
That was Ivan.
Yep. That was
a little sketchy there.
A little sketchy there. Barbarou. Now, Barbarou really had to fight.
I was right in that, yeah.
Yep. And he passed Morin. Now we understand why Antoine Barbarou was in such a hurry and he was so determined and he was so aggressive, because he knew how quick his wagon was. And my word, it was quick. There is Uskov's or Edgarsville, Kansas. That's Usakov's. Parshin through Turnham, getting passed by Barbarou. Barbarou pretty irresistible there, I have to say. He was away at the front.
Ivan wasn't really trying to fight back on there. You know, he knew it was a long race and didn't want to cause much of a fuss and get the other guys involved sooner than what they should be. That's the corner you're talking about. Mega elevation as a driver, you feel.
Artwork. And that is sparks flying. Brazil.
Oh, this is how it happened.
Seiler. Brazil over the curbs. Seiler. And that is, well, that's the 404. They'll have something to say about that, I'm sure. This was the almost Slim Shady round the outside by Hannes Morin. Okay, Theo, you've got to go. You'll be back for the final tomorrow. Thank you, as always. Once again, happy birthday to your father. And we look down at... we're looking at Latvia there, but Jan Wade is with France.
Antoine, you're looking a little bit warm, but what a great race.
Yeah, that was very good. It was far from me, so I continued to push to join in, and after that was a good battle at the end,
We were just talking about how the level is incredible in every race, in every class. You've been here now 5 times, very, very close to winning.
Yeah, in 2021 I was close to win, but I took a penalty, so that's maybe the problem. I didn't finish second, but it was good. And after each time we did good qualifying in all the races, and now we will try to win this one.
It's going to be good. It's going to be close. We cannot wait for tomorrow. Okay?
And this is a 21 lap, so it will be very long, and with the hot weather, it will be also intense. So we will see.
We will see. Congratulations.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, back to the guys again in the commentary.
Thank you very much, Jen Wade. Now, talk about loving the game. Ellis Vietza is due out in the E20 pre-final, which comes up after senior, but he's joined me in the commentary box for this senior pre-final. Ellis, Team USA, known as the Electric Renegade. You are probably the world's most foremost electric kart racer, and you are a Can-Am ambassador. Welcome to the commentary box.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for having me. It's incredible to get to see this side of the sport. It's not something I've done before. So, again, thank you to Can-Am for being the ones to send me out there as their ambassador. And when they said, do you want to go rep us in Bahrain? I was like, well, I better be able to go race. So, long way from home. You know, my girlfriend Morgan, I know this is her first ever karting event that she's watching ever. And so, yeah, she's getting to see the pure chaos of the grand finals with me in it. So, shout out to her and all my family as well. It's going to be a good time.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we're going to have the first senior Rotax pre-final coming up. You've been here before in Bahrain. You've been out in warm-up this morning. How does the track change between warm-up and then this evening?
Yeah, I mean, dust obviously is like the key. You know, for us, when we're the first session out, we're kind of just the track sweepers for everybody. Yep. So not a lot of laps, just kind of making sure a function check, everything works, and save those tires. We get one set for this entire, you know, racing chaos weekend. So just make sure you manage those and then get to the racing this evening.
No problems at all. Well, we'll go down to Kyle Lawrence, who's down in the pit lane now. Take it away, Kyle.
Thank you, Henry. I'm here with Matthias Keller. Matthias, you've had a tough go of things in the beginning of this weekend. You're in P14 for the pre-final. You got a chance to make the final. Now is about maximizing this finish to see how far up the grid you are. How do you feel about your chances?
I think it's quite good, and try to make as many places as possible. So yeah.
Your pace has seemed good throughout the heats. You feel like you've got the pace to run towards the front from 14th in this race?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, with the additional laps, I hope to see you further up the front. We wish you the best of luck. Henry, back to you in the comms box for the pre-final of Senior Max.
Thank you very much, Kyle. The mist has rolled in again. Have you noticed the mist out there?
Yeah, I mean, I think the front straight cam is kind of what shows it best as they come down. It's you know, I think it adds a good vibe with the lights. It's actually not too bad under the visor, but it makes it look good.
Okay, the superstars are up next. It's Senior Rotax. There sits Lewis Goff, who will start on the outside of row number 1. You can see the Optimum Motorsports graphic on his helmet. That is because his father runs the Optimum Motorsports sports car team. And Lewis's career will, you know, head that way eventually. But for now, he has got a grand finals to think about winning. He was on the junior podium last year. Can he make it on the senior podium this year? Here we go. Kian Garrity and Lewis Goff, row number 1. Row number 2, Aidan Ingrata and Mehdi Lasue. Then row number 3, Toby Gale and Ryan Maxwell, the son of Scott Maxwell from Multimatic Motorsports in Canada, Martin Lichner and Tomoki Terashima, Mateo Radenkovic and Sebastian Koch, top 10. Then Akinori Kikuchi, Nolan Lamore. Nolan starting well outside the top 30 in all his heats. The Frenchman has done very well. Row number 7 will be Ty Mahia from Bahrain and Matthias Kjellerup from the Netherlands. Now, Austin Gale, Isan Madesh, Tom Langlois, Devian Royce. They're the last drivers currently in the top 36. Xavi Suarez, Oliver Marak, Liam Flukiger, Tino Sidler, they're the first drivers on the outside looking in. Pietro Pons, Charles-Michael Visser. Now we're down to the real outsiders, the ones that are throwing that Hail Mary and hoping it doesn't get intercepted and return for a touchdown to the opposition. Tutti Suarez, who joined me in the commentary box for the first half of this meeting at the seniors, will be very nervous. His younger brother, Xavier Suarez, is 37th in points. Lights are out, we're off and racing. What a start from Cian Geraghty. Lewis Goff was, well, he's slotted into second place, but he looked like he was caught napping there as we head up towards turn number 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, your run through the S's there is really what determines kind of where you shake out in this first lap. So Senior Max, single speed, a momentum-based chassis. If you get hung out to dry in those S's, it can get real nasty over there.
Yeah, we're on board with Aidan Ingrata, the Canadian, who is running just behind Matthew Lesue in what is now 4th or 5th position, maybe a little bit further back. This pack, now this is where the action is, because these are the drivers. This is where desperation kicks in. In the point standings, these drivers all know they're going to be in the final. Yeah, they want to make a couple of moves as much as they possibly can, but generally, it's all about just preservation. We've seen drivers retire and potentially either ruin a good starting spot or potentially even race their way out of the main event. So, Geraghty, Goff, Lesue, the top 3, being caught by our camera car, Ingrata. Lesue passes Goff at the turn number 5, and Toby Gale it rounds out the top 5. But, good. So, it's pass or be passed, isn't it, Ellis?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, you gotta be very decisive, and I think we've seen a lot of the lead groups actually fighting in these sort of preliminary races to the final, which they don't get their breakaway, and that 4-cart pack turns into 6, 7, and 8 very quickly.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we've got 5 at the moment up at the front, led by Geraghty. Lesue. Now, we saw Barbaroo being very aggressive in the previous DD2 race, and that's probably, and he went on to win that. So sometimes you see drivers being ultra aggressive at the start because they know their their mechanic has made tweaks or what have you. Sometimes you say, why is he attacking so much? But there's a reason, isn't there?
Yeah, there's always a strategy. Tire pressures as well. When we get in these night racing, can get kind of tricky. Balancing out the race length, but also not getting hung out to dry in that start. So some of these guys may up a little higher. They got the pace right away, and the others are kind of lay low and wait patiently until things start to get a little bit more chaotic.
Now Toby Gale around the outside. Oh dear, Jackson Rooney, and there's a side pod off there. That belong. I do not believe this. The Belgian bad luck continues. Mateja Radenkovic has just dropped from he was 17th in points, and he's just dropped down to 31st in this race. What have Belgium done to deserve this? And look at that. There is no other circuit in the world where you can get that view. What is it like to drive, Ellis?
I mean, the elevation here is something special. I've been very privileged to drive across a lot of circuits, mostly in Europe, with the Rotax E20, and this one is special. And I mean, a quick shout, Cooper Auclair, another fellow USA driver, is absolutely flying. He's right at the P20 on lap 3, so he is moving up there pretty quickly.
Yeah, unfortunately, Charlie Smith, who was just at the fastest lap of the race, has gone the other way. Charlie was excluded from the race, and there is Jackson Rooney, number 325. Where did Rooney start? The answer is, let me see, well, let's have a look there. Rooney I'm trying to find the New Zealand flag. He was down outside the transfer spots anyway. So New Zealand over, game over for New Zealand. Ty Mahia has dropped back. Mahia from Bahrain has dropped back as you watch the lead battle. Trying to keep track of who might be. Oh, and Goff at the inside. It's Britain battling all over again. Yeah, you watched last year's Grand Finals, didn't you, Ellis? So did the rest of the world, and apparently every time we see more than one driver at the front of a senior Rotax race, we start to wince, don't we?
Yeah, just a little bit. I think everyone knows exactly what they have to do this race, and we know that, at the end of the day, you may share the same, flag on the back of your suit, but once you're out on track, it is every man for themselves that it can turn very quickly. So seeing a little bit of muscle is there going through the last chicane. That can get really tricky. That little straight in between before you exit into that last corner is so short that it's almost enough to make a move, but not really. So any little ducks into there can kind of stack you up on the straight and get pretty hairy.
Okay, Kyle Lawrence has got breaking news for us down in the pit lane. What have you got, mate?
Jackson Rooney into the pits with a tyre delaminated, off the bead on the left front. Jackson didn't go well for you there, obviously a bit of incident. not in the greatest of moods, but a difficult go in the pre-final for you.
Yeah, no, that's right. Me and another driver just collided, and then yeah, the tyre popped off the bead. Nothing could really do there, but yeah, that's racing.
Chances in the final, Min?
Nah, that's long gone.
Well, hopefully we see you back here for the 2026 Grand Finals representing New Zealand. Thank you very much, bud.
And more problems out on track. That's Oliver Marak. And the number 3, 4, 5, I thought that was Piotr Borowczyk. Marak and Borowczyk, where were they situated? 39th in points for Marak, and Borowczyk was 63rd. So that has not gone well either. They are both now out of contention. Charlie Smith at the 25th. Cooper O'Clair, 22nd. So, you know, Madeira Denkovic is coming back up through the order. That's something Tino said. No, there was a cart on the inside line there, stranded cart. That'll need to be moved. Goff has taken the lead. I didn't quite see where that happened. Did you catch that, Ellis?
Yeah, I think it got a little crazy through the S's there on that first sector. You lose so much time going side by side there. Those corners work with you when you're on the right line, but once you get that racing action through there, it is so easy to lose touch with the leader, as we see here.
Well, here we go. Into turn number 1 in front of a packed grandstand. That is a NASA panel. There's a NASA panel not on said wagon. I could tell you the number because there's no NASA panel. But the driver, is that number 359? Is that possibly Austin Gale? Let's have a look. It is Austin Gale. Now, that's obviously a technical flag, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll see if he decides to wait for them to call him in, or if he keeps mixing it up out there.
Now we are the Oliver Marak Piotr Borowczyk incident. Marak has continued. Borowczyk has not continued, and I believe maybe a little bit of discomfort now. Yeah, it's going to be. We're on board with Aiden Ingrata. We didn't see how the NASA panel fell off. I mean, the fact that he's still up in the lead group, that is really strange. You think it might just came loose and fell off?
Yeah,
I've never seen that before.
I mean, usually a cart spinning across your front end is usually what kicks that off.
And it's usually followed by a quick retirement, isn't it?
The fact that he's still up there and nothing seems bent, he's staying up in touch with the group is impressive. So maybe just a technical foul.
Alpha Live camera operative challenge. Please find the footage of said NASA panel parting company with the driver who still runs in 9th place.
It's an aerodynamic change on the fly.
Now, Gustavo Tutti Suarez is watching his younger brother, Xavier Suarez, currently up into 15th position. Could Mini Tutti make it into the main event? I don't have live chat anymore, unfortunately, but I do know that we were joined by commentary royalty, Sky Sports F1 presenter and Sky Sports commentator for the Formula 2 and Formula 3 championships, and Sky Sports F1 Kids presenter Chris McCarthy joining us. Chris McCarthy doing some fantastic work called the Purple Sector in the United Kingdom with Alpha Live. Chris also does an awful lot of good work to raise money for racing drivers with epilepsy, which is very good. Kyle Lawrence is down in the pit lane. Kyle, be careful. We could cut away because it's about to kick off at the front. But Kyle, what have you got for us?
Right, Henry, I'm here with Max, Tino Sidler's mechanic. Tino, up from 22nd to 12th, Max. What does that do for your chances into the final?
At the moment, we're not really too sure because of all the drivers around us, but we're trying to make up as many places as possible. At the moment, the big gap between the front ones is massive, so I'm not sure if we'll be able to make any more.
So there we go, Tino Sidler, not sure if 12th's going to be enough to make it through. A little bit off the front pack. I think he needs a top 10 to go through, Henry.
Well, tell Stumpy that his wish could come true because the front pack are about to kick right off. Goff leads, defending. Lesue second, Garrity third. Tomoki Terashima, Toby Gale, the Gale brother with his NASA panel still attached. Followed by Maxwell, Langlois, Ingrata, Lichner, and Kikuchi. Top 11 going crazy, Alice.
Yeah, I mean, I think textbook to what we talked about right at the start of this is when that front pack keeps racing, this is what happens. We have an absolute crazy stack of karts. Every line is pretty much taken up by a chassis, so this is going to get really interesting. We'll see if even more latch on from the back as they all hug that inside line, trying to protect themselves up into that corkscrew before they make it.
Yeah, the 355, Kian Garrity trying to go right. That was never going to work there at turn number 8. He was always going to be shown the door. Let's have a little look. We've got plenty of people on the live chat. We're including our friends from across the pond at Kart Chaser joining us here as well. Hope you got your notepads out, lads. Love the guys with Kart Chaser. Very fortunate to work for them. Here we go. This is Game On Now, Alice.
Yeah, this is textbook karting. I mean, once that sort of second to last lap and last lap board comes out, it is fair game. And as we see, there we go, one's off.
Exit stage left, Canada. Is that Ryan Maxwell? It is. Maxwell just gets spat out like chewing gum. And didn't quite see what preceded that. Goff, looking over his shoulder. Goff won his ticket in the Rotax with the trophy in Orlando early this year.
A little bump there.
Yeah, well, he's just had Matthew this week. Tom Langlois, it's a French 2-3. UK holding off the French again. Into the final corner of the penultimate lap. And still, I'm baffled as to why Toby Gale has not been flagged in. Oh, it's going to kick up now. 3 wide through the roller coaster. What a move. Langlois, take a bow, son. That was special.
That's just opportunistic.
Oh, it's Masue. No, it was Langlois. Sorry. What a move. Yes, sorry, Alice.
Very opportunistic move there. Saw the chaos, just absolutely stuck his nose in right where he needed to be. And now, look at that gap. They're just going to keep fighting behind him, and I think he's going to be able to be quite comfortable coming into the last sector here.
The short list for move of the event has just got a little bit longer.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And up into, Xavier Suarez now at the 14th place. Could Chile be about to get a driver into the final? And unless he's got invisible ink and he's just spilt it over his NASA panel, I'm Toby Gale. Finishes, he will not stay there. That is going to be a technical exclusion, I am absolutely sure. But there we go. What do I know? I'm just commentator. As you're now realizing, Alice Piazza, that commentators, we don't know much.
I mean, listen, to be fair, you probably watch more of the racing than anyone out there, even in the stands right now. So I'd say that your gut is probably pretty good and a lot more emotionally stable than probably some of them out on track at the moment.
Thank you very much. I did not pay Alice Piazza to say my gut is pretty good. Normally, people say my gut is too big and I should go on a diet. But there we go. Langlois, Lesue, Gale, Goff, Toby Gale, Garrity, Terashima, Ingrata, Lichner, and Devian Royst. Now, Tino Sidler up into 11th position, possibly enough. Let's have a look. Radenkovic survives. Xavier Suarez, Pietro Valpons. What a drive from Ruben Kernahan. Up from 34th to 18th, probably not going to be enough. I won't keep you, Ellis. You're about to go out, but we'll see you back for the final tomorrow, if that's all right with you.
Absolutely. Had a blast. Looking forward to take a look at, the race for all the glory. So best of luck to you as well, keeping up with all the action. And you'll see me out there putting on a show for you.
Excellent. Don't get that hot rod turned around again. And good luck, Alice Piazza. We'll see you very shortly on track. The Electric Renegade, Elysium Racing, and Can-Am Ambassador. Look him up on his very, very popular social media channels as we now wait for confirmation. Take a breather, take a breath, and let's see. nose cones. I do have a bet, a side bet with Tiffany Chittenden that we're going to get one race with no nose cone penalties. My money is on Micromax. I have got faith in the micros to win my bet with Tiffany Chittenden. This, pride is at stake. Pride is at stake. Let's just say that. Looking at Langlois, that was a one heck of a move. Now, this is the weighbridge, the drivers now. That's Austin Gale. So Austin, he is the Gale brother that finished with his, no. That is, well, I mean, number one, he's going to be underweight. Number two, he's looking a bit confused. Let's have a look at the highlights first of all. Guion Garrity had a great start. Lewis Goff was caught napping, I have to say, there through turn number one. Now, everyone behaved themselves until then. Now, look at Langlois. Langlois, well, a few track limits issues there, but we'll run past that. Many this way, you can't see Tom Langlois in the frame because he started back in 17th position. Talk about a statement drive. 33rd in points. What's the best way to guarantee yourself and place the final? Well, go and win the pre-final. Lots of action back to back. There's Maria Quinones from the Philippines. She finishes 33rd. As a lot of action earlier on. There's Team USA running like Cooper O'Clair. He made good. Now there is and that was the end for Borowczyk and Marak. Borowczyk and Marak. Borowczyk not happy, but Marak continues, although both the grand finals is over for both of them. Ingrata telling someone, come on, push. And then Langlois is now in the lead pack, but at the back of the lead pack, there he is, dark blue race suit at the end, flashing through turn number one. Sadly, we lost Ryan Maxwell there. He probably had an assist. And here we go. Lasui to the inside. Watch this from Langlois. 3 wide, round the outside of turn one. Alpha Live, camera up, take a bow, MVP. If that was Chris Simpson, bravo, sir. That was the move. I mean, Sam Knyoppers did a move and a half. And here is now the discussion. And I'm wondering if we can get a chance to chat to Austin Gale. We do need to speak and try and figure out, number one, why he wasn't given a technical flag. Number two, was he underweight? And number three, has he been excluded from that for not having a NASA panel on his kart? Questions, questions, questions. I can see Jen way down there. Will we get any answers? And there is Toby Gale. Toby is, I'm just going to quickly check. Toby is the younger brother. He was 24th in junior last year. Austin is Aiden Grata coming through. We'll see him up near the sharp end of the grid in the finals. He's look there. Ooh, shouldn't have had that toilet break before the start. And by the looks of that, that was close to the weight limit. Now we wait for Tomoki Terashima. Tomoki scans his driver, wristband that tells what he should weigh. Now, Tino Sidler, he's got Stumpy mechanicking for him, and he has got Senna van Valstein. We're not going to speak to Austin Gale, sadly. We're going to speak to a very impressive Tom Langlois.
Tom, incredible, formidable.
Oui, très bonne course ici. En partant 17e, juste excellent, un move exceptionnel dans le dernier tour. Super content, just really happy, and thanks to my team for today. I'm really happy.
You can be happy. We were really glued to the screen watching that, but the move on the outside was amazing.
Yeah, it's just amazing move.
The racing is so good.
Yeah, la race était juste très mouvementée, juste si content et merci à tout le monde.
Merci. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Okay, back to the next race. Thank you, guys.
With 35 one-make cups, Porsche Motorsport is the leading manufacturer of monobrand racing series in automobile racing. The central maxims are safety, equal opportunities, and affordable motorsport at the highest professional level, coupled with the highest level of technical customer support, including worldwide and fast spare parts supply, as well as top marketing. Porsche Motorsport offers its customers, from motorsport beginners to professionals, a wide range of excellent racing platforms worldwide. At Porsche Motorsport, we feel that BRP Rotax is sharing the same values, following the same principles as we do in our championships, and seeing already a lot of karting drivers progressing into our championships is a great basis for our common cooperation.
At BRP Rotax, we feel that the one-make series that we run with the Rotax Racing, the karting itself, is very much in line with the Porsche Racing, and therefore it's an easy transition for our drivers from one to the other. We've produced a lot of champions coming from Rotax Racing into the Porsche series, which is spectacular for our future.
Well, we look at Lukas Schlegel's kart. Tom Strella sits in front of him, Austria and Latvia. This is the last pre-final where some of the contenders will not go. The Welsh Dragon sits proudly on the back of the Terror of Trefeglois's crash helmet, Matthew Higgins. He was very politically correct when Jen asked him about the situation. He had all his qualifying times deleted. He claims that he had the wrong number kart. And he had several witnesses to say likewise. The officials did not agree. He has started at the back of every single heat race and has driven his way up to 24th in points. He is not out of danger yet. What can my fellow Welshman do in this one? Sean Butcher and Christos Oikonomou on the front row of the grid. Tish Van Wyk and Oliver Hodgson on row 2. Tom Strella and Joshua Graham, row 3. Lukas Schlegel and Harry Bartle on row 4. Trobech and Teresa Babic-Kova are next. Mohamed Vali and Matthew Higgins. Then it's Macaulay Bishop, Fernando Paimre, Cas Boschus and Alfaro Jimenez. The last two drivers currently in the main event, Victor Frostbay and Raya Menamne from Lebanon. Here are the drivers on the outside looking in. Matthews, Saar, Leitonen, Shermer. Followed by Loretti, Sakai, Ruli, Rajani. Now the outsiders, the real outsiders. King, Mumina, Bostrom, Shoshin, Pula, Sasaki and the rest. 36 more drivers. At the end of this race, we have E20 and E20 Masters. I'll be joined by Fox Sports Natalia Gregoria, and then it will be Micro and finally Masters with Tiffany Chittenden. Sean Butcher qualified at the Rotax International Trophy 106th out of 110 in July. He then led the final in one of the most magnificent series of drives I have ever seen. He starts this one from pole position. What can he do? Oh, spinners in the middle of the pack. That's huge. Oh, karts everywhere. 2, 4, 6, 8 karts all off track. More spinners through turn number 2, and it looked to me like it was Oliver Hodgson who got turned around with potentially, and I'll say that potentially Nick Trobech. We will undoubtedly see a replay of that in the fullness of time. Butcher leads. Okonomu, Van Wyk is next. This lot are lucky. Who is that? That's a Team GB racer. That could be Harry Bartle. That could be big trouble for Bartle. There is the 353 of Matthew Higgins. Rafael Rajani out of the race. Replay incoming very shortly. Let's have a look. We're going to see the driver on the outside. Oh, it was, yeah, Hodgson got turned round. Oikonomu got turned round in the middle of the pack. There is Rajani going backwards. He is out of the race. South Korea out of the race as well. Hodgson down to 29th. Babichkova down to 33rd. Teresa Babichkova. Here comes the 3-5-1 into the pits. It is game over for Cheska Hentona. Also losing ground was Martin Saar. This has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, and bent rear axle for Cheska Hentona. Luckily, all the drivers are okay. We'll have a little look. Portugal, where was the Portuguese driver in the points? Rafael Rajani was 52nd, so he's out of contention. Butcher still leads from Tom Strella at the front. They're pushing away from Bishop. Macaulay Bishop escapes and gains 10 places, up to 3rd. Fantastic for Macaulay Bishop. Tish Van Wyk is 4th. Schlieger is lead. Tom Strella briefly took the lead. Butcher got it straight back. Mohamed Vali is there in 6th for Team South Africa. It's been a great grand finals for Mohamed Vali. He makes another move to the inside, or does he? That is him trying to put Harry Bartle 7th. Higgins is 8th. There he is, chasing Mohamed Vali. Oh my goodness, what a shot. Look at the grip levels out there. That is spectacular stuff. Butcher, Strella, Bishop, that distinctive driving style. He moves his body in the opposite direction to the corner to help the weight distribution. It is very difficult to do, and I mean very difficult to do. Further down the order, well, Ryotaro Sakai has gained 10 places. Nicholas Loretti is up 8 places. Jace Matthews up 8 places to 11th. Are we going to see Jace Matthews in the final? He has given himself a fighting chance, has the Aussie National Cup champion. Well, he was Aussie National Cup in the senior lightweight category. Well, he's up with the heavyweights now, is Jace Matthews. Josh Graham slips back to 13th place. Now, Bishop's driving style, it is so unique. Mark Kimber has a similar driving style, but not as much as Bishop. And he does it he knows at what angle to position his body at each and every individual corner. It is an infinitely difficult skill. Now Mohamed Wali in trouble. Alvaro Jimenez right behind him. Matthews, Cass Boschus, Graham, Sakai, Loretti. And okay, Bishop v Butcher v Strella, 3 wide, and it's Strella over the grass. That's going to force Bishop wide. Butcher gets the lead back. Bishop now attacks. Bishop to the race lead. When Macaulay Bishop is in this mood, sometimes it's just better to let him go. You know, Butcher has to think about protecting pole position for the final. He has seen Kian Garrity, the driver that started today first in points, fall back a little bit. So he knows second place will be good enough. Bishop is not going to start the final round. Look at this gaggle of karts. There is Rhea Manane for Lebanon round the outside. Bishop doesn't need to fight. Sorry, Butcher doesn't need to fight Bishop. Oh, Rhea Manane there up over the back of another kart, and that is Lebanon's chances out. Across the line. Bishop now defending. Will that work? And, well, Matthew Higgins has just taken 3rd position. I'm not going to do a pro-Welsh glaze. I'm going to tell you that Higgins was given 72nd and last starting position. He had to start every single heat race from 36th position. He came through, and I shall tell you that in those 3 heat races, Higgins finished, he finished 27th with a nose cone, then 19th and 24th. Sorry, that's the points he gained. I do apologise. So I haven't got his finishing positions, no nose cone penalties, and he gained at least 15 places in every heat race. And now Matthew Higgins, the British champion, is attacking Sean Butcher, and Butcher in kart 357 is this year's Euro Trophy champion. In front of them both is this year's International Trophy Europe champion, Macaulay Bishop. Higgins to the inside. 4th is Harry Bartle. 5th is Nick Trobech. Strella, Schlegel, Boschus, and we're having, oh, Mohamed Vali. Mohamed Vali's gone off. He's dropping down the order. He's in trouble. There he is. He was 7th. He's now dropped back to 14th place. Still in the final. Now, Ryotaro Sakai, Nicholas Loretti, they're up to 12th and 13th. They have gained double-digit positions. Santeri Leitonen has gained 5 places in 16th place. Well, Santeri Leitonen had gained 5 places at the last corner. That was probably changed by the time they got to the next corner. Hodgson is 26th. Babichkova, 27th. Sideways, that was the 303 of Cas Boschus getting sideways. It's getting a little bit tetchy in the midfield section. Down towards turn number 8 we go. There is the Spanish driver, Alvaro Jimenez, currently P11 behind Boschus in front of Sakai. In fact, Sakai now gets past Jimenez. Nicholas Loretti from Brazil is the next driver in line. Santera Leitonen, Jose Sherma has gained, while Colombia are marching forward. It is from 22nd to 15th from Jose Sherma. Jace Matthews still in with a good shout. Yoshito Sasaki, and Attila Kalapak, 17th and 18th. They've gained 15 and 16 places each. This could be good news for them. Derek King has crashed and has come back with the fastest lap of the race. Currently, unfortunately, Ecuador's 2 drivers in this race are 32nd and 33rd. We've still got 34 karts running. I think Tiffany Chittenden's bet with me is currently safe in this race. There's Teresa Babichkova ahead of Maximilian Bostrom. That is now 24th and 25th positions. Babichkova and Hodgson will still make the final, but they will be out of position. Up at the front, Bishop and Higgins. In the UK, they are teammates for Dan Holland Racing. Will they play nice? That is the main question. Butcher is thinking, history repeating itself. I wonder if the door will suddenly open. However, Higgins, such an intelligent driver. He has a driver coaching program. 2 of his drivers he coaches, Jacob Ashcroft and Emerson McAndrew-Uren. That tells you how successful Higgins is as a driver coach. He's just taken the lead. I will remind you once again. Oh, no! No! Higgins saves it! Higgins, a 360, and he carries on. I don't Adam and Eve it. Bishop to the inside of Higgins. Bishop continues. Matthew Higgins had just taken the race lead after qualifying stone last, and then he spins, he crosses the line. P7. Somebody order Higgins a new race suit. That's all I'll say. What a save. Through goes Butcher into the race lead. Oh, Maximilian Bostrom out of the race. Sean Butcher looking over his shoulder thinking, that went exactly how I thought it was going to. Bartle 2nd, Trobech in 3rd, Bishop still 4th. then Strella, Schlegel, Higgins, Van Wyck, Graham, Sakai, Boschus, Jimenez, Loretti, Leitonen, Matthews, your top 15. Nick Trovac in third position for Slovenia is probably thinking, I'm about to win this race. Let's have a little look. There is Hodgson with a damaged nose cone. And Hodgson, well, I mean, he's going to get a penalty, but I mean, he's still in the final. That is not the issue. The issue is that he's going to be starting much further down the order than he wanted to. There is Matthew Higgins. How he has not got a rear puncture, I do not know. Sometimes Lady Luck, as she takes away with one hand, she gives back with the other. Sean Butcher, meanwhile, on lap 13 out of 14, is on his way potentially to a win. Nick Trovac, yeah. Nick Trovac is thinking, right, I'm surrounded by British drivers. I'm bound to win this race. It's senior Rotax after all. So he just leaves the door open for Macaulay Bishop. Bishop flying back up the order into third position. Out of turn number 5. Bishop isn't done yet. Through turn 6. Down towards turn 8 we go. This is the final lap. Harry Bartle in second place. Butcher has the lead. Sean Butcher has been metronomic this week. He has been walking round the paddock not with an air of arrogance, with an air of confidence that shows he is a driver who is just comfortable in his own skin. He is comfortable behind the wheel. He is comfortable where his karting career stands, and he is now comfortable as your provisional pole sitter for tomorrow's senior Rotax main event. Bartle and Bishop round out the top 3. Trovac for Slovenia in 4th. Tom Strella 5th. Matthew Higgins 6th after the save of the century. Schlegel, Graham, Van Wyck, Sakai all safely through. Well, Ryotaro Sakai from 24th to 10th. That might have been the best drive of his season. That might have just got the Japanese driver into the main event. Cas Boschus, Alvaro Jimenez, Santeri Leitonen, Nicholas Loretti, Yoshito Sasaki. What a drive from Sasaki. Now, nose cone check. There goes Bishop. There is Bartle. There's Butcher, Bartle, Bishop, Trovac, Strella, Higgins. 304 of Tish Van Wyck. Then the 303 Cas Boschus. Great drive from Retiro Sakai in the 342 coming in. And let's have a look. We can't tell from this camera angle what about nose cones, but hey, do you know what? Our Alpha Live camera crew are giving you, the viewers at home, the best possible guess as to how many drivers could potentially get nose cone penalties. Is that a nose cone bracket that has been put in? Oh, that's Sean Butcher's nose cone. That looked a little bit pushed in from my untrained eye. Let's see what transpires. And yeah, someone mentions, here's Matthew Higgins. Well, you've just got to shrug your shoulder and look up. He's ever the professional. Nose cone for Sean Butcher confirmed. That, ladies and gentlemen, changes an awful lot, because that will drop Butcher down to 10th position, provided nobody else gets a nose cone. Bartle and Bishop, they are clear. Oh boy. That is the drama never, ever, ever stops. There's Macaulay's younger brother Mason, who is Macaulay's mechanic. Let's have a look at the highlights of this race. At the start, it was a great start for Sean Butcher. That was Oikonomu and Hodgson getting turned around. Hodgson gets absolutely pile-driven by Portugal's Rajani. Cheska Hentona from Chinese Taipei also eliminated in that one. They were the only two drivers eliminated from that particular incident. Now, Higgins at that point he started 13th. There he goes. He's just in front of Jimenez and Jace Matthews. Up the hill we go. It's just such a fantastic shot. If you want to know why we love karting, that's it. Now, Bishop is about to pass. Great three-wide move up the inside on Strella. Strella over the curb. Bishop goes wide on the exit. Butcher to the inside takes the race lead. And that was Alvaro Jimenez getting sideways up at the top of the hill. Kart scattering left, right and centre. That was Ray Menendez's race, sadly. Not ending, but his chances ending. Now, Bishop v Butcher. Bishop slows Butcher down. He defends. The end of the main straight. Karts coming together. That was Maximilian Bostrom. This is the moment to the inside, side by side. Look at that. He kept it pinned. 2 years ago, James Overbeck did something very similar in the United States. You can watch that on Kart Chaser. That was the greatest save I've ever seen. Higgins has just equaled it. And there's the checkered flag. Jen Wade has got to pick the pick of the drivers. Oh, Jonathan Paler and Matthew Higgins walk off. Jen Wade is with Macaulay Bishop. Take it away, Jen.
Macaulay, I think it's good racing. It's pretty tough, but position now, good position for the final.
I mean, yeah, no, it was a good race. Obviously had a good start, got to about P7 or something, and then, yeah, just picked them off one by one. And then obviously, once I got to the front, I had to defend. And then my teammate got past me, and then, yeah, we've come together. Yeah, I think it's just unnecessary, really. I mean, I'd done the same move on the driver, like, before I got into the lead, like, full of lead, but obviously I lost it straight after. But yeah, no, I was definitely there. It doesn't matter how far off the track I am, how far I'm pushing the limits. I mean, if I've got my nose at the inside, you can't just expect to turn into me and for me to back out, because that's not how I race. Yeah, no, like, there's no debating that he didn't see me, because he definitely looked right to where I was. But yeah, no, we'll have a discussion about it tonight.
You'll have a discussion, but I tell you what, it's hard racing. And I mean, you guys don't give an inch, and as you say, that's how you race, and you don't race any other way. But that's why probably you've been so successful.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a unique style since I started karting, the way I overtake, the way I drive. But yeah, obviously it works, so no point changing it if it works.
No, but we're going to see you tomorrow. Good points for the final.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it should have been a win. Yeah, no, it just something out of my control. Like, it was sort of in my control, but it sort of was out of my control as well. I mean, obviously a win would have been nice. But yeah, no, P3 from starting P13 is not too bad at all.
Alrighty, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Henry and Kyle, back to you.
Thank you very much, Jen. I mean, Kyle Lawrence, you may have noticed, may have slightly changed. Hello, not Kyle Lawrence. This is Natalia. I will get this right. Natalia
Garay Gorda. It's difficult surname.
Garay Gorda. You are a driver. You are a commentator for Fox Sports, covering Rotax karting all across South America. So you'll be a very familiar figure to all our South American viewers. Welcome to the Grand Finals.
Oh, it's amazing. It's an amazing organization. Hello, you and everyone. It's a pleasure for me to stay here Bueno, saludo a todos mis colegas latinoamericanos.
Acá, okay. Yeah, that's better.
Saludo a todos los que están, a toda la gente latinoamericana que se acercó acá a la Grand Final en el circuito internacional de Bahrein. Es un placer estar para mí acá acompañándolos. Por supuesto, estoy acá presentando lo que va a ser la E20, tanto senior como master, porque tenemos muchos pilotos latinoamericanos y obviamente pilotos habla hispana, como por ejemplo también los españoles, para que ustedes también puedan entender del otro lado.
Now, the Grand Finals is about to go Duolingo. I'll announce in English and you will announce in Spanish. Here we go then, E20 and E20 Masters. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Yannick Jacobs and Levente Simon on row number 1. Vedant Menon, Nicolas Casarino. On row 2, Akos Madaras, Raul Vargas. Row 3, South America have got a really good chance. Maximo Castro from Uruguay goes from position 8 in seniors. We'll go down the order. There's our co-commentator in seniors, Ellis Piazza, P12. But it's E20 Masters where South America have a real shot. We're going to get to them very shortly. Morris Knoppers is your pole man, but here we go. The rest of the E20 Masters lineup.
Tenemos a Julián Falivene de Argentina y por supuesto Gastón Di Vela, que también nos va a estar acompañando. Seguido de Emi París y Manuel Martins.
We've got, Gaston de Bella, Michel Abuesa, Amaral, Fernandez, Parisi. Parisi was 3rd last year. From Chile, Hector Ramirez. Why, in English, why E20 so popular in South America?
In South America, this karting is the new introduction in Argentina, don't exist, but is the new...
Yeah, it's a new generation.
Yes.
The new generation, 619, not leaving pit lane. That is Milan Skosenzi from Poland. It's a standing start. The seniors will go first. The masters will wait and have their own race. Brazil was the inaugural E20 Masters champion. Last year, Argentina on the podium. They've got to beat the very fast Morris Knoppers, however.
Así es, porque nosotros en realidad en Argentina ya tenemos podios en los E20. El primero fue Emiliano Parisi, que rompió con todo esto, y la verdad fue un orgullo para nosotros los argentinos poder tener el podio de un latinoamericano que nos pueda representar una categoría que realmente es nueva para todos.
And we are off and racing. We're off and racing in E20. The E-Masters aren't out yet. They're going to go now. And a great start from the outside of row number 1. Julien Falivene takes the lead. Good start from Falivene.
Así es, tenemos a Julián Falivene, tenemos a Gastón Di Vela de los argentinos que integran el plantel, Emiliano Parisi y por supuesto Javier Hernández, que también se sumó a la delegación. También tenemos en lo que es E20 Senior a un piloto argentino que se llama Alejandro González, que está disputando en lo que es la divisional para representar a España.
And Chile, Hector Ramirez out on the first corner. There is two of our brilliant, Michel Abuesa, and the 793 Portugal. That's Manuel Martins, also out of the race. Here are the masters, here are the seniors rather. Yannick Jacobs, Levente Simon, Raul Vargas going for a move. And it's Yannick Jacobs. He has been dominant. He has won every single race in E20, both heat races. Can anybody stop the Germans? There's Manuel Martins at the side of the circuit. Ellis Piazza running a little bit wide. But live timing once again sadly going off there. We've got the Alpha Live ticker on the left-hand side on board in one of these E20s. I think that's Vedant Menon. Vedant Menon's mechanic is his mum.
Is his mum?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's a big family.
A big family. As we look now, as the cart's coming through there, Ellis Piazza getting involved.
Le contamos para el que está del otro lado, obviamente, por qué se corre tanto en la E20 Senior como en la E20 Master. Es porque, obviamente, por la cantidad de pilotos, recordemos que los que pasan a la final son 36 pilotos. En las categorías, en la mayoría de las categorías hay 72 pilotos, pero en este caso hay un corte de 36, obviamente que por eso mismo todos pasan a lo que es la final de esta Grand Final. Y bueno, por eso los vemos corriendo en pistas a los dos, tanto los E20 Senior como los E20 Master. Ambas divisionales tienen obviamente lo que es el premio por separado.
Yeah, I mean, we've obviously got there, we just had Siri Kong Siri and Ellis Piazza coming together. They both continued. Michelle Abuesa having a few issues for Brazil as well. We have got Falavenye leading Masters from Canyopas. In third position in Masters is DeBella, followed by Parisi, Matos, Fernandez, Jaeger, Amaral going backwards now. There's Raul Vargas in what is fifth position in E20 Senior. Thiago Falavenye still holding on the lead for your native Argentina.
Así es, porque bueno, Juli Falivene fue uno de los pilotos argentinos que ganó el ticket en lo que es la final argentina de Rotax. Por supuesto, un excelente piloto que largó en el puesto número 2. Después lo tenemos a Gastón Di Vela, que también largó en el cuarto. Gastón Di Vela es a new driver in
Julian
karting.
Falavenye is new to karting, yes?
Yes. Gastón Di Vela too.
Okay, brilliant. Excellent.
An excellent performance
Yep,
in debut.
They have jumped in, so Matisse Rodriguez, he was Argentina's most successful Grand Final driver. He has got half of Argentina's Grand Finals podiums. He's not here this year. Are we about to see potentially Argentina's first Grand Finals victory since Facundo Chapur back in 2008?
En 2008, sí, así es. Facundo Chapur es un piloto de Córdoba que fue el primer ganador de la primera Grand Final que tiene Rotax Argentina. Por supuesto fue un placer. Y después de eso tuvimos una seguidilla, obviamente, de pilotos que hicieron podio, como el Picante Rodríguez, como también lo teníamos a Gaby Zuguela de la DD2.
Gaby Zuguela, yep, DD2 Masters 2015 on the podium as well. Now, Yannick Jacobs, 0.2 of a second in front of Levente Seaman. Oh, there is Hector Ramirez, 70 years old, out of the race. Battle further back, the 711. We don't have live timing, unfortunately. It's been playing up here in the commentary box all week. Our timekeepers have some work to do to get that sorted. As we now look at Vedant Menon chasing is Vedant Menon. There's your top three. That's Akos Madaras, Nicolas Casarino, and Raul Vargas. That is the 613 kart on your screen. That is Vedant Menon up the hill. As we see there, Jacobs a 10th up. And looking further back, where is Falavenye still in front of Canyopas?
Do you know Julián Falivene is two nationality? Is Argentinian and Canadian.
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 Okay.
Right.
Well, he's representing the sky blue and white of Argentina. A lot of people watch Rotax karting in South America on the Fox Sports channel. You know, the Rotax Max Challenge Buenos Aires is one.
Right.
You know, you've got your own dedicated TV station to it, haven't you?
Yes. I am the journalist sport for all Latin America.
Yes.
Karting is my passion. Sorry for my English.
It's much better than my Spanish, as we're looking at Brazil and Argentina going at it in Masters. Up at the front, the 603, Yannick Jacobs. This is now a four-kart battle for the race lead. Here are your leaders. Jacobs, then Levente Simon, our camera kart, Akos Madaras. Behind him, Nicolas Casarino.
Raúl Vargas de España.
Raúl Vargas is dropping back a little bit. Raúl Vargas back to P5, as we have got, Germany, Hungary and Germany, the last two nations to win the E20 class. And there's Brazil v Brazil, Abuesa and Amaral. That is for, I think, 5th and 6th place in Masters. In between them, There is Michelle Abuesa, and they're battling, in the top 5 in Masters. Here is the Masters lead. Falavegne, can Julien Falavegne hold off the defending champion, Maurice Quinopas?
Así es, cuando lo vemos ahí a Julián Falivene en pantalla, que tuvo una excelente actuación a lo largo del fin de semana, por supuesto pudo sacar diferencia en lo que son los hits, donde era el puntapié inicial, ¿no? Para lo que va a ser, para lo que fue el ordenamiento de esta prefinal y para seguir sumando puntos para obviamente todo lo que todos ansían, que es la final, la gran final, donde vamos a ver obviamente los podios. ¿Quién se van a quedar con estos podios? Somos muchos argentinos los que estamos acá, pero también muchos latinoamericanos que están corriendo en estos 20.
Here we go, lap number 9. Battles up at the front. Jacobs still leads for Germany. Then it is the 613. The 613 not appearing. Vedant Menon doesn't appear to be appearing on the timing and scoring. But Team Mum are in P2. Vedant Menon for Bahrain. Then it is the 602 of Madeiras. Simon in third. So the driver in the red and white race suit, Vedant Menon, he's not appearing on the timing and scoring monitor, but the driver whose mechanic is his mum for Bahrain is there in P2. Final lap. Natalia.
Le cuento a los que están del otro lado de lo que es esta categoría, las categorías de los karting eléctricos. Pesan 224 kilos con piloto incluido. Hay una diferencia de 40 a 50 kilos de lo que es un karting convencional. Son unos karting muy pesados, por eso la mayoría de los pilotos entrenan con lo que son las DD2. Training to DD2 in Argentina.
Yes, training. Oh, over the curb. Out of the corkscrew goes the number 6, Vedant Menon hangs on. Yannick Jacobs will continue his undefeated streak here in Bahrain. And now we wait. Can your countryman, Julien Falavegne, hold on, Natalia, please call the final couple of corners in Masters. Oh, we got a new leader. Who's that? Is that number 713? It is. That's Roman Jaeger in front now.
Así es, así que cuando ya ha terminado la categoría, la verdad que los argentinos estamos muy contentos por estos resultados.
No, it was further back. I think Falavegne, let's have a little look.
Claro, Julián Falivene, Gastón Di Vela, después lo tenemos de lo que son los argentinos, pero también tenemos a Matos, que también, bueno, obviamente tuvo un muy buen desempeño en lo que fue esta gran final. Y tenemos, bueno, Javi Fernández, que también es del staff argentino. Y Emi Parisi, que fue el ganador del ticket en Sarno, Italia.
Okay, well, so we'll have a look at the results. Julien Falavegne does hold on. Maximo Castro, 7th. Anna Bedenek, 6th. Now, we are missing Vedant Menon. I don't know why he has not shown up on the screen. Raul Vargas dropping back to 10th. Here we go. Falavegne does hold off Maurice Quinopas. Ecuador, 3rd in Masters, Jorge Matos. Gaston Di Bella, Emiliano Parisi, then Adriano Amaral, Michel Abuesa. They were next. So very, very strong South America. Well, that is Argentina's first win of the Grand Finals this year. Your first time in the commentary. You must be a good luck charm, Natalia, to Argentina.
Okay, bueno, thank you so much for stay here. It's a pleasure for me. Bueno, para todos los que están del otro lado, me encantó poder acompañarlos en esta transmisión. Es muy importante para nosotros tener un periodista que bueno, pueda tener habla hispana para que ustedes puedan entender también lo que pasa, ¿no?, en estas carreras. Les recuerdo igual que nosotros desde Fox Sports Argentina estamos transmitiendo lo que son las Grand Final, tanto hoy como mañana, y aprovecho para mandarles saludos a todos los que están del otro lado, a mi mecánico Kucha Racing. You know, I am a training driver.
Yes.
In kart.
Yes.
Me.
You are.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. I've been heard.
I am so bad, but I will try.
Well, we'll keep improving. And you'll come back tomorrow for the final?
Yes, of course. Thank
Perfect.
you so much.
No problems at all. Let's have a look as Natalia exits the commentary box. Let's have a look at the final. The highlights at the back of the field. A couple. The Portuguese driver forgot that it was a separate start. Finally the Masters get underway. Falavenye taking the early lead, and up at the there was Martins, that was Chile, and that was also, I think, Poland. Yeah, all getting mixed up there. A little bit of argy-bargy between Spiezza and Kongsiri. Smoke, and Spiezza says, "What are you doing?" Kongsiri says, "What are you doing?" And they both then carry on further down the order. Further back, there's the number 711, Gaston Di Bella, followed by his countryman, the number 712, Emiliano Parisi. The two Brazilians also battling. Vedant Menon, our onboard camera. For some reason, he cropped up a lap down. He wasn't a lap down. He was second on the road and has a very good chance of getting a podium for Bahrain. And there's the move by number 602, Akos Madaras. Yannick Jacobs, though, remains undefeated. There we go. So the rest of the field crossed the line. Argentina have their first win. And thank you to Natalia from Fox Sports Argentina. I know back in Argentina they are taking this, but they have their own studio with their own commentary. I must start learning Spanish, I feel. There is the young lady from Portugal, Nicole Ferrara. And I have to say, well, you know what? At least the live chat has now perked up with plenty of South American flags coming in. And let's have a look at, there is the pride of Bahrain, Vedant Menon, getting cheers. It's only a pre-final. It's only second place. Bahrain, believe it or not, do have a top three finish in the grand finals. It was third. It was Sean Murphy back in 2003, an expat. But, you know, Vedant Menon, you know, the first sort of the first driver from the country, not an expat, born and bred in Bahrain, has a potential. Jen Wade is with a driver that has the potential to win as well, Yannick Jacobs.
Yannick, tough race out there, even though it was a good win.
Yes, I had a good start and 2 or 3 push laps, and the guys behind me are pushing really hard. And it's a little bit of boost management and find the right direction where the guy behind me is boosting. And yeah, really tough race.
5 seconds of extra power. Is it once a lap?
Once a lap, maybe 2. So it's a little bit of management. Yeah.
Depends where you use that boost, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, and I know your family, young son, watching. Time for bed.
Yeah.
You want to say hi?
Hi, son. Hi, my wife. I really love you.
But don't worry, tomorrow it's finals day. You've been exceptional, but it's going to all come down to that. We know you've got the experienced German champion.
Yes.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yannick. Well done. Okay, back to there, and we go racing one more time.
2 races to go. The first of them, Micromax. 9 laps, 36 drivers. No one goes home. This is just to decide who starts where for tomorrow's main event. I will get the points up shortly, but first, let's get ourselves ready for the Micromax Pre-Final. a look at Rosalie Rabotskova from the Czech Republic. She is going to be starting down in 30th position. Alongside her, the number 24 kart rather of Jun Karato from Thailand, just doing his final pre-race preps. Benjamin Karachkovich will start from pole position. There's slight delay. They are recovering a stranded E20 kart. Now, the procedure to recover the electric karts is slightly different, which is why we have to be very careful. Obviously, the charging, the electric, the batteries, there is Benjamin Karachkovich sitting, getting coached. He's got Matthew Hopcraft, Ash Deer walking with him, Connor Haufer from Germany. Smiles at the moment, but they won't be smiling throughout this race. Behind the smiling eyes is an icy stare that not even the desert sun can melt. Matthew Hopcraft just giving Benjamin a couple of last-minute words of advice. Just keep him focused, keep him listening, keep him chilled. There's the number 17. That is Maximilian Safazinski from Poland, the MK Motorsport entered driver, third in this year's Polish Championship. And there, of course, is the new hat for this year. There is a huge Rotax merchandise shop here. You can go and get the latest merchandise from the Rotax karting website, rotax-kart.com. You can see all the historic results here from the grand finals, all the information about where every Rotax Max Challenge race around the world is taking place, and of course all the news, technical regulations, updates about the world of Rotax racing. Gustavo Oliveira getting lots of support in the live chat, so too Dian Pahal, as Dian Pahal getting, he's got a fan in Italy. There is Dian's father, Kuli Pahal. In the UK, Dian drives for a British team on a British chassis. I can see a South African on the screen. It's Kyle Lawrence. He's with Benjamin Karachkovich. Take it away, Kyle.
Thank you, Henry. I'm here with Benjamin Karachkovich on the front row of the Micromax Pre-Final. Benjamin, you're used to being on the front row, but are the nerves starting to build here being at a grand final?
Yes.
You comfortable with where you've been throughout the heats? You've been in the front the whole day. Is it you're comfortable that that's where you're going to stay for the remainder of the weekend?
Yeah, hopefully I could start on pole for the pre-final, final.
You've been battling throughout the day, throughout the weekend with Wozniak. Have you kind of sussed him out a bit, and you understand the racecraft that you're going to need for the remainder, for the pre-final and final?
Yes, because I got a lot of good people around me. Just have to stay calm and focused.
You talk about those good people around you. I'm assuming you're talking about Jay and KD and your driver coach and mechanic here, Matt. Is that who you're referring to?
Yes.
Matt, he refers to you a couple of times there. I just want to get your feelings on how the weekend's been and how it's been here for you in Bahrain.
Yeah, it's been a pretty dreamy weekend so far, to be fair. Probably like one of the best kind of experiences I've had so far, to be fair.
You're new to the J and KD outfit. It is a new outfit growing in leaps and bounds. Obviously, you're very much involved, but you know the team grows and grows from strength to strength. What do you think? Why do you think that is?
I think we've got a really good group of people around us, like really pushing the team. Everyone really gels together nicely, and I think that's the main key part of everything. Everyone just gets along and does their bit, and yeah, that's pretty much the main thing.
Well, fantastic. We heard from Benjamin Krasovich there and his driver coach, Matt. Henry, back up to you in the box before the start of this race.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Welcome once again, Robin Raikkonen. Hello, Robin. I know I've not been able to say hi to you lots, but Robin Raikkonen, of course, finishing in the top 10 in this event 1 year ago in Micromax class. He moved up to Minimax this year. Didn't quite get a ticket for Robin this year, although I'm sure that you will be back at the grand finals. There is Charlie Page. He's the international trophy champion. Somewhere on that cart, there is a picture, I am sure, of his late grandfather, who passed away the same week that he won the international trophy. And I know that for the rest of the year, maybe on the inside of his rib protector, he kept a photo of his grandfather. Lots of drivers. Dian Pahal in number 13 also keeps a photo on the inside of his rib protector close to his heart of several family members and indeed of Jag Rotax's Gene Shields, so that he says they are riding with me. These youngsters are 8, 9 and 10 years old, and yet their ability to, harvest emotion, to understand the gravity of what they do, and to respect and appreciate the people around them who make the sacrifices to allow them to go race, them to go and race, is remarkable. I know lots of adults who don't have the same sort of empathy and emotion and thought process that some of these young men and women do. If you're looking for DD2, you're going to wait. You're going to see the end of this race. You're going to see the end of DD2 Masters, and then you're going to go back and review the earlier, the earlier action from today. There is a look across. Jan Wozniak on the outside of row number 1 from Poland. Wozniak, 17th last year. He's back. The cart that was on the circuit has now been retrieved. Our camera cart will be Dian Singh Pahal, the UK's first ever Sikh entry qualifier into this event. There is Benedictus Masiokas. Bruno Miranda gives the camera an icy stare. Further down, pretty in pink, Jaden Francisco starts his engine. Pre-final time incoming for Micromax. Karachkovic and Wozniak go from row number 1. Oliveira and Charlie Page on row 2. Dian Singh Pahal and Albert Farrow on row 3. Benedictus Masiokas and Maximilian Richkovsky. Bruno Miranda and Luhan de Vet. No, Luhan de Vet is not out there. He has not started the South African. Now he gets going. Will he make it into his grid position? Jaden Francisco, Dominic Vieira-Roa, Turbo, Tariq Sofi, Timon Gergic, Oskin Perichavati, Emilius Kapkauskis, Maximilian Safazinski, Oliver Orprey, whose grandmother has been a joy to be around the paddock this weekend, coming to her first grand finals as we look down at some of the lower qualifiers. There's Jonathan Otterson, Naoshige Inose, Anna Mackel, Connor Haufer. He's further back than he would be expected to. Watch for Connor Haufer to come forward. Mikhail Toledo, Yen Chang Huang, Hugo Corby, Jack Clem, Domenico Mazza, rounding out the field. Let's see on board with Dian Singh Pahal, starting P5. In front of him, Gustavo Oliveira. The Richardson Chassis Engineering team entered driver the kart, who Luan de Vet will start at the back, but he will start into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are off and racing. Hold your breath in a turn one. What a move from Jan Wozniak to go around the outside of turn number one to take the lead away from Karachkovic. Oh, a spin. Our camera cart has gone off. Dian Singh Pahal. There's a nose cone on the circuit. Whose is that? There were several drivers off at one go. We'll look. The number 24 kart, it's Jun Karato, who has lost the nose cone. We caught the tail end of that accident. Up at the front, Wozniak from Karachkovic. Page is next. We follow the field down out of the corkscrew. Through the final couple of corners, there's been a big shuffle in the order. We follow down, oh, Cardona, Liptak, Karato, Pahal, Karato without a nose cone in third. And let's have a look back at the onboard replay. So Pahal, he's got someone to his inside. Oh, gets turned around. Luckily, everyone else avoids him. There was a separate accident. Now, Dian Singh Pahal. Oh, and there's another kart. That's the number 11. That's Bruno Miranda from Chile, vaulting up over the back of someone. Well, there is an image on Dian Singh Pahal's crash helmet of a Sikh warrior, Nalwa. And he is going to have to summon the strength of Nalwa here to get back up into contention. Let's concentrate on the lead battle. Karachkovic is back in front. There's a move side by side. That was Turbo Tariq Sufi. But we've got a lead gap of 4. The drivers disappear from view down towards turn 2 through the roller coaster of the first sector. Up in the second place is Charlie Page. Wozniak has dropped to third. Albert Farrow runs fourth. Benedictus Masiokos. New leader, Charlie Page. Karachkovic looks across. Wozniak goes to the inside. He will push Page into the lead. Karachkovic has to fall back into fourth position. Farrow moves into P3. Behind them, Masiokas, Rechkovsky, Perchivati, Oliveira, Francisco Kapkauskas, Dominic Vieira Roa. You look at the insert, Dian Singh Pahal running in 32nd position. He's 10 seconds off the lead. He's 1 second behind Domenico Mazza, who is the 31st place driver. Page defending. He now gets help from his countryman, Albert Farrow. Karachkovic back to third. Wozniak is fourth. And up the inside, good move from Masiokas to pass Wozniak. There is Juan Carato into the pit lane. He becomes the Juan Carato becomes the first retirement of the race. Sadly for Jun, Rosalie Rabasova has also had a spin. She is down at the back, up towards the corkscrew. Jaden Francisco there, a little bit hip and toe from Francisco. Luan DeWet started 36th. He's up to 15th for South Africa after not getting going at the start. What a recovery from Luan DeWet. We'll try and pick up the South African race suit, which is there at the green race suit at the back of that group of karts. Fantastic recovery. There, side by side, the number 6 black crash helmet, Max Rechkovsky, along with pretty in pink Jaden Francisco. Up at the front, Albert Farrow now leads. From Karachkovic, from Page, from Masiokas, Argentina's Augustin Perchivati, and then Portugal's Gustavo Oliveira. Karachkovic back to the race lead. The worrying thing for all the other drivers is that every time Karachkovic gets shuffled back, he seems to be able to effortlessly, and I mean effortlessly, get back into the lead. That is a worry for everybody else. Page, Pharaoh side by side for second. Oh, they give each other just about enough racing room. Page signals, come on, we need to work on keeping Karachkovic in bay. He slots back into fourth, gives Masiokas a push. That is more like it, they say. And they already close back up. Oliveira in fifth has got a whole train. It's now Lithuania's Emilis Kapkauskis in sixth position, following Wozniak. Then Francisco Dominic Villaroa from Colombia, the driver that got his start in karting by winning a prize drive at the 2023 Winter Trophy. Oh, and there's side-by-side contact with the number 14 kart involved. That's Lev Kovansky. He's already on his second chassis of the weekend after a crash. You have to go and buy another one from Rotax, who have spare chassis available. You get one free. You break that one, you do have to pay for a replacement. There is Pharaoh leading, Karachkovic second, Page, Masiokas, Oliveira, Francisco. Now, can Albert Pharaoh hold Masiokas off? Oh, there's an awful lot of chopping and charging and changing back in the pack there. Oh, and that was Luan de Vet up over the back bumper of somebody else. Potentially, that was Maximilian Machkovsky, 16th and 17th place. We're looking at Dian Singh Pahal. Pahal has now caught the tail end of the main pack. Watch the insert as Dian Singh Pahal starts to scythe his way past the opposition. The sword of Kandar is about to be put into good use as he makes his way back up the order. Lead battle goes through. We've got the United Arab Emirates leading a trio of British drivers, leading Canada, Lithuania, Portugal, Colombia, Poland, Chile, Lebanon. Alex Noah Muhabkab is there in P11 from 21st on the grid. Then it's Kyrgyzstan and Turbo Tariq Sofi from Bahrain in 13th position. Lap 8 out of 9. Karachkovic back in the race lead. Oh, him and his team have found the sweet spot of every part: kart, engine, tyre. Oh, 3 wide coming out of turn number 5. That's going to end better than I thought it would, put it that way. That was Bruno Miranda hanging on to a place in the top 10. There's a move. Pahal to the inside. He gets 1. He gets 2. Runs a bit wide. And I told you the sword of Kandahar was going to have to be put to good use there. The Nawal spirit of the Sikh warrior puts Dian up to P26. Well, Karachkovic has lost the lead, and he gets it back. Here comes Page to the inside. Francisco is there as well. Final lap, Karachkovic. They're 3 wide behind him. Who's going to emerge in second? It's Pharaoh, followed by Emilis Kapkauskis. Round the outside goes Pharaoh. Can he put it off? He'll win. There's the Lebanese driver, Muhabkab. He started back in the... Oh, Karachkovic isn't happy. Someone's come into the pits early. They don't want to do a slowdown lap. They want to save their tyre is what they want to do. Pharaoh from Kapkauskas. Page, Francisco. Then Karachkovic 5th. Let's have a look back at this last lap as the rest of the field head back towards Benedictus Masiokas. Falls to 22nd place. Dian Pahal on the last lap falls to 34th. There's Team USA coming down the barrier. I have to say, if the broadcast is dropping out, it is the internet in Bahrain that is causing the issue. There is an awful lot going on in Bahrain, including a summit of Arab nations, which is the internet capacity is dwindling out of our control completely. So here is your last lap. Karachkovic was leading. Pharaoh sizing him up here. He'll now swing round the outside. He'll stay round the outside. He'll stay round the outside. He's still on the outside. He makes the move. Karachkovic now in second place. A little bit around. Look at Kapkauskas to the inside. Forces Karachkovic a little bit wide. Karachkovic is still there in second. Here comes Jaden Francisco. But up towards the corkscrew, Kapkauskas gets to the inside. Karachkovic just understeered a little, understeered a little bit wide, and that was the end of that. Through goes Albert Pharaoh. There is your replay. For those of you who are upset, it's out of our control. For those of you who want to get abusive, then YouTube Clips Entertainment, bye-bye, your band, good night. That was no joke at all, that replay. That was one heck of a move. And Lithuania comes home in second position. Turbo Tariq Sofi, Bahrain are well placed in Micromax again. Anna Macholm, a top 20 for the young lady from Austria. Dominic Vieira finishing 6th. Gustavo Oliveira 7th. Jan Wozniak down in 8th. There, some of the hard luck stories. But the good news is that we are all going to see these drivers. There's Bruno Miranda, my co-commentator for the start of the week. Gustavo Tutti Suarez is Bruno's coach, and he was saying that we do have a potential chance for a Chilean podium. Now, I didn't see the nose cone camera. I still believe that we have a potential for a complete race with no nose cone penalties. My new co-commentator, well, my returning co-commentator, Tiffany Chittenden, does not share my faith because Tiffany is a driver and I was a driver a long time ago before the nose cone rule came in. Let's have a look at the highlights. Karachkovic was pipped to the start by Jan Wozniak. Wozniak would eventually fall back. There's Rosalie Rabaskova, who went off on the opening lap, and that is what happened to Jun Karato. Now, Tian Singh Pahal starting 5th, and his race about to go sideways there, courtesy of, well, we couldn't see the other driver. He would come back, but then had an accident on the last lap. Over the brow of the hill and out of sight. Great camera work there. It all got ready. Bruno Miranda narrowly avoiding disaster. Now, Charlie Page battling with Benjamin Karachkovic. Karachkovic came back and forth, up towards the race lead. Now, Albert Pharaoh, he didn't lose his cool when he lost the race. At this point, the number 22 car of Benedictus Masiokas was in second, wheel to wheel between Page and Pharaoh. And there is some great stuff. Luan de Vet up over the back of somebody else. Pahal coming back through the field. I got a feeling this could be the Tian Singh Pahal eventually got pushed back to 34th, or eventually crashed his way back to 34th. Now, last lap was an absolute doozy. Karachkovic led, Pharaoh setting him up a treat. Watch this. Fair play to Karachkovic. He did not run Pharaoh off track. Pharaoh holding his nerve on the outside and looking over his shoulder, thinking, okay, almost done, almost done. Great move there from Kapkauskas to take second place. In the final corner, Karachkovic was a bit frustrated. Mogabgab, Oliveira, that was the final couple of moments. Now, we are joined not only by Tiffany Chittenden. Hello to Mrs. Mann's 5th grade class from Vancouver, Washington, because Mrs. Mann's husband, Christopher Mann, is about to go racing. He's going to go racing in DD2 Masters, because that's the last race of the day, and it's up next. The name Barrichello is on the sting because we're on the Barrichello kart. We're also be riding with Rubens Barrichello in this race. Zendarua, Nicola Pico, then Dmitry Kovanov. Barrichello on the outside of row 2. Yannick Nielsen, Martinez Tankavicius, Gabriel Zugella, Charles Sagan, Alex Fielenbach, Michael Hitchcock, followed by Joao Cunha, Matt Kinsman. Then Slamir Moransky, Christoph Capitan, Javier Campo, Miguel Idro, Jonathan Morin, Peter Guitai, Pirit C, Tony Hogg. Then it's Noel Dowler and Yari Coivisto, Federico Moreno, Pedro Martins, Javier Alcant, Wim Rouleau, Kazuma Kimura. Christopher Mann starts 28th. He has not been 28th fastest. He is quicker than that. And hello once again to Mrs. Mann's 5th grade class from Vancouver, Washington. Her husband is about to race against this man. This man is got more Formula 1 starts than virtually anybody else. 11 Formula 1 race wins, runner-up in the FIA Formula 1 World Championship, and teammate for many years to Michael Schumacher. Just in case you 5th graders were wondering why Mrs. Mann is so excited right now. Here we go, Tiff Chittenden, we're off and running. Into turn number 1, Zendarua. They're going to go in early on Zen because he was so dominant. That's the tactic, isn't it, Tip?
Yeah, exactly. They can't afford to let him get away. And a lot of the pre-finals have actually been a lot kind of more fierce than I thought.
Yes.
Oh, well, and Pico's got him.
Yep, Nicola Pico gets Zendarua. That's the first time all week that Zendarua has been headed. Down towards turn number 8. Tankavicius making a move on Barrichello. Wheel to wheel, inch apart. These DD2 Masters karts, they're still travelling at a good old lick of maybe 125 kilometres an hour, Tiff?
Yeah, they're pretty fast. They'll be just, they're heavier than the normal DD2, that's all. Other than that, exactly the same.
And that's not the drivers being heavier, that is the class weight is heavier to make them a little bit slower.
I mean, mate, a lot of the drivers might be heavier.
Well, I mean, you're out of the class now, Tiff. I mean, they made a special dispensation. These drivers are all 31 and over. Tiff Chittenden was allowed to retire for the class age 27 only. Yeah. Here we go. Pico, Darua. This is something we haven't seen. Darua now has to attack for the Slovenian. We've got France, Slovenia, Kyrgyzstan, Brazil. We'll do a quick check. Where's Miss Mann's husband? Oh, sideways. That's Alex Fielenbach from Germany. You will see the Team USA race suit. Christopher Mann's up to P26. Following Pirit C from Estonia, getting forced a little bit wide. As we look now.
And Pico's quick, so he's actually faster than Zendarua as well. And we have seen he can make his cut quite wide.
Yeah.
So he's looking behind him a lot already.
I've noticed there, Tankavicius It's the old Japanese style of like lean back, knees up. That's one way of trying to create aerodynamic.
He's very tall.
Yeah, Daru to the inside, lead change. Can he get it parked at the apex? Yes. And Dmitry Kovanov slots in into third position. This is going to bring Tankavicius and Barrichello closer to the lead, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's going to be quite a big train, and that's why Zendaru had to go for it, because if Pico wasn't as quick, then you know, he was going to be fed back into the field. But
yeah, but of course that is Pico's tactic, isn't it? Let's back the pack up to create more problems than possible for Zendaru. It's not just about pole position, because Darua has, you know, got a fairly big advantage. It's about dropping Darua as far back as possible. Here comes Barrichello in P5. Tankavicius passes Pico. They're letting Darua get away. Oh, Barrichello wheel to wheel with Kovanov up to P4 with the Brazilian. Or is he? No, over the curb. Unbelievable kart control. And behind Barrichello is now Yannick Nielsen, Gabi Zuchera, and Matt Kinsman. What's the atmosphere like in Team New Zealand?
yeah, this is the best Matt's been going, so I think they've made a few changes, and hopefully have got the pace, and he's on the back of the main pack now. So
he is in the back of the main pack, and anything happen now. Martinas Tankavicius from Lithuania gets somebody going over the curb. Does that look like
that was, I think, maybe Matt.
That might have been Matt Kingsman. Yeah, you know, congratulations, Tim Kirst, the commentator. Well done. Now Tankavicius. Is Daru playing possum a little bit, do we think?
No, I just don't think he looks as quick as he has done so far. You know, things have changed. It is.
Well, I know. I think what we could check. This is fact. This is facts. Now, Darua went out twice yesterday. Won both his heat races. His son Cruz was born in April this year. Cruz is with us in the hotel. Is an absolute delight. Cruz filled his nappy both times Zen was on track yesterday. Zen went on to win. I know that Zen's parents are here. Quick, check Cruz's nappy. If it's not full, Zen's in trouble. If he's, you know, it was quite exciting. Yeah. By the way, every time Zen went out on track yesterday, Cruz filled his nappy, and Cruz was looking at me smiling as his granddad told me that. Maybe it's the good luck charm. Oh, Pico!
That was yeah.
That could be the race. That could be the race.
Now he's going to be on the defensive, trying to stop, and we've got two off.
That
Canadian.
That would be Canada and Sławomir Morański from Poland and Jonathan Morin from Sweden. Quick Christopher Mann update. Up 6 places to P22. If Chris Mann gets into the top 20 in this race, the kids have my permission to jump on the tables in class.
And 525 has gone into the pits. So I don't know if we have Kyle with him or.
We'll have a little look. Let's see. Who 525? Let's have a little look. That would be Sławomir Morański after that incident. Let's have a look. Well, do you know something? Pico, he's quicker than Darua again.
Yeah, and this hasn't happened, you know, all day. So I think it's not just that he's got. I mean, the first corner move was probably a little bit risky considering what is faster.
And what's at stake? Yes.
But he's still in second, and they're still on him. So even though they're fighting, Zendaru's still not really got away. How quickly we saw yesterday.
Yeah, no, I mean, saving tyres is one thing, you know.
I think you'd want to get a bit further down before you start saving tyres.
Yeah, you don't want to start saving tyres with...
when you have a Frenchman within...
Yes, when you have Nicola Pico behind you, and also his friends from Lithuania, Kyrgyzstan, Denmark, Brazil, New Zealand, etc., sitting on your rear bumper.
Yeah, and it could be, you know, the others have been searching time. For example, Matt, he's found some time, he thinks, with the car and engine. So, and Matt has actually done the fastest lap, of 53.4. So it might also be the others have found pace, rather than Zendaru just losing.
Sandbagging, that age-old trick.
I don't think it was sandbagging.
They just worked very, very hard. Yannick Nielsen. And, oh no, look at the rear bumper of Tankavicius. Is that, now, that is a bumper that's hanging off. Now, they're not going to give him a technical flag as long as it's still attached on one side. They haven't even given them a technical exclusion.
It's not attached. I don't think it's attached on one of the sides.
It's attached on one of the sides.
Oh, okay.
It's only half hanging off. Darua having to defend on lap number 9. Here comes Pico. Then Tankavicius.
And you see, so Matt Kingsman's already on the back of this pack, but
oh, now what's
this
happening
isn't
there?
going to help.
Yeah, Pico gets offline there. Over the dust, Tankavicius, half a bumper or not, is up to P2. What happened there? Because Daru was defending in turn number 1, and now he's got a big lead.
Yeah, they just, Pico went offline. And I think there's moisture on the track there, so Pico went wide and just got what we call freight trained.
Freight train there, hung out to dry like the laundry. Yeah, our Alpha Live camera operatives reporting to producer James Fitzhugh, who in turn saying to us that, of course, the dew is setting. Oh, Barrichello running wide. Barrichello getting caught out. It's catching out the best. It is 8:45 at night here in Bahrain. Christopher Mann, 22nd. Kids in Vancouver, Washington, you've got 2 more places before you've got my permission to jump on the tables in Mrs. Mann's classroom.
So I think this is the latest we've been on track all week.
I think so, yeah, because we called Wednesday earlier.
Yeah.
Now, Barrichello has fallen back. He's behind Javier Campo. So Barrichello back to 13th. Campo is 12th. Joao Cunha is 11th. Alex Phelan back 10th. Michael Hitchcock, who works for the Kick Sauber Formula 1 team, in 9th. Zorgella 8th. Kingsman is 7th. Sagan, Kopanov, Pico, Nielsen. Yannick Nielsen, the Danish driver, is on a move. Here comes Barrichello round the final corner, picks up 12th place at the expense of Javier Campo. Kingsman now wheel to wheel with Kopanov.
And we've had another retirement, 524, the Korean.
Oh, Sung Hoon Moon. It's a full moon. It's not been a lucky full moon for Sung Hoon Moon. He obviously doesn't like racing under a full moon. Down towards Pico in 4th place. Now coming back at Tankavicius. Kingsman, that's how you do it at turn number 8, isn't it, Tiff? Just you cannot give them a chance. You've got to run them out wide.
But on the effort of pushing someone wide, someone else comes up there. That's what you have to watch.
Yes.
You know, you concentrate so hard on passing one person that you still have to think about all the others, and we saw that in the other classes as well.
Oh yeah, full send up the inside. You run one driver wide, and then 3 others do the cutback on you.
Yeah.
Now, through turn number 1 we go. We're on lap 12 out of 14. Darua suddenly has a 1.8 second lead. Yannick Nielsen, Nicolas Pico, 2nd and 3rd. 4th is Charles Sagan. Tankavicius now has got to be conscious of that rear bumper. His pace has dropped off a little bit, and he is heading up a train. Gabi Zorella from Argentina making the move to the inside of Tankavicius. Kinsman, Kopanov, Hitchcock, Phelan back. Barrichello, Cunha, Campo, Idro, Kaimura, Capitan, Bernier, Dowler, Pirizzi, Guitai, Duque. Who's that running wide?
2 off, I think.
Oh, that was Tankavicius.
Yeah.
Here comes Barrichello. He's got Phelan back in front of him. We're about to get 2 laps to go. So is that Zugella in the 5.26? Let's have a little look. 5.26. That is Gabi Zugella. And no love lost there between Argentina and Brazil, is there?
No, so Barrichello is making a good recovery back up.
Into 9th, yeah.
To 9th.
Yeah, Hitchcock has dropped back, so has Tankavicius. They were maybe the 2 that went off the top of the hill tip.
Yeah, and it's Tankavicius that has the bumper, and it does affect the at the handling slightly as well. So
yeah, I was trying to say, what does it affect on the kart?
Well, it's bolted to the back, so it will make the kart stiffer or looser if it's But he's doing pretty well, but he's just trying to hang on, and that's causing some drama with the others.
It distracts you. It provides a distraction, and then that takes your focus away from the task in hand.
Exactly.
The task in hand, as they start the final lap, is to decide who's going to finish second. Kingsman defends. Oh, he sits on the parks and on the apex there. That's going to slow Kopanov down. It's going to bring Fielenbach, Shugella and Barrichello into play. Meanwhile, this is the battle for second place. And it's Nielsen, Pico.
And I think Pico will probably qualify anyway for the final in front of him, so he probably knows he doesn't have to pass Nielsen.
Yeah, you know, Yannick Nielsen was 4th in points, Pico 2nd in points, so yeah, he'll have a little calculator going in his brain. A lot of these drivers will. But Zen Derua, there are now 2 drivers left undefeated in the three. Jacobs, Emerson McAndrew and Zen Derua as the rest of the field come across the line. Now, where is Christopher Mann? The answer is 21st. Oh, kids in the 5th grade, you'll have to stay not on the tables. You have to stay sitting down. Now, back to class. Mrs. Mann can calm down. Oh, Tony Hogg crossing the line towards the back of the field down in 34th place. It's his last grand finals. You know, it's going to be a tough slog for Tony to get up order. Well, the full moon certainly created a few monsters amongst the drivers, but Tiff, it's been a really good day's racing, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. Actually, the pre-finals are normally more hectic towards the middle.
Yes.
You know, the people that are desperate to make it or not. But actually, I've been quite surprised to see, you know, the juniors and seniors go for it up front.
Oh, yes.
A bit of drama. But these guys obviously slightly different because they know they've made the final.
Yeah, and still, that was not a boring race, was it?
And it's still great to see the others have caught Zenderu up. So we're looking...
Oh, someone pointing at a nose cone there.
So I'm still good for
we don't know yet. We haven't had the proof. I will wait to see the official results.
Are we talking front and rear bumpers? Because we know that there's one rear bumper off.
Just nose cone. Just front bumpers. Tiffany, come on. You've got to give me half a chance.
It's good that we're going to see an interesting final because obviously others have caught up. Zenderu, I don't think he's going to have it all his own way.
No. It's only the Rotax Grand Finals can a driver be potentially his chances of winning or losing, depending on whether his 9-month-old son decides to fill his nappy while he's racing. Let's have a look at the highlights, shall we? Derua made a good start. Now, Pico sets his stall out early here by being aggressive, runs a bit wide. Derua just missed his line through turn number 1. That tells me that from the word go, Derua was like, my cart's not handling as well as I like it.
Yeah, just less grip, I think, on the track in general, and Pico knew he had to go for it, which he did.
Yep, Barrichello getting passed by Tanker Vicious. It was an up and down race for Barrichello. Here is Derua going back at the inside of Pico. But there was a moment where Pico, I think it might be coming here even, where the dew that appeared, because Pico attack, gives Derua just enough room. I think we were Tanker Vicious second. That's Barrichello over the curb. Well, it's the Barrichello kart. He's just checking its structural rigidity, isn't he?
I think it's the second time we've seen him that side of the curb this weekend. But
yep, well, and that's just a great shot. You can almost see the dew developing. There's Matt Kingsman. He would finish in 6th position.
Yeah, I think he'll be happy with that. You know, starting, I think, 12.
He was, 12.
Yeah.
And now that's what caused the problem. That was Pico. That was the moment the race changed. Pico running wide, and Rubens, he looks over. Someone's going to get a talking to at the end. Tankavicius hanging on with his bumper, but eventually would drop back. Like you said, it becomes a distraction. Second at this point, Martinez would eventually finish P12. Not helped at all by Pico deciding, no, I have had enough, I am good. Kopanov's inside. And of course, by this point, Martinez is thinking, I just need to survive because
it's causing a bit of a traffic jam with the others and.
Yeah, Campo, Hitchcock, the 515. Yeah, that's Spain and Switzerland.
Yeah.
That is now a problem. That is game over for Hitchcock. And at the very it all got a bit tight. I tell you what, that's because the bumper hit the tyre. Tankavicius couldn't turn, so Tankavicius ended up. That will be an exclusion from the results. But Gendarua is with Gendarua. That could be no for you. Jen Wade is with Zendarua. I got out that one quite well, didn't I? Yeah, no more gossip, please. Zen, take it away.
Zen, we're coming towards the really serious but best part of the weekend tomorrow. Until now, you've made it look quite easy.
But it's not easy.
Everyone's telling me it's not easy, and it's not easy to lead. But incredible, the depth of experience on this grid, and these guys are really pushing hard. You can watch it back later.
I will.
Seeing that nobody overtook you. But tell us a little bit about what's happened until now.
I mean, yeah, during the practices, I think homework. We got pole position, so good pace. The first 2 hits also, in a lot of different track conditions, we were very comfortable. But today, very humid, so let's say, new territory. We haven't driven in conditions like this, so we made it work, but I think we could make some improvements, but still, managed to take it home in P1.
You must be having really a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's hard, fun, but the goal is on tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's what you've been working for all year. International trophy champion. So, well done. Congratulations. Great racing. We're loving it. We wish you luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Henry.
Yes, I'm sorry for causing any rumours there. That is Jen Wade and Zendarua, whose lovely wife Sarah works for for Rotax. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the racing for today, but it does not conclude Alpha Live's coverage. What a beautiful view. Bahrain is spectacular in every single way. You, the viewers, thank you for all your comments, for all your support, for all your liking and sharing of the stream. We're going to watch some highlights of the day. While you watch some highlights and hear from some of our partners, Jen Wade, Kyle Lawrence, Tiffany Chittenden and myself will head down to the Rotax sofa on the main stage for the full roundup of today's action after a few words from our sponsors and the highlights. Don't go away.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
Here we go. Here we go.
Try not to make it lame, Rob.
Oh my god!
That's that ski-doo feeling, mother.
Sledding's fun.
Hello and welcome to the post-race show here in Bahrain. Pre-finals day, I think it's safe to say, has delivered. Jen Wade, Kyle Lawrence, Tiff Chittenden. It's been a day full of drama. Jen, we'll start with you because you dealt with the happy emotions interviewing the winners in Parc Fermé at the end of each race.
Yeah, I did actually see a few tears as well because, you know, today so many of the drivers are not coming back. But yeah, happy emotions. And I was just checking my results from last year, and what I noticed is really that our winners, podium winners from last year's grand finals, were all, the ones that are here, were all really inside that top 5 to 10, even in another class. So honestly, the competition is really ramping up.
Yeah, it appears as though the drivers that were strong last year are generally strong again this year. But for all the happy emotions that you've seen, then Kyle, you have been in the pits with the mechanics and speaking to the drivers who have not had a good day, whose dream may be over.
Yeah, out of the 394 that came and joined us, only 144 are now having to dismantle carts. And I don't know if you can hear it in the background, the revving of engines without exhaust. Rotax not too chuffed for them doing that, but it is a rite of passage when leaving that driver's tent. You strip your cart down to go home, but after a full year of hard work to get the tickets, to get the travel done, to get here and to try and compete for only 36 spots, it is a bit hard felt to be going home, but a lot of lessons learned from a lot of top drivers here at the Rotax Grand Finals, and that can only boost you as a driver and the drivers around you that you compete with next season for another ticket and another chance to come back.
Yeah, now what Kyle is referencing, there is a tradition at the Grand Finals. If you haven't made the main event, you are having to give your equipment back to the organisers. Before you do that, you tend to take the exhaust off the engine and rev it to smithereens. There will be a number of Rotax officials scurrying up and down the driver's tent to try and catch the perpetrators. Those are the drivers who are going home. Tiff Chittenden, you've been a multiple top 10 finisher at this event. For the drivers that have made it this far, the drivers who are still dreaming of that, what are they doing this evening? How are they preparing? Are they breathing a sigh of relief and looking at the grid and figuring out what to do?
I think you've got a tale of two halves, if you like. The ones that probably mid to rear, that the ones that only just made it, or in fact, I don't think all of them know if they've made it yet or not. There's the final positions. There will be, look, 5 or 6 even more per class that are really that are on that, you know, the line, and they literally don't know if they're going. So there's a lot of mixed emotions there. But up front, those, you know, that are fighting. Actually, I noticed the pre-finals were a lot rougher than I thought. Last year, they all kept playing games with each other, and when up front, it was, you know, and they waited till the final for it to self-combust. But the pre-finals today, you know, we saw a lot of the top 1, 2, 3 actually coming off track and having some like rough moments, which last year they waited till the final. So I think it's a tale, like I say, those that are still looking for the podium and those that have got nothing to lose. If you qualify 36th, you know, you literally have nothing to lose.
Yeah, you're celebrating as you know, just for being there. The chances of victory, you know, are very slim, but hey, you're in.
I think it's happened once. South African, came from the back, but
it's happened once. We started the day, Jen, with the famous drivers' parade. Rotax do the drivers' parade like no one else, do they?
That's right, and to me, this is truly what makes this feel like a true world
championship level event. We could say it's not the World Championship, it is a World Championship level event.
Representing the nation, but it has the atmosphere that you have to be here to experience. But we will try and bring it obviously through in the live stream. But okay, it's like a World Championship event.
Oh yes, indeed. Very quickly, Kyle, you were up at doing the moderating for that. Your first time moderating. What did you make of that?
To see all the suits, the work and effort going into the design of it, how proud everybody is to be here representing your nation. We keep saying it, and we will say it for the remainder of the weekend. Every single one of these drivers that are here are champions in their own right. You're not here if you haven't won a championship or you haven't won a prestigious international event to gain that ticket. So to see all of that out on circuit, absolutely amazing to see that pride and to see every single one of these drivers who really are the stars of the show try their utmost, their best, and put all their last little breath out there on the circuit to go for a potential spot in that final.
Well, thank you very much. Tiff, you will be one of our guest commentators again tomorrow. Tomorrow stands to be potentially one of the most significant days, not just in the history of this event, but in the history of karting as a whole. Why? Because tomorrow, 47 terrestrial television channels representing or reaching 92 different countries will join us live. That opens the eyes of the world to kart racing at the level this sport has never seen since the days of the karting masters in Paris-Bercy in the early 90s when the likes of Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost raced go-karts. The world will see the best Rotax racers in the world at one of the best venues in the world, competing for one of the most prized possessions in all of karting. We'll be here, and tens of thousands of you who have already been watching will be joined by potentially millions more. We will see you all tomorrow. Driver unique. It's an event designed to make you equal, because you are number one.